Future of the Revolution and the Reformation. Elena Namli. Contents. Introduction. 1. Elena Namli. Part I. 19. Revolution as a political category. 21. John Donne. Reformation and Revolution, Reflections on Luther, Lenin, and Liberal Democracy in Dark Times. 39. Jeffrey C. Isaac. Revolution as a Politics of Time-Space, From Enlightenment Modernity to Advanced Globality. 65. Hawken Thorne. Revolution and Universality, Interpreting the Time and Age of the Haitian Revolution 1791 to 1804. 97. Carl Weiland. What May Be Wrong with the End in the End of Revolution Thesis. 121. Boris Kapustin. Part 2. 153. Antonio Gramsci, a Marxist admirer of the Protestant Reformation. 155. Michael Lowy. The Riddle of the Reformation and the Mystery of Revolution. 165. Marius Timon Gieland. On Revolution in Lutheran Political Ethics. 191. Karl Henrik Grenholm. Return to Our Own, Revolution. Religion and Culture in Amilcar Cabral and Ali Shariati. 211. Teresa Colluert. The Parallel Power System as an Alternative to Revolution and Passivity. 237. Mohammad Fazl Hashimi. Index. 261. Notes on Contributors. Teresa Colluert has a PhD in Theological Ethics from Uppsala University, Sweden. She has written Theologies Speak of Justice, a study of Islamic and Christian social ethics, and is currently engaged in the field of disability theology. John Donne is a Fellow of King's College and Emeritus Professor of Political Theory at the University of Cambridge, a Fellow of the British Academy, and Foreign Honorary Member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. His books include The Political Thought of John Locke, Modern Revolutions, Western Political Theory in the Face of the Future, Political Obligation in its Historical Context, The Cunning of Unreason, Making Sense of Politics, Setting the People Free, The Story of Democracy, and Breaking Democracy's Spell. Mohammad Fazl Hashimi is Professor of Islamic Theology and Philosophy at the Department of Theology, Uppsala University, Sweden. He received his PhD in 1994 for a thesis that studied the emergence of pragmatic political thinking in Sunni Islam during the 12th century and how it was legitimized by interpretations in Islamic theology and jurisprudence. Since then he has published several books mainly devoted to the emergence of political Islam and the reception of the image of Europe/the West and modernity among Muslim thinkers. He has also conducted research on the development of pragmatic political thinking among Shi'i Muslim scholars. Karl Henrik Grenholm is Professor Emeritus of Ethics at the Department of Theology, Uppsala University, Sweden. His main areas of research are ethical theory, the relationships between ethics and economics, the meaning of work, Christian ethics, and the contribution of ethics to political theory. Among his recent publications are Boredom Humanismen, Etisk Theory, TRO, Moral och Udlåspolitik, Lutheran Identity and Political Theology, and Etik. Jeffrey C. Isaac is James H. Rudy Professor of Political Science at Indiana University, Bloomington. He served as Editor-in-Chief of Perspectives on Politics, a flagship journal of the American Political Science Association, from 2009 to 2017, and in 2017 was awarded APSA's Frank J. Goodnow Award for Distinguished Public Service to the profession for his work. He has published 5 books, edited 2 anthologies, and published over 75 articles and essays. He is a contributing editor of Dissent magazine, and also a contributing editor at Public Seminar, where he writes a weekly column called Blue Monday. His most recent book is #Against Trump, Notes from Year 1. Boris Kapustin is a senior lecturer in the Ethics, Politics, and Economics program at Yale University, and professor at the Department of Social Sciences, National Research University Higher School of Economics in Moscow, Russia. His most recent books include Evil and Freedom, Reflections Regarding Kant's Religion Within the Boundaries of Mere Reason, Essays on Liberty, The Idea of Liberty in the European Philosophical Tradition, and Citizenship and Civil Society. Michael Lowy, born in Brazil in 1938, has lived in Paris since 1969. He is Emerit Research Director at the French National Center for Scientific Research, Paris. His books and articles have been translated into 29 languages. Among his main publications are George Lukács, From Romanticism to Bolshevism, Romanticism Against the Current of Modernity, Fire Alarm, Reading Walter Benjamin's On the Concept of History and the Theory of Revolution of the Young Marx. Marius Timon Gieland is Professor of Philosophy of Religion at the Faculty of Theology, University of Oslo, and President of the Nordic Society for Philosophy of Religion. He is the author of Autopsia and the Hidden God, Luther, Philosophy and Political Theology. He has written numerous articles on political philosophy and theology and edited the volumes Formatting Religion, Across Politics, Education, Media, and Law, and the Reformation of Philosophy. Elena Namli is Professor of Theological Ethics at Uppsala University, Sweden. Her research focuses on social and political ethics. She has published on philosophical as well as on theological ethics. Her publications include Human Rights as Ethics, Politics and Law, Jewish Thought, Utopia and Revolution, Mänskliga rättigheter I det offentliga and Ethik. Håkan Thorn is Professor of Sociology at the University of Gothenburg. He is a co-founder and co-director of the Forum for Research on Civil Society, Social Movements, and Resistance. His research concerns social movements, power, and globalization, and he has published a number of books and articles on these topics. His books include Anti-Apartheid and the Emergence of a Global Civil Society, Climate Action in a Globalizing World, Perspectives on Environmental Movements in the Global North, and Urban Uprisings, Challenging Neoliberal Urbanism in Europe. Carl Weiland is a PhD student in sociology at the University of Gothenburg. He is researching the relationship between articulations of universal political categories and social property relations in the modern epoch, with the history of the Haitian Revolution and the critique of right in the thought of Karl Marx as historical and theoretical anchorages. Among his recent publications is Resistance, Materiality, and the Spectre of Cartesianism, a contribution to the critique of feminist new materialism, 2018. The year 2017 was the symbolic anniversary of both the Lutheran Reformation of 1517 and the Russian Revolution of 1917. Celebrating is, however, not what philosophers, social scientists, and theologians did when they commemorated these historical events. Rather, a new opportunity for the scrutiny of concepts and theories of revolution and reformation presented itself to those who wonder whether a hope for new heavens and a new earth has a persisting political relevance. In October 2017, I attended a conference on religion and the Russian Revolution that took place in Moscow. The city offered a number of conferences, exhibitions, and cultural events related to the centennial of the February and October Russian revolutions. One of the most thought-provoking contributions was the project Freedom for All. The history of one people in the years of the revolution presented by the Jewish Museum. Through arts and memories, visitors were confronted with different, sometimes even opposing, dimensions of the revolutionary years in Russia. Liberation, as well as cruelty and oppression, was recreated in the works of Jewish artists who actively participated in, or in different ways experienced, the Russian Revolution. What was the meaning of the Revolution of 1917? Who were its subjects? What happened to the revolution's democratic potential? Was there any such potential? The questions were many, as were the perspectives and approaches. The most topical of all questions addressed by artists, scholars, and Russian civil society was, however, not the one about the precise meaning of the events of 1917 and the years immediately following. Instead, it was the question of whether the revolution is still present in the social and political life and imagination of Russian society, or whether it belongs to the past. A sharp contrast to the intensity of the reflection on revolution in the cultural life of Moscow was the Kremlin's decision to abstain from any kind of engagement with the anniversary. The official discourse of 2017 was that of social stability, security, and peace. My personal experience of this contrast appeared when I decided to visit the exhibition at the Jewish Museum and then go to the conference, which was about to start. It took me 1 hour to get from the Jewish Museum to the conference venue, which welcomed participants with a huge reproduction of Boris Kostadieev's painting Bolshevik. A giant with a red flag is marching in Kostadieev's painting, with the church just a few steps in front of him. It is unclear if he is about to accidentally crash into the church, or if the church somehow is the very destination of the march. The organizers of the Moscow conference invited scholars to discuss the role of religion in the Russian Revolution, and the challenge of such a discussion was symbolically reflected in the ambiguity of Kostadieev's painting. Olga Vasileva, the Minister of Education and Science, delivered the first keynote. Vasileva is a doctor of history, and her speech, "The Russian Orthodox Church and the October Revolution," was both informative and professional. However, the main normative message of the speech was a reminder that revolutionary experiences were, and still are, terrible. Uzasno and uzasny were the Russian words most often used in her keynote. Consequently, Vasileva was trying to encourage Russian theologians and scholars of religion to be politically responsible and not to repeat what she viewed as the Russian Orthodox Church's inability to counteract the revolutionary developments in Russia 100 years ago. The minister delivered her keynote, participated in a panel, and left the conference. I did not hear the word terrible again in the 2 following days of the conference. Instead, scholars from many different disciplines discussed revolutionary experiences, trying to relate them to current challenges that the Russian Church and other religious traditions need to face in the political space of Russia, as well as globally. Interestingly, a number of theologians with different ideological orientations who attended the conference turned to the notion of the Reformation when they offered their explanations and visions of religious agency in politics. For the Russian Church to become political, it would require reforming from a legitimizing instrument for the state power currently in place to creating political subjectivity of its own. On my flight back to Stockholm, I was thinking of this somehow unexpected link, at least in the context of the Orthodox tradition. Are Russian Orthodox theologians inspired by the Reformation when they try to envision Christian faith as politically potent? What kind of Reformation and why? While the Kremlin and the official leadership of the Church wanted to remain the Church of Russian identity and statehood, many theologians are longing for alternative positions. The Reformation that contemporary political theologians are looking for, or frightened by, is obviously different from the Lutheran Reformation, but how? A conference that the Department of Theology at Uppsala University organized in Stockholm in November 2017, following the Moscow event, was a platform for a reflection on this and related questions. Is the Reformation a main paradigm for the political subjectivity of religion? Is it essentially related to revolution? Does the revolution, admitting a variety of its possible conceptions and interpretations, persist in the present as a living legacy and imaginary that precludes the closure of the future? During the 2 intense days of the conference, we were not striving at a consensus. Our aim was, rather, to help each other to further clarify and scrutinize relevant perspectives and theoretical tools. Future of the Revolution and the Reformation is a result of the dialogue that started at the conference in Stockholm. This volume brings together philosophers, social theorists, and theologians in order to investigate the relationship between the question of future of the Revolution and the question of future of the Reformation. Most of the contributors participated in the conference in Stockholm 2017, others joined the project at a later stage. Although future is the key word of the project, our aim is not to predict the political future. We do not even believe in such an aim for academic enterprise. Instead, we offer reflections on concepts and interpretations of revolution and reformation that, according to our understanding, are relevant for the analysis of future-oriented political practices and political theologies of the present time. We hope that the explorations of this volume are of interest for scholars as well as for those politically engaged in the global and post-secular world. As already stated, there are many voices in this volume and they differ from each other. However, what unites us is the belief that social science, philosophy, and theology are about humans making their world as subjects of their destiny and sometimes even of the destiny of God. In this sense, this volume is ideologically defined, although allowing varying, and even contradicting, perspectives on the issue of future of the Revolution and the Reformation. Framing the discussion on future of the Revolution, tensions that are addressed and reflected upon in the volume appear when the contributors discuss the concept of revolution. In order to answer the question of whether the category of revolution still has potential, one needs to offer a concept of revolution. The contributors of this volume deal with several fundamental dimensions of it. The first dimension is that of the meaning and relevance of modern revolutions for a plausible concept of revolution. If modern revolutions constitute the paradigm for every reasonable concept of revolution, is it meaningful to analyze some current future-oriented projects in terms of revolutionary praxis? Answers to this question differ, and these variations relate naturally to competing views on modernity as well as to competing interpretations of current political structures. Some authors claim that a careful analysis of modern revolutions contributes to conceptual clarity. Others believe that the very meaning of modern revolution, as well as of modernity, is a subject for disagreement, or event struggle. In this volume, John Donne argues in favor of a concept of revolution that is firmly grounded in an analysis of modern revolutions. According to Donne, all the main characteristics of these revolutions are clear. As it is clear that the time of revolutions is over, the category of revolution does not help us to understand current developments. Those who disagree with Donne either question his view of modern revolutions and modernity, or problematize the extent to which the present time is different from the time of modern revolutions. It is also possible, as Hawkenthorne does in his contribution to this volume, both to destabilize the view of modernity and to argue that there is actually a significant continuity between modernity and the current situation. In any case, by bringing together the themes of revolution and reformation, we hope to advance the understanding of the relationship between concepts of revolution and views of modern revolutions. In the second part of this volume, we reverse the discussion and ask what experiences of modern revolutions mean for theological construction and practice of reformation. Another dimension and source of disagreement concerns the relationship between the concept of revolution and democracy. Similar to the issue of the relationship between modernity and revolution, the issue of the relationship between revolution and democracy links the conceptual discussion to the analysis of political practices and structures. Where to look for such practices and structures is of great importance. Are Lenin's justification of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the anti-democratic trends of the French Revolution essential for every revolutionary practice? Jeffrey C. Isaac argues that this is the case by looking at some aspects of the Lutheran Reformation and the Russian Revolution. Other authors, such as Teresa Colluert, turn to the anti-colonial struggle in order to conceptualize revolution and, naturally, use other models for religious reformation than the Lutheran. As already mentioned, Future of the Revolution and the Reformation aims to contribute to a deeper understanding of political act and agency today. This means that any argument either for or against particular concepts of revolution assumes a more or less articulated view of the current world. Is there any space for political agency that does not take the current capitalist order as the only alternative? Is it reasonable to expect that revolutions of the future will invent new forms of politics, perfectly unpredictable, which will not repeat the experiences of the past? Although the assumed stability of the global capitalist order and the resulting impossibility of a new type of society are scrutinized by several contributors, this volume does not offer a systematic analysis of economic global structures. Such an enterprise, crucial in many regards, is beyond the scope of this particular project. However, in political as well as in theological terms, revolution is related to the possibility of a new beginning, and this volume offers different perspectives on the issue. Approaches to Future of the Revolution. The authors of the first two chapters of this volume, John Donne and Jeffrey C. Isaac, neither believe in a meaningful future for revolution as a political category nor regret it. In his contribution, Revolution as a Political Category, Donne states that it is necessary to investigate how far the concept of revolution assists the understanding of what is politically at stake and of what may be brought about by political action at particular times and places. Donne, the author of the seminal monograph Modern Revolutions, does not believe that the category of revolution still possesses a significant potential for political judgment and action because of the fundamental lack of what he calls a comprehensive project for the construction of a new order. Any destruction of an old regime that aspires to be described as a revolution must include a call for completion that elicits solidarities on a mass scale and sustains them for significant periods of time. The model for such a completion during modern times was the ideal of socialism. Donne argues that socialism does not function as a horizon of revolutionary hope anymore, nor does democracy. The latter, at least, should not be regretted, if Donne is right. Modern revolutions teach us that revolution's imaginative impact is essentially fatalist. It demands a firm belief in the completion of social transformation and liberation. Democracy is something very different and, therefore, Donne does not regret his conclusion that the time of revolutions is over. In his contribution to this volume, Reformation and Revolution, Reflections on Luther, Lenin, and Liberal Democracy in Dark Times, Isaac defends a similar approach and focuses on the profoundly anti-democratic, although revolutionary, dimensions of Luther's 95 Theses and Lenin's April Thesis. Taking these texts as a starting point, Isaac offers a historical account of several dimensions of the Lutheran Reformation as well as of Lenin's role in the Russian Revolution. However, his main concern is elaborating on totalitarian trends in political revolutions. Isaac reminds us that Lenin's contemporaries, such as Rosa Luxemburg, clearly saw and criticized the tendency on behalf of Bolshevik leaders to view a dictatorial force, rather than a democratic process, as the means for creating a socialist society. Isaac does not interpret these critical voices in terms of plausible alternative visions of political revolution, rather, he shares Donne's understanding of completion, and therefore of violence, as crucial for the category and the praxis of revolution. An appealing challenge to revolution, according to Isaac, is the anti-political politics of dissidents and politicians such as Václav Havel. In his view, the political is the existential and can be found within each person. Its aim is plurality and relativity, refoliation rather than definitive social solutions. Havel's project of pluralistic and democratic society is about, or at least fundamentally related to, small acts of integrity in daily life. Unfortunately, the anti-political politics of Havel in fact turned into support of the expansion of NATO, as well as into support of the War on Terror and Bush's war in Iraq. Despite this, Isaac finds Havel's idea of anti-political politics more attractive than potentially revolutionary projects. Isaac rejects revolution and embraces Havel's initial vision in order to illuminate what he views as the urgency of the current global crises of liberal democracy. The grey beauty of liberal democracy, he states, is seriously threatened by nationalism and similar projects of illiberal democracy. The main concern for political theory should be, then, to face the risk of absolutism related to all revolutionary projects and to look for ideological and civil resources to sustain liberal democratic politics. The following 3 chapters in the first part of this volume challenge the skepticism articulated by Donne and Isaac and present conceptual alternatives to the notion of revolution, along with arguments in favor of future of the revolution. In his contribution, Revolution as a Politics of Time-Space, From Enlightenment Modernity to Advanced Globality, Hawkinthorne argues that the meaning of revolution, as presented in contemporary social movements and studies of social movements, has a more complex relation to modernity than is often claimed. He pays special attention to the environmental movement and demonstrates that, although it abandons the absolute idea of human progress, this movement does not reject the possibility of radical emancipation from oppression. Equally important is the persistent and profoundly modern belief in the possibility of transformative collective action. According to Thorne, the fact that collective political action today differs from how political agency was constructed during previous stages of capitalism does not mean that it has disappeared or become dysfunctional. Thorne's analysis starts with a careful interpretation of the struggle over the historical meaning of the French Revolution. This struggle, Thorne argues, can and should be understood as a struggle over modernity itself. While Dunn focuses on completion as fundamental for the revolutionary imagination in modern times, Thorne argues instead that totality of a human person's effort to reshape her world is crucial and that it is still present in several forms of current political agency. Modern revolutions gave birth to social movements as a form of secularized, utopian collective agency, and as long as such an agency finds new forms, revolution is present as a concept and a possibility. Thorne gives several examples of contemporary social movements that have not broken with the essentially modern type of political agency. He compares the assimilation, as well as the transformation, of Christian eschatology by the French Revolution with what can be called nowtopia of contemporary social movements. This phenomenon, as analyzed by Thorne, involves a concept of a total revolution in the sense of a profound reorganization of all aspects of social life. In the chapter, Revolution and Universality, Interpreting the Time and Age of the Haitian Revolution 1791–1804, Carl Weiland investigates human rights as a universal political form of liberation and revolution. Engaging in a critical dialogue with human rights historians Lynn Hunt and Samuel Moyne, Weiland argues that the age of the Haitian Revolution is not over, although its time has passed. This revolution, the unique revolutionary abolition of slavery achieved by slaves themselves, and the importance of human rights in this context, are interpreted through a Marxist analysis of the relationship between political forms of equality, as envisioned through the ideal of universal rights, and persistent economic inequality. Weiland challenges the current political trend of reducing human rights to a mode of power exercised on behalf of states, a tendency that most often limits the attractiveness of human rights to liberationist and revolutionary movements. Contrary to this trend, Weiland suggests that human rights can and should be perceived as a universal political form that contradicts all concrete settings of economic and social inequalities in capitalist societies. However, such a perception must be informed by a critique of human rights that takes into account variations of the social content of power that is mediated through the universal political form of human rights. Equally important is the need for a revolutionary vision of overcoming the gap between the political and the economic, which is a fundamental feature of the capitalist system. Boris Kapustin seems to agree with the importance of time-space politics as argued by Thorne and Weiland. However, in his chapter entitled What May Be Wrong with the End in the End of Revolution thesis, Kapustin challenges the firm distinction between conceptual choices in the academic discourse on revolution on the one hand and ideological projects on the other. Kapustin scrutinizes current versions of the end of revolution thesis. According to him, the novelty of the end of revolution discourse in the present time is a result of, first, many leftists' firm debunking of revolution and, second, the separation of the discourse on revolution from the anticipation of the radiant future. Kapustin agrees with those who believe that revolution has been hijacked by the neoliberal discourse that emptied the concept of revolution of its liberating potential and, simultaneously, used its mobilizing potential. In order to approach this kind of impropriation critically, Kapustin offers a review of 6 of the most influential arguments in support of the end of revolution thesis, from the one that states that an imbalance of power, including military power, does not allow for the possibility of revolutions to the one that views democracy as the main counter-revolutionary instrument. Kapustin scrutinizes the arguments and concludes that in approaching the discussion on revolution, a choice must be made, either to start by observing a world where revolutions do not occur and try to explain this observation, or to start by analyzing and questioning the repression of the category of revolution, that is, making the very appearance of a world without revolutions into an object of investigation. Theologians speak of justice. The second part of this volume addresses more directly the issue of religious reformation in its politically relevant dimensions. Historically, as well as in current politics, most religious traditions serve the political power that happens to be in place, albeit in different ways. However, those theologians who are critical of the religious legitimization of injustices look for alternatives and, similar to my Russian colleagues at the Moscow conference, turn to the concept of Reformation in order to offer politically potent interpretations of their traditions. Reformation is just one of several models for approaching the challenge of political theology. Different traditions include other models, from natural law to the Islamic Tawhid. Focusing on the Reformation constitutes a choice of an explicit methodological reduction that leaves aside other models of political theology. The term political theology is used here in a broad sense to mean any systematic theological reflection that aims to contribute to political theory and political praxis. As Marius Timon-Gilland expresses in his contribution to this volume, on Thomas Muntzer, contemporary political theology deals with the question of how theological analysis can be applied to political and economic issues. The advantage of such a broad concept is obvious: it allows for the inclusion of different traditions, confessions, and religions. In this volume, the focus is mainly on Lutheran political theology, Islam, and liberation theology. While inclusions are deliberate, exclusions are accidental and pragmatic. Although we are working with the Reformation as an inclusive category, we do address the heritage of the Lutheran Reformation. Luther himself was never an advocate of revolution. On the contrary, Luther's support for the patriarchal political structure was grounded in his theology. Yet the Lutheran Reformation has had significant impact on politics and in several ways influenced and inspired revolutionary thought and revolutionary praxis. The social and political impact and potential of the theology of the Lutheran Reformation is, therefore, ambiguous. This ambiguity needs to be further reflected upon. On the one hand, modern revolutions are products of secularization, which became possible in the European context because of the Lutheran division between religion and political power. On the other hand, the very same division justifies social hierarchy and stymies any attempts at political revolt against social injustices. As is well known, Luther did not consider equality to be a fundamental moral value. Equality, as well as freedom, was reserved for the spiritual sphere and for human beings' personal relationships with God. Many Lutheran theologians reaffirm this view and have offered theological legitimacy to fundamentally unjust political structures, National Socialism, and different forms of racism included. However, others find resources for radical social critique and praxis in the Lutheran Reformation. Obviously, the way we view the relationship between the theological content of the Lutheran Reformation and Revolution is a matter of interpretation and, sometimes, even of reformation of Lutheran theology. Therefore, in the first 3 chapters of the second part of this volume, the authors discuss different dimensions of the heritage of the Lutheran Reformation and relate it to concepts and imaginaries of revolution. A scrutiny of the political potential of the Lutheran Reformation is present in both classical and contemporary Marxism, and it has been studied by many. Has everything now been said on the matter? We believe not. There is a need for a continuing discussion on how religion and theology are used in different forms of Marxism. Characteristic for this usage is that it necessarily includes a radical critique of the social implications of different theological and religious models. Most naturally, the Lutheran Reformation, socially ambiguous as it was, is interpreted and evaluated in different ways. A Marxist revolutionary who did take the transformative potential of religious ideas seriously was Antonio Gramsci. In his contribution to this volume, Antonio Gramsci, a Marxist admirer of the Protestant Reformation, Michael Lowy offers a review of Gramsci's notes on the Lutheran Reformation. These notes are unique in that Gramsci emphasizes the democratic potential of the Lutheran Reformation, while most Marxists focus on and are critical of Luther's support of the ruling class. This support is often understood in sharp contrast to the moral and political radicalism of Thomas Muntzer. However, in Gramsci's notes, the Lutheran Reformation is depicted and discussed as a set of ideas that addresses masses and energetically mobilizes popular political praxis. While the Renaissance is an ideology of aristocracy, the Reformation, according to Gramsci, achieved an efficient popular penetration. Writing on the Lutheran Reformation in Mussolini's prison, Gramsci wrestles with visions of the philosophy of praxis that serves people and transforms them into political subjects. Lowy states that Gramsci seemed to be unaware of the Marxist critique of Luther and probably even did not read Engels' The Peasant War in Germany. Moreover, radically critical of his own context, Catholicism, Gramsci tended to idealize the democratic energy of the Lutheran Reformation. Despite this, his emphasis on the Reformation as a model of philosophy of praxis is worth considering. Although Lowy stresses the fact that the realities of Gramsci's Europe are significantly different when compared with those of contemporary politics, Gramsci's interest in the public appeal of the Lutheran Reformation is still relevant. In the chapter, The Riddle of the Reformation and the Mystery of Revolution, Marius Timon Gieland turns precisely to the conflict between Luther and Muntzer that Gramsci, surprisingly, overlooked. Gieland discusses the relevance of the biblical exegesis of Martin Luther for political developments during the Reformation. The riddle is how theological questions about penance, confessions, and indulgences became political. Gieland begins by emphasizing the fact that Luther was mostly a biblical theologian. He interpreted the Bible and preached the gospel rather than offering a systematic theology. However, what distinguished Luther from other biblical theologians of his time, according to Gieland, was his radical strategy of defining the spirit of Scripture rather than its meaning. Most famous in this regard is, naturally, Luther's interpretation of Paul's letter to the Romans with its voluntarist addition of sola. While Paul seems to stipulate the belief in justification by God's grace, Luther adds only by grace. This radical move of Luther's has attracted much attention. For example, both Ernst Bloch and Lev Shestov were fascinated by Luther's daring aspiration to grasp the core meaning of the gospel by the addition of sola. Gieland focuses on the political ambiguity of Luther's theological statement that justification is a matter of God's grace alone. On the one hand, this interpretation of the gospel transcends human power in every dimension, from the power of the institutional church and economic capital to the power of personal efforts to combat sin. On the other hand, this grace, as well as the freedom it gives to Christians, belongs exclusively to the spiritual realm. Therefore, Luther's condemnation of the peasants' revolt and his support of the princes were, in fact, based on firm theological ground. The second part of the chapter is devoted to Muntzer, whom Gieland interprets as a typically Pentecostal preacher, and to the influence the image of Muntzer seems to have had on Friedrich Engels' concept of revolution. In Muntzer's interpretation, the Christian biblical ideal of love and freedom demands political action in order to overcome social injustices and inequality. This is, of course, not a novel insight about Muntzer's position as compared to Luther's political position. What Gieland aims to demonstrate is, however, the crucial difference between the apocalyptic theology of Muntzer and the theology of Luther. The latter never allowed either Christian eschatology or the liberating message of the gospel to become a call for radical social transformation and equality. As both Hawkenthorne and Marius Timon Gieland argue, the Lutheran Reformation, clearly anti-revolutionary at its theological core, has important democratic potential in that it invites ordinary people to take part in theological reflection and justifies separation between church and state. A particular challenge that needs to be addressed, then, is how to sustain the democratic potential of the Lutheran Reformation and simultaneously counteract its tendency to legitimize social inequality and injustice. Can the democratic potential of Lutheran theology be combined with the potential for social revolution? Karl Henrik Grenholm believes that it can. In his contribution to this volume, on revolution in Lutheran political ethics, he scrutinizes the potential of the Lutheran tradition, and, more precisely, Lutheran ethics, to contribute to liberation and justice as equality. According to Grenholm, for a political transformation to be a revolution, An aspiration for freedom as a radical realization of justice is required. Additionally, revolution includes an essentially eschatological dimension, a vision of a completely new social order. What, then, is the relationship between Lutheran ethics and revolutions? Grenholm describes the link between Reformation-inspired secularization and modern politics that is highlighted by several authors in this volume. However, Lutheran political ethics, he argues, resists revolution and tends to legitimize existing political and social orders. Two fundamental features of Luther's and Lutheran theology explain this resistance: the doctrine of the two kingdoms and the separation between law and gospel. God acts differently in the spiritual and worldly kingdoms, according to the doctrine of the two kingdoms. God uses the gospel that proclaims freedom and self-sacrificial love only in the spiritual kingdom. In the worldly kingdom, God rules by law and sword. Accordingly, traditional Lutheran political ethics rejects the relevance of the gospel in political and social matters. Obedience and respect for authority are the main virtues of all subordinated people. Only in the spiritual kingdom and before God are human beings equal. Grenholm suggests a revision of Lutheran political ethics so that it may overcome its patriarchal character. Lutheran political ethics, Grenholm argues, should be related to Christology and eschatology, not only to the doctrine of creation. Eschatology is crucial because it creates a distance, a radically critical perspective toward any particular social order and injustice. Thus, Grenholm agrees with those who view the eschatological perspective as an important dimension of modern and future revolutions. He recalls the experiences from the Assembly of the World Council of Churches that took place in Uppsala, Sweden, in 1968. At that point, when several Protestant churches supported revolutionary anti-colonial movements, the Christian eschatological vision of a new creation became most explicit. Additionally, Christology offers powerful resources for critiques of political power and for the politics of solidarity with the oppressed. Interestingly, in arguing for a reformation of Lutheran ethics, Grenholm does not support a theological position like Muntzer's. This is related to the fact that Grenholm, in contrast to Dunn, does not view completion as mandatory for the category of revolution. While Muntzer's apocalyptic theology would correspond to revolutionary projects as completion, an eschatological theology stresses that any concrete social liberation, revolution included, is incomplete if compared to the vision of God's kingdom. This latter insight has been powerfully articulated by several liberation theologians within Catholicism and, famously, by Ernst Bloch, who interpreted the political meaning of biblical eschatology beyond the religious borders between Judaism and Christianity. What, then, can be said about other religious traditions? What theological resources for theory and practice of revolution are there in Islam? This question is not of merely theological interest. Rather, it is reasonable to believe that most theoretical approaches to the concept of revolution are heavily related to some forms of Christian and Jewish theology. This means that if a concept of revolution is to have stronger relevance, more energy must be invested in scrutinizing political experiences beyond post-Christian societies, as well as in studies of political theologies within other traditions. Some work has been done in this direction, and several scholars have previously turned to political experiences that highlight the importance of different religious traditions in various contexts of liberation. Several of these contexts share at least one feature with the Lutheran Reformation as an ideology of liberation, namely, the fact that political liberation is framed and justified as a formation of sovereign nations. In his book The Paradox of Liberation, Michael Walzer offers an analysis of national liberation projects in Algeria, India, and Israel. These movements are close to revolutionary politics in that they aim at a radical transformation. The demand for social justice and equality is, at least initially, a crucial element of each of these three projects of national liberation. Further, they follow the logic of modern revolutions in attempts to liberate people from foreign oppressors as well as from religious traditions that legitimize people's subjection. How, then, can the failure of these national liberation movements to sustain political attractiveness and the failure to mobilize new generations be explained? What is the cause of the revival of traditionalist religious cultures in cases such as Algeria, India, and Israel? Why have visions of liberating forward been replaced by traditionalist nostalgias? Walzer believes that the paradox of national liberation can be understood as the liberators' inability to engage with religious traditions of those they were trying to liberate. Walzer utilizes the term negotiation in order to stipulate the need for reform of liberation. To engage with a religious tradition within liberation politics is about confronting its pacifying features and its patriarchal ideas and structures, but it is also about taking religious traditions seriously on an ideational as well as emotional level. In her contribution to this volume, Return to Our Own, Revolution, Religion, and Culture in Amilcar Cabral and Ali Shariati, Teresa Colluert discusses two examples of political engagement with religion as a means for popular liberation. She argues that there is a relationship between national liberation in the unjust global order and religious reformation. If revolution is to continue as an imaginary of an open future, reformation is needed. Reformation is understood by Colluert as the critique of one's own tradition. Colluert's point of departure is the recognition of the fundamental injustice of a global system in which liberation projects, framed in terms of universal values, in practice are deemed to suppress the very subjectivity of the peoples of the global South. A reasonable alternative, however, would not be a conservation of traditions, but a critical engagement with them. Amilcar Cabral and Ali Shariati made such a critical engagement with their own traditions into a natural dimension of the revolutionary enterprise. Return to Our Own is not a nostalgic return to tradition but rather the firm belief that people can liberate themselves only by means of their own subjectivity and, therefore, by shaping and reshaping the cultures to which they belong. Cabral was intentionally looking for practices that could re-establish the peoples of Africa as subjects of their own history. He understood a democratic reform of culture as a self-critical and practical project. However, according to Colluert, Cabral does not answer the crucial question of how to discriminate between the progressive dimensions of a tradition and its problematic features. In this regard, Ali Shariati, a Shi'i theologian and radical critic of social injustices, is of great interest. He attempted to articulate Islam-based criteria for critique of political as well as religious doctrines and practices. Shariati's interpretation of Islamic monotheism as a fundamental rejection of subjection to any human power, and of ijtihad as the basic principle of independent reasoning, is an example of politically potent theological engagement. Although Shariati was clearly influenced by Western philosophy, especially Marxism, his view on liberation and revolution is framed as a particularly Islamic vision of freedom and justice. Colluert invites us to consider futures of the revolution and the Reformation in the context of global resistance to racism and imperialism. She echoes the authors of several previous chapters in questioning the legitimacy of reducing the discussion on revolution and reformation to the paradigms of modern revolutions and the Lutheran Reformation. Political Islam, understood as theologically inspired and informed engagement in political critique and practice, is, therefore, one of the most interesting phenomena in the current political landscape. However, when discussing political Islam, it is necessary to investigate how Islamic traditions historically envisioned political power and the relationship between theology and politics. Similar to Judaism, and most often in contrast to Christianity, Islam is a law-centered tradition. In this sense, the term theologian cannot be applied to Islamic scholars without reservation. As Mohammad Fazl Hashimi demonstrates in his contribution to this volume, the parallel power system as an alternative to revolution and passivity, it is more correct to discuss the agency and approaches of legal scholars and practitioners of Sharia, rather than of theologians. Fazl Hashimi offers a fascinating depiction of a critical period in the history of the Shi'i minority in the kingdom of Safavids. Looking for religious legitimacy for their power, the Safavids sought and made an agreement with Shi'i legal authorities. Fazl Hashimi discusses how this agreement was justified in theological, moral, and pragmatic terms. Islamic legal scholars and philosophers wrestled with the ambiguity of political power as it was framed at the time of Safavids. They saw very clearly that the political rulers did not follow Islamic law and, simultaneously, how the very same rulers offered a possibility for the Shi'i minority to survive and for Islamic authorities to influence society. Islamic legal scholars and philosophers, such as Kariki and Merfendereski, constructed a theologically based pragmatism that utilized a distinction between private morality and the social impact of power. Shi'i scholars believed, or at least argued, that although the Safavids did not follow Sharia, their power was still justified because it supported the Shi'i authorities and, most of all, secured a space for their influence. One of the main challenges to this particular form of pragmatism was the eschatology of Shi'i Islam. According to Shi'i belief, the last Imam Muhammad ibn al-Hasan is still alive, and, in due time, he will come back as the true leader to save Muslims and to free the world from evil. How, then, is it possible to evaluate the political power that is in place without compromising belief in the coming power that is free from corruption? Fazl Hashemi offers a description of several traditional strategies of combining Islamic political pragmatism with Shi'i eschatology. According to Fazl Hashemi, the ideology of parallel powers, as well as theological pragmatism in politics, survived until the time of the Iranian Revolution. Moreover, Fazl Hashemi argues that a significant factor in the Iranian Revolution was precisely the abandonment of this ideology of parallel powers. Fazl Hashemi believes that there is a politically constructive potential in the traditional pragmatism that can and should counteract the anti-democratic trends of current Islamic revolutionary efforts. The contrast between Kalu'irt's understanding of the revolutionary reform in Shariati and Fazl Hashemi's defense of theological and political pragmatism seems to relate to their different understandings of the democratic potential of revolutions, as well as to how they interpret religious eschatology. In my view, there are two crucial questions that religious actors within Christianity, Judaism, and Islam must answer when engaged in future-oriented politics. The first is whether the eschatology of one's own tradition has any relevance to how social liberation should be envisioned. The second is whether a hope for a political completion of the eschatological promise is desirable. A yes to the first question opens up for a theology of liberation, while a yes to the second, in most cases, legitimizes violence. Theologians, then, must offer tradition-sensitive models for an eschatological critique of injustices that, in my understanding, can and should restrict any justification of violence. There are, as demonstrated in Part 2 of this volume, other politically potent elements in the theological arsenal of different traditions. Christology in Christianity and the prophetic critique of power in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are but a few examples. However, in every tradition, these and other resources have been efficiently neutralized in order to prevent the oppressed from questioning unjust social orders. The possibility of reformation is present in every tradition, and, maybe precisely for that reason, it is energetically rejected by theologies that have given up on political justice and liberty. Revolution as a political category. John Donne. 1. King's College, Cambridge, UK. John Donne. The original draft of this essay was prepared for a conference on the 90th anniversary of the October Revolution held at the Federal University of São Paulo and was printed in Portuguese in Lua Nova in 2008. Further elements were prepared for the introduction to the Spanish translation of my book Modern Revolutions in 2014. The key question about revolution as a political category is how far the concept itself assists or impedes our understanding of what is politically at stake and of what may be brought about by political action at particular times and places. No one doubts that the category can be employed very vaguely or very flippantly. Enough has happened to and through the category since 1789 to ensure that, for some time to come, it will remain in active circulation over much of the world in ways that often do little to clarify what is going on in the settings to which it is applied. Others, we may be very sure, have long grossly abused it and will do their best to continue to do so for more or less clearly conceived political purposes of their own. What is altogether less clear is how we ourselves now have good reason to employ the category, and what, if anything, it equips us to understand that we could not understand, and even grasp decidedly better, through other categories of lesser epistemic ambition, which yield fewer hostages to political fortune. It is never wise to overestimate the intrinsic capacity to illuminate that is carried by political categories, but it remains reasonable to credit some particular political categories, at least in some settings or for some portion of their historical lifespan, with a considerable and inherent capacity to mystify and confuse. In that sense, revolution, in the lengthy epoch when it manifestly held a potent charge of meaning, originated in trauma and exhilaration, and fanned out in ever-widening ripples for a good 2 centuries, propelled quite largely by confusion, and spreading confusion ahead of it wherever it went. The epoch where its presence cannot readily be missed spans at least the 2 centuries from 1789 to 1989, and the single largest impetus behind its dispersion came, by common consent, with the downfall of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. Distinguished historians of France's Great Revolution at the outset of this epoch, in one influential case driven by the will to reverse what he saw as the damage inflicted by 1917 and to repair the indiscretions of his own youth, have sought to present the whole 2 centuries as, in part, a working through of a single great illusion, now belatedly drawing to its close. But no historian of either episode could readily doubt that something momentous did take place in those 2 societies in the periods in question, and that the term revolution, whatever else might be thought about it, properly referred to and picked out what made their subject so momentous. In those 2 episodes at least, the category of revolution, whatever its standing in relation to other happenings before or since, took on the status of a proper name. One can certainly ask what exactly the French or Russian revolutions were, what they consisted in, as well as why they took place, but you cannot sanely ask whether they did take place. Before 1789, there were 2 distinct traditions of political and moral inquiry that focused on the vulnerability of France's absolutist state, the institutions that governed it, and the society that it strove to organize, what we now call the Ancien Regime. One was preoccupied above all by its fiscal predicament and the geopolitical engagement that had amplified that predicament so drastically, and concerned above all to judge how far that predicament could be repaired by more skillful or drastic reconstruction of its legal, political, social, or economic arrangements. Since it was the faltering grip of the king's government on this aspect of its resources and liabilities that led to the summoning of the Estates General in 1788 and that gave the Abbé Sieyès his great opportunity, it is reasonable to see it as the proximate cause for the old regime's collapse. However, little the predicament itself was in the end modified by the revolution's aftermath. As Michael Sonensker has shown in his striking study Before the Deluge, the political challenge to fund ever more expensive war across the globe had been, by 1789, identified by many of the most acute political thinkers in Europe for almost a century as the main threat to the political, economic, and social shape of Europe's monarchies and commercial republics. The second tradition did not focus, in the first instance, on states at all, but on a critical assessment of the truth and falsity of human belief. It was always many-layered and politically plastic. In its most radical and disabused form, its trajectory toward 1789 has recently been recounted, at great length and with unflagging gusto, by Jonathan Israel as a story of the increasingly confident diagnosis and dismissal of Europe's entire ancien regime as a single massive structure of systematically false and superstitious belief. In 1789, for the first time in history, the 2 traditions merged into one, lending a measure of mass credibility to the prospect of comprehensive reconstruction of states to fit the demands of true and wholly unsuperstitious belief. Each tradition highlighted something that conspicuously occurred between 1789 and 1794. Neither tradition provided a wholly convincing explanation of why the revolution should have happened as it did, and each therefore left ample room in the revolution's aftermath for the development of a comprehensive repudiation of its legitimacy or rationality, which viewed the revolution in its entirety as a single ghastly political error, or an indefensible crime against humanity. The explanatory inadequacy of each tradition, and the conspicuous difficulty of dovetailing the two, also left open an essentially opposite political conclusion, which saw the revolution not as a predestined working through of its own inherent limitations, but instead, above all, as a failure in political clarity and resolution, aggravated by sheer bad luck. The retrospective picture of an ancien regime structurally vulnerable, not merely in its strategic and fiscal exposure, but also in its constitutive beliefs, flagrantly inequitable economic organization, and inane cruelties, undermined by generations of increasingly enlightened and audacious interrogation, and brought low by bold popular confrontation, vindicated the basis of that challenge, and reinforced the impetus to call the restored monarchy to account. Both the friends and the enemies of the revolution, in retrospect, disagreed bitterly amongst themselves over the contribution of conscious political effort to jeopardizing the old order or intensifying the bitter conflict that followed its fall. The casuistry of allocating responsibility for the squalor, suffering, and brutality that suffused both revolutions ran on relentlessly for generations in their wake and is, even now, far from having run its course. Much of the history of Western political thinking, for these 2 centuries, was driven by the voracious demands of that casuistry, which required that every state that fell within the European sphere of interest should vindicate its structure and its principle informing purpose in the shadow of these 2 great convulsions. For about half a century, in the aftermath of the Second World War, even the United States of America, hitherto buoyantly sufficient unto itself and eager to keep Europe at a respectful distance, found itself in the unfamiliar predicament of having to do so too. The basis of that vindication could, in principle, be simple or infinitely complex, but the rhetorical and imaginative requirements of politics drastically favor simplicity over complexity and rule out any tendency to slip away into infinity. The outcome, accurately foreseen by Edmund Burke more or less from the outset, was a contextually enforced choice between 2 ways of seeing the revolution as a bloc, with the more intellectually attractive and politically prudent option of viewing it as an unstructured infinity of options and wholly contingent decisions all but buried for decades at a time. In familiar caricature, the politically available and pertinent choice lay between 2 strongly impacted projects. The first required a stalwart defense of the ancien regime in its entirety, a comprehensive repudiation of the pretensions of human reason to transform it for the better, and a resolute commitment to its re-establishment as completely and rapidly as possible. The second demanded the systematic and comprehensive completion of the reconstruction that the revolution had launched, so that the outcome met the full demands of human reason and eliminated the ample residues of false and damaging belief that its temporary failure had left behind. The excluded middle, the entire space of detailed institutional reform or piecemeal social engineering as Karl Popper was later to call it, naturally retained a vivid political appeal to incumbent governments, and to emerging elites who saw real opportunities to challenge such governments, wherever the latter proved more or less able, in Lenin's phrase, to carry on in the old way prefers to. You can follow all 3 options around the world from 1789 onward, shifting constantly in outline as they move through time to one setting after another. By now, it has become moderately clear, even in the People's Republic of China, that the third option, the path of piecemeal reform in no very definite direction, but with a wary eye open always for the rocks, has worn distinctly better. But it is far too late by now for China simply to take that road, and quite unclear what it would mean, not least for its current ruling corporation, even for it to try to, just as it may also be recklessly premature to do so in surviving ancient regimes that appear for the present to be just about able to carry on in the old way. With a little stylization, therefore, you can see the aftermath of France's Great Revolution as a struggle between 3 traditions, each with its own strengths and weaknesses, and all with widely varying historically potency over time and from place to place. 2 were organized around and through their interpretation of revolution, and drew their primary orientation from its espousal or rejection. However opportunistically or ruthlessly they conducted their politics under its aegis, each of these traditions was, at least, principled in its defining coordinates, and had no option but to employ revolution as a fundamental category of political judgment. Only the tradition of promiscuous but attentive reform could cut revolution down to size as the outcome of gratuitous political error on the part of incumbents, or meaninglessly encountered catastrophe for their unfortunate subjects. Seen generously, the traditions of revolution and counter-revolution were both cosmopolitan and defined by their allegiance, the tradition of promiscuous reform, cosmopolitan solely in its disabusal, and principled, if at all, only by contingent personal choice. This is certainly a pre-Fukuyama political cartography, but it has the virtue of capturing, rather more than Fukuyama did, what has been going on in global politics since 1789. Where does this leave revolution as a category of political judgment for the world we now inhabit? We should certainly, in my view, continue to take as a given the presumption that there have indeed been revolutions, that those alleged to have occurred have not, in all cases, been mirages, or hopelessly incompetent conceptualizations of arbitrarily conjoined phenomena, altogether better apprehended in quite other terms. There was a revolution in France in 1789, and not simply because that was the way it chose to christen itself. There was a revolution in Russia in 1917, as there almost had been in 1905. There was a revolution in China, at the very latest, by 1949. I would say, too, more disconcertingly, there was a revolution in Iran in 1979. On that premise, there have also been a good many other revolutions too, arguably before 1789, intermittently between the two dates, and certainly after 1949. The questions to press are not just how many revolutions there have been by now, which are the clearer and the less clear candidates for the appellation, or even what, exactly, the criteria are for deciding whether or not a particular historical episode is indeed an instance of revolution. The question to press is what, exactly, aside from historical self-appellation, dictates that we do categorize at least the first three of these examples as revolutions. This is a hard question to answer compellingly in a hurry, and probably not one that can be answered definitively, but it is a real question, and the answer to it still matters a great deal politically. Much continues to hang on it. The mandatoriness of the category of revolution comes from something which the first three episodes clearly had in common, and which the fourth arguably shares, the presence of a highly defined ancien regime, the comprehensive collapse of that old order, at least in some measure in face of direct assault by its own subjects, and a sustained, dynamic and culturally comprehensive project for the construction of a new order, sanctioned by very exigent and explicitly ecumenical conceptions of legitimacy. The fact that France's, Russia's, and China's revolutions all stood consciously in a single rationalizing lineage of indisputably European provenance, whilst Iran's emphatically did not, is not obviously to the point. Both the extremity and the organizing power of the category of revolution come from its conjunction of two elements, with very different political rhythms, an intense, and sometimes remarkably rapid, passage of regime collapse, often initiated and always in some measure driven home by varyingly organized mass action, and a lengthier, and usually far bitterer, episode of attempted regime reconstruction in the service of exigent ideals of political, economic, social, and even spiritual welfare. An aspiration, always undertaken in the presence of deeply felt hostility from the residues of the old regime, and frequently in conditions of acute rational fear and profound material deprivation for immense numbers of people. What makes the politics of revolution at the same time so evocative and so menacing is the savage mismatch between the requirements for the second, and the opportunities provided by the first. It is an interesting question why anyone should ever have thought that the first provided propitious conditions for the second, and, if you consider it abstractly enough, you can readily see why some have felt inclined to look toward features of the shaping religious traditions of the societies in question for their answer to it, the pursuit of the millennium, political messianism. This inadvertently echoes the historical and political judgment of the counter-revolution to an imprudent degree. It sees the cumulative but discontinuous and infinitely dispersed process of aversion to an ancien regime as somehow integral and predestined to issue in a gratuitous and wholly incontinent lurch into the unknown, and not as a space of political judgment no more intricate, and no more necessarily cognitively incapacitating, than the endless near stagnancy of routine politics everywhere always. To see the structure of political choice in potentially revolutionary situations as lying solely between immobilism and ineffectively secularized religious hysteria is as superstitious as Joseph de Maistre or Louis de Bonald at their most forbidding, without being anything near as illuminating about the psychodynamics of political imprudence. A far better grip on what was going on is provided by the old-fashioned political historiography of the revolutions, with its well-advised dispersal of attention across the sequences through which, and the settings in which, the judgments of major political actors were in fact made, the limited information and modest analytical resources open to most of them, the faltering directiveness of the political traditions in and through which they had formed their judgments, and the sometimes overwhelming challenge of the situations that they were obliged to confront. Anyone who thinks their way through either the French or the Russian revolutions as sequences of political experience for a very large number of actors, about some of whom we now know a great deal, will certainly come upon many bemusing judgments, and a plethora of exceedingly ill-advised beliefs, but they will also come upon a far larger quantity of readily intelligible and often quite reasonable judgment of what was going on, and what real options there were for proceeding forwards in reasonable order from the points already reached. It is hard to find a single instance, in France's Great Revolution, of a figure who does appear to have had a steady and strategically enlightening synoptic view of what it involved from the outset, and even in the case of its Russian counterpart, where all the major actors on the revolutionary side had intellectual as well as political temptations to claim a God's eye view of what was underway, it is far from clear in retrospect that anyone concerned did attain a high degree of political clairvoyance about this. On the historical record, revolution has a starting point in rejection and repudiation, but it remains unclear that it has a finishing line in anything but the pure logic of desire. The striking interpretative structures that Europeans worked out from the lessons of France's experience, and which much of the rest of the world has since reworked so inventively and protractedly, sought, above all, to capture a transparent logic or even a pre-guaranteed fatality, which linked the movement of repudiation decisively and reliably to an overwhelmingly more enticing destination. For much of the period since 1789, and arguably for all of it up to 1989, that link was most plausibly provided by an understanding of two formulae of the ABCs, the social art or science, and socialism, at least to the formidable coercive capabilities of global capitalism. Whatever else you can say about either today, what is by now blazingly evident is that neither offers a formula for the full revolutionary enactment, the passage from proliferating regime disintegration to the phoenix-like dawn of a comprehensively better era. Neither shows even that, let alone how, a wholly new order can come to be from the ruins of the old. The role of professional revolutionary was born as an agent of completion for a political task already drastically inaugurated, and the conviction that it required to hold it together and maintain its shape came from the exhilarating momentum of France's revolution. In the 2 centuries that followed that convulsion, the role traveled very far and wide, and came to be, in many places and at many times, as much that of an entrepreneur of inception as of one of completion. I doubt very much if it still retains any real magnetism as an agent of completion, whether under the aegis of social science or socialism or even, alas, of Islamic fulfillment. As a model and charter for assailing regimes, it plainly retains powerful appeal in a wide variety of settings, though it is unclear, in that guise, that it does not merge seamlessly into other roles, including that, if it is a role, of global terrorist. Since 1789, it has summoned to its colors a huge number and bewildering variety of men and women, some of acute political intelligence, some of charismatic audacity, some of inspiring generosity of spirit, and others, unsurprisingly, with little or none of any of these fine qualities, and many other altogether less prepossessing ones. As an agent of inception, it has never really needed a charter, just more or less focused aversion to what is, and the nerve to assail it in person and spur others to join in. In that guise, all it really demands is a well-developed capacity for opportunism, or, more neutrally conceived, a degree of political talent. But its formidable powers of recruitment over those 2 centuries, and the pathway it has blazed through the political history of the modern world, have not come just from the careers which it has opened to political talent and unfastidiousness. At least as much, it has come from the siren call of completion, the promise of a transcendently better future, already alive and fully formed within the miseries of the present. For over a century after 1794, there was no solid evidence that the role of professional revolutionary, the assumption of revolution as a personal vocation and an entire way of life by a lengthy series of individuals, was of the slightest political or historical consequence. It carried a measure of Byronic or Shelleyan glamour to those who chose to take it up, and more than hint of menace to defenders of the old order from Metternich onward. But throughout that first half of its historical lifespan, it was never professional revolutionaries who brought a regime down, still less kept it down forever. What established professional revolutionaries, for a time, as a world historical force, and demonstrated that, in the right place and at the right time, facing the weakest link, they could change the course of history on an immense scale, was the Bolshevik assumption of power in 1917. What proliferated that lesson for well over half a century, and prompted incessant efforts to emulate it, was a discovery about the enhanced vulnerability of different types of regime, especially in the endgame of the First World War. How much of the impulse to imitate it came from the expectation of completion is very hard to tell, even under the most detailed interrogation, and perhaps not wholly determinate even as a question. What we can be certain is that in total it was quite substantial. We have every reason for confidence that regime vulnerability remains quite widespread. I see no firm reason why any possible form of regime should be presumed to be immune to it forever, so the project of overthrow is still very much alive, and there is every reason to expect it to retain its appeal, and even its intermittent prospect of efficacy, into any future that we can coherently imagine. What is less plausible is that the project of completion can still hold its spell. If it fails to, that will mark the death knell of a singular form of imagined political community, a shadowy secular counterpart to the Civitas Dei held together, however precariously, by the elusive object of their common love, which has stretched across the whole epoch since 1789. In particular settings, and for a time, those imaginative bonds could and sometimes did reach at least fitfully far beyond the ranks of professional revolutionaries to many millions of people struggling to rebuild their shattered lives. The emergence and evanescence of those solidarities was as much an aspect of the history of revolution as the brutal pragmatics of state-breaking and resubjugation in its aftermath. If there are to be episodes in the future that require the category of revolution, it will be because they too elicit such solidarities on a mass scale and sustain them for significant periods of time. They would need to be visions of a destination that might be feasible to reach, and which, if it were to be reached, would more than justify the hecatombs of sacrifice across a population, which the remaking of state, economy, and society together with any rapidity will inevitably incur. It is hard to see how revolutionary episodes in this sense could return without a credible vision of completion. Whether that will prove available, we shall have to wait and see. What gave the imagery of revolution a political momentum that lasted a full 2 centuries was, in essence, a single diffuse but exhilarating hope. The vast disparities in human life chances within and between political communities could be leveled out and kept level by the ways in which those communities were governed from then on. 2 words especially picked out that hope: democracy and socialism. Its subsequent fortunes can be traced by the vicissitudes of those words. Point 1. The view that equality could and should be imposed was the inspiration for Filippo Bonarotta's order of equality. Point 2. The view that it cannot and must not was the stern riposte of his order of egoism. Democracy in this initial modern sense was a political formula that invoked and promised real equality in an economic world that relentlessly erased that promise. The long arc of socialism was the horizon of hope that the order of egoism could somehow or other be subjected to the order of equality without destroying the economies on which its inhabitants lived. In Bonnarada's epic struggle, it is overwhelmingly the order of egoism that has won, but its victory is always and necessarily incomplete. The outcome is always a varyingly resentful submission. It is never unconditional surrender. State failure is virtually coeval with state formation. State failure in the face of domestic attack, all but certain to attract allies in today's global architecture, is a precondition for anything that makes sense to call a revolution. It always offered an incomplete picture of why any particular regime fell. What gave the modern political category of revolution its allure and its political potency was two further presumptions: that the regimes that fell were predestined to be succeeded by others better attuned to history's requirements, more formidably equipped to protect themselves, and eminently capable of realizing an altogether superior form of collective life. This complex of political imagery issued full-grown from the tempests of 1789 in France itself, and it has taken the world to which it traveled a good 2 centuries to relinquish it. An interest in the politics of revolution in today's world is all but certain to be an interest in the vulnerability, immediate or longer term, of a particular regime or type of regime, and in what circumstances and how far its vulnerability opens up a real possibility of a future that is clearly superior for its subjects. Many regimes have been in jeopardy since 1989. For as long as there are regimes at all, many will continue to be so. Some have succumbed to protracted armed insurgency over lengthy periods of time. Others seem almost to have subsided under their own weight. It is never possible to tell for sure how dire a peril a regime faces, until it has in fact fallen. Even then, the collapse is no conclusive proof either of revolution's inevitability or its irreversibility. Counter-revolution is perfectly coherent as a political project, as Edmund Burke was long ago at pains to insist. Its prospects are no easier to judge than the prospects for revolutionary overthrow. Every revolution, whatever else it may be, must be overtly or covertly a civil war too. Civil wars never end in unconditional and permanent surrender, still less in free endorsement by the vanquished of the full justice of the victor's cause. The focused deployment of extreme violence is a very poor technique of political persuasion. Applying the category of revolution, either to onslaughts on regimes that issue principally from inside them, or to the dynamics and consequences of their collapse, does not disclose something clear and cognitively solid about what is taking place or what will be to come. All it offers is a shifting and unstable metaphor with which to try to capture what is politically at stake or where what is already in train is likely to lead. The deep imaginative impact of revolution as a political category is fatalist, not voluntarist, but the type of fatality it assumes in this guise is one that human judgment can never vindicate epistemically in advance. It confuses the benefits of hindsight with the markedly less capacious resources of human foresight. It tells us something that cannot come out true except by sheer good or ill fortune. The vulnerability or durability of regimes is tested all the time. Whenever a regime falters, the dynamic implications of its downfall force themselves on the political attention of most of its adult inhabitants. The category of revolution cannot help them to foresee what lies in store for them. It is very little help in taking in what has already befallen them, and no help whatever in judging how best to respond to it. For those purposes, and in face of that sometimes intolerably severe challenge, whether as individuals or collectively, they must judge, and choose how to act, for themselves. But the interest in regime vulnerability neither does, nor can, nor should, weaken merely because human beings are so ill-placed to know what is best for them to do. It is not just that most of us lack either spiritual depth or insight, the wit to live our lives to avoid ending up with Ivan Illich as he lay on his deathbed. We often lack even the most elementary foresight, the capacity to see in time what we must at all costs refrain from doing. It is appreciably easier to train human beings in minimal prudence than to deepen their spiritual insight, which is at least one reason why prudence must be the central political virtue. Unelevated goals are the goals we have evolved to reach. The elevated counterparts we have glimpsed or fantasized, as civilization succeeds civilization and generation piles on generation, lie always at the far limits of our reach, and very frequently well beyond them. In the world in which all of us now have to live, the governments of wealthier countries process unimaginable volumes of information, often through highly sophisticated heuristic structures, to monitor regime vulnerability for themselves and their more pressing enemies. Immense financial enterprises, built largely within the laws of the territories off which they feed, do likewise. Rival enterprises, which rely for their business models on the systematic defiance and evasion of those laws, must do much the same. The biggest legal corporations and the largest criminal enterprises in the world, like the states on which they must, in the end, all depend, work largely through the constant assemblage and processing of stunning quantities of information. But at the end of the day, the outcome is still the same. Human beings remain just where John Locke saw them 3 centuries and more ago, in the flickering twilight of probability 3. The cleverest and best resourced amongst them can learn to bet more intelligently. They cannot escape the need to wager. They may place their bets with Saint just on the power of the wretched of the earth, of whom there are still immensely more, or they may wager instead, as Stolypin did in the closing act of the Romanov Empire, on the strong a bet that rapidly came out even worse. The only safe bet remains the bet on the horse that has already won. The keenest foresight there has ever been is eclipsed by the crude benefits of looking backwards. You can trace these simple perceptions through all the great regime crises of the last third of a century, the collapse of Pahlavi Iran and the street dramas that followed Ahmadinejad's stolen second election, the orange revolutions of the USSR's endgame, the evanescence of the Arab Spring and the bitter frosts that followed it so fast. One can follow them on into the murk of the future that awaits all of us, but then they pass out of sight. There are certainly things to be learned from these historical sequences, shifts in the repertoire of techniques open to different groupings within a population, from the heights of its government to the poorest or most delinquent individuals amongst them, the impact of internet, mobile phones, and transport facilities. There are new ways to imagine and speak about techniques for acting together. Some of these shift the battlefront in the permanent war of position between regime and subjects throughout human history. For brief interludes, that war can become a war of movement anywhere or at any time, but it never stays a war of movement for very long. Soon enough, it shifts back to what it has to be. The ancien regime will never return. Honecker, Gaddafi, and Mubarak have gone the way of the Shah and Ozymandias. Edmund Burke, in all his bitter ambivalence, lives on. Reformation and Revolution, Reflections on Luther, Lenin, and Liberal Democracy in Dark Times. Jeffrey C. Isaac. 1. Department of Political Science, Indiana University, Bloomington Inn, USA. Jeffrey C. Isaac. Email, isaac@indiana.edu. Even historically, theoretical emancipation has specific practical significance for Germany. For Germany's revolutionary past is theoretical, it is the Reformation. As the revolution then began in the brain of the monk, so now it begins in the brain of the philosopher. Luther, we grant, overcame bondage out of devotion by replacing it by bondage out of conviction. But, if Protestantism was not the true solution of the problem, it was at least the true setting of it. It was no longer a case of the layman's struggle against the priest outside himself but of his struggle against his own priest inside himself, his priestly nature. Marx. 1843. I would like to thank Milo Moroyo for her inspiration and her comments on an earlier version of this essay. Year 2017 offered us the occasion to reflect on 2 anniversaries, the 500th anniversary of Martin Luther's 95 Theses, which marked the beginning of the Protestant Reformation, which shook the foundations of 16th-century European Christendom, and the 100th anniversary of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin's April Theses, which heralded the Bolshevik seizure of power in October 1917, further shaking the foundations of a world for the first time in the midst of global and total war. There is something contrived in any account that focuses on Luther and Lenin. It is obvious that the Reformation and the Bolshevik Revolution were very different phenomena, separated in time and space by 400 years and over 1,000 miles. Further, while it is convenient to consider these phenomena in terms of their chief instigators, Luther and Lenin, in each case the historical processes in question involved many individuals, episodes, and contingencies not reducible to those individuals. While 100 years ago, we would surely have been able to talk meaningfully about the legacies of the Reformation after 400 years, it is quite possible, had a few things turned out differently, that Lenin, and the Bolsheviks, would have been marginal players in a historical drama that might well have played out very differently. Point 1 While Protestantism still lives as a religious praxis for many millions of people the world over, Bolshevism experienced a short century of a mere 72 years, and has now virtually passed from the scene as a political force, even if its residues linger in a handful of regimes and there remain a handful of Western academics that wax nostalgic for it. At the same time, the genealogy linking Luther and Lenin is very real. Both played transformational roles in the development of modernity and its characteristic forms of subjectivity and sovereignty. Both were rebels, critics of dogma who laid the basis for new forms of dogma, critics of authority who laid the basis for new and perhaps more ideologically demanding forms of authority and indeed authoritarianism. Luther's rebellion asserted the metaphysical primacy of the individual believer, searching for an authentic relationship with and justification by God. Accused of heresy, Luther inaugurated a movement fiercely hostile to those who blaspheme against his truth. Accused of radicalism, Luther became an apostle of a new kind of authoritarianism centered on an absolutist state. Lenin's rebellion asserted the primacy of a disciplined and determined revolutionary party acting in the name of a revolutionary proletariat. Claiming to inaugurate a universal emancipation, Lenin instituted a proletarian dictatorship. Anticipating the withering of the state, he laid the foundations of an all-powerful, totalitarian state, foundations on which his successor, Stalin, constructed precisely such a state. Neither of these individuals anticipated or fully sought all of consequences of their acts, much less all that was done in their names after their passing. At the same time, both were zealous revolutionaries acting with an unwavering faith in the righteousness of their causes and the essential, even metaphysical, malevolence of their opponents. In this way, each achieved real greatness, one reason we now, today, recall their efforts. At the same time, each also engendered much destruction, violence, and suffering, all justified, adamantly, in the name of higher values. As we reflect today on this dialectic of emancipation and authoritarianism, it would be comforting to believe that the kind of political Manichaeism connecting Luther and Lenin is a thing of the past, and that we live in a post-historical era in which liberal democratic norms have become widely ascendant. It would also be wrong. Liberal democracy is now in crisis, besieged by serious adversaries hostile to liberal values of pluralism and civil freedom and to plurality itself. While these adversaries may lack the metaphysical support, and the certitude, of a Luther or a Lenin, they nonetheless act in the name of their own grand narratives of nation or ethnos. Political leaders like Trump, Le Pen, and Orban promise to rescue their societies from the dangers presented by migrants, or secularists, or so-called sexo-Marxists hostile to the traditional family, or cosmopolitan and liberal intellectuals who supposedly weaken and perhaps even emasculate the nation. Today's Manichaeans are hardly heirs of either the Reformation or the October Revolution, and, indeed, in some sense, they set themselves against the kinds of emancipation that those earlier episodes promised. But they do claim a truth, and seek to mobilize masses of individuals on its basis, and promise liberation from the depredations of the present. And they have little patience for those who think otherwise. A contemporary reflection on Luther and Lenin is, thus, an opportunity to reflect more broadly on the dangers that attend emancipatory visions that lack a sense of fallibilism and an appreciation of limits, and that threaten to cast those who think differently or are different as dangers to be avoided or enemies to be defeated. In what follows I expand on this theme, drawing some broad connections between 16th century Reformation and 20th century Revolution, and drawing some lessons from the notion of refoliation articulated by rightly celebrated anti-communist dissidents like Václav Havel and Adam Michnik. I begin by discussing the way that Luther revolutionized the Church through the very public manner of his critique, in the process engendering a new church and a new sectarianism. I then briefly discuss the way that Marx engaged the metaphysical legacy of Luther, and perhaps even figured himself as a modern-day Luther preaching a new Reformation, communism, centered on the delivery of mankind by the revolutionary proletariat. I then turn to Lenin, and discuss how he, like Luther, revolutionized his church, the Church of Marxism, founding a revolutionary proletarian dictatorship that he justified, publicly, by appeal to a proper reading of history. As with Luther, Lenin's revolt engendered a new church, Soviet-style communism, centered on the Soviet state, the Communist International, and the effort to establish fraternal states in post-World War II Eastern Europe. Like Luther, Lenin's sincere revolt paved the way for a new form of oppression. If Luther and Lenin represent Manichaean approaches to politics, in the writings and the engagements of Václav Havel, one can find the resources for a more self-limiting, pluralistic, and liberal politics of resistance to oppression. Havel exemplifies the movement of principled dissent against Soviet-style communism and the ideological zealotry and worship of power linking Luther and Lenin. Havel and his colleagues elsewhere in Eastern Europe successfully led velvet revolutions billed by Timothy Garton Ash as refoliations against the Communist Party state, and proceeded to institute new, albeit imperfect, liberal democracies, yet their successes were precarious. We now confront a widespread crisis of liberal democracy throughout Europe and North America. What is necessary, I conclude, is a revitalization of those rebellious and self-limiting impulses that have always advanced the evolution of liberal democracy, and are now needed if we are to defend, and extend, liberal democracy in the face of its very real challengers. Luther's 95 Theses and the birth of modern subjectivism. The First October Revolution took place on October 31, 1517, the day that Martin Luther is said to have defiantly nailed his 95 Theses to the door of the Wittenberg Castle Church. Did Luther actually commit this brave act of defiance on this day, declaring, "Here I stand, I can do no other"? Were the 95 Theses first publicized in this way at all, and were they as defiant as legend has it? These are important historiographical questions about which there is much reason for doubt. What is beyond doubt is that Luther's theses immediately sparked a controversy that spread like wildfire throughout Europe, leading, in short order, to his being condemned as a heretic and, in 1521, excommunicated from the Church of Rome and setting off a schismatic process that soon became known as the Reformation and whose partisans soon became known as Protestants. As is well known, the 95 Theses offered a sustained critique of the church practice of selling indulgences to parishioners willing to pay a monetary price for the pardoning of their sins. More generally, the Theses called into question the authority of the Pope and of the Church, declaring that it is blasphemy to say that the cross, emblazoned with the papal arms, is of equal worth with the cross of Christ. The ideological and political implications of this Reformation were manifold, and have occupied the attention of a great many historians. According to Quinton Skinner, the Reformation, through its attack on church privileges, including its property and political influence, revolutionized the feudal order and stimulated the development of modern conceptions of sovereignty. There is no doubt that the main influence of Lutheran political theory in early modern Europe lay in the direction of encouraging and legitimating the emergence of unified and absolutist monarchies. The religious wars that racked Europe in the wake of the Reformation, which led, after much bloodshed, to the 1648 Treaty of Westphalia, further cemented modern conceptions of state sovereignty. At the same time, Luther's doctrine of justification by faith alone helped to fuel a more general individualism, whose economic consequences were classically discussed in Max Weber's The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, and whose more broadly cultural consequences have been developed more recently by Charles Taylor, in his Sources of the Self and the Secular Age. As Taylor writes, Around 1500, this drive begins to take up a more ambitious goal, to change the habits and life practices, not only religious but civil, of whole populations, to instill orderly, sober, disciplined, productive ways of living in everyone. This is the point where the religious drive to reform begins to become interwoven into the attempts to introduce civility, thus to civilize, as the key term came to be. This was not a simple takeover, a deviation imposed on the drive to religious reform, because religious reformers themselves concurred that the undeniable fruit of godliness would be ordered, disciplined lives. They also sought to civilize, for good theological reasons. For Taylor, the Reformation helped to fuel a new emphasis on the importance of daily life and on the lived experience of ordinary individuals. This theological-ideological revolution was closely linked to the technological revolution associated with the printing press, which made it possible to disseminate ideas more quickly and more widely, and contributed to the growth of what Jürgen Habermas has called the modern bourgeois public sphere, and of modern publicity more broadly. Indeed, while Luther's theses adopted long-standing conventions of academic disputation, and originally bore the title Disputatio pro declaratione virtutis indulgentiarum, or Disputation on the Power of Indulgences, the controversy set off by the 95 Theses led to a sustained pamphlet war between Luther and his adversaries, in which the central arguments were both translated into vernacular languages and circulated far beyond the normal academic disputation. This is a major theme of historian Andrew Pettigree's 2015 book Brand Luther, How an Unheralded Monk Turned His Small Town into a Center of Publishing, made himself the most famous man in Europe, and started the Protestant Reformation. As Colin Woodward summarizes in The Power of Luther's Printing Press, writing of Luther's master role in the imagination and execution of what had to have been the world's first mass media-driven revolution, Luther didn't just reimagine the Christian faith, he figured out how to share his vision through the innovative use and manipulation of a nascent communications technology, the printing press. Luther realized the untapped potential of print as a mass medium and used it to broadcast his message to lay readers across the German states, bypassing the traditional gatekeepers via this new social media. He responded to the first scholarly criticism of his theses not in Latin, the language of scholarship, but in German, with a clear, straightforward 1,500-word essay that could be read aloud in 10 minutes. Luther was not himself a political revolutionary. To the contrary, as the antinomianism of his ideas was taken up by others, his political conservatism became more pronounced in the form of vitriol against others with whom he disagreed or whom he merely despised, and insistence on the Augustinian idea that true Christian faith required worldly submission to the powers that be. At the same time, he profoundly revolutionized the culture of Christian Europe through his ideas and through the manner of their communication and dissemination. By doing so, he unleashed a fractiousness, rebelliousness, and sectarianism into the heart of modernity. As religious historian Stephen Marini has observed, there are good reasons to regard Protestantism itself as a sectarian movement. Martin Luther's own protests certainly had sectarian implications. His critiques of the sacraments and papal authority attacked Catholic religious culture at its ritual and institutional foundations, while his formulation of the salvific process located it in an irreducibly individual experience of grace through faith in the Scriptures. H. Richard Niebuhr called this the Protestant protest, capturing in that phrase not only Luther's challenge to Catholic tradition, but also Protestantism's subsequent tendency to foment protest, even against fellow Protestants. In this sense, Protestantism has always contained an element of dissent ready to explode into sectarian radicalism. The immense history of Protestant sectarianism demonstrates this enduring quality. Unlike Lenin, Luther was no political revolutionary, and the immediate political consequence of his Reformation was the reinforcement of state power. However, as Marx noted, he shattered faith in authority because he restored the authority of faith. By turning laymen into priests, he fueled what Jürgen Habermas has called the philosophical discourse of modernity, centering on the instrumental reasoning of sovereign subjects pursuing individual and collective forms of empowerment. As Habermas writes, with Luther, religious faith became reflective, the world of the divine was changed in the solitude of subjectivity into something posited by ourselves. This self-positing of subjectivity is Luther's link, via Marx, to Lenin and to 20th century revolution. Marx, Luther, Communism, a brief interlude. Luther's Reformation loomed particularly large in modern German philosophy, and especially the idealist philosophies of Kant, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel that laid the foundation for the thinking of Marx and thus for Marxism. Marx addressed this theme indirectly in his theses on Feuerbach, which offered a succinct disputation of Ludwig Feuerbach's more elaborate 1842 preliminary theses on the reform of philosophy. In that text, Feuerbach insisted that all speculation concerning right, will, freedom, and personality without regard to man, i.e., outside of or even above man, is speculation without unity, necessity, substance, ground, and reality. Man is the existence of freedom, only man is the ground and base of the absolute. Marx, in his much more famous theses, criticizes the abstractness of Feuerbach's materialist critique of metaphysical idealism, insisting that the coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity or self-changing can be conceived and rationally understood only as revolutionary practice, and that the philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways, the point is to change it. Marx addresses the theme of the Reformation, religion, and philosophy more directly in his late 1843. A contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, quoted at the beginning of this chapter. In this text, Marx acknowledges the revolutionary importance of Luther, who initiated religiously what now begins philosophically. In the New Luther, Marx and the Reformation as revolution, Roland Bohr questions who Marx means to reference as the philosopher. The most obvious candidate is Feuerbach, who Marx clearly regards as having analyzed alienation philosophically rather than politically, in the manner of a revolutionary praxis. And indeed, the basic point of his contribution to the critique of Hegel is to criticize German philosophy, and philosophy in general, for its failure to appreciate that the revolution now on the historical agenda is no longer merely a revolution in thought but a revolution in politics. As philosophy finds its material weapon in the proletariat, so the proletariat finds its spiritual weapon in philosophy. And once the lightning of thought has squarely struck this ingenuous soil of the people, the emancipation of the Germans into men will be accomplished. The only liberation of Germany which is practically possible is liberation from the point of view of that theory which declares man to be the supreme being for man. Germany can emancipate itself from the Middle Ages only if it emancipates itself at the same time from the partial victories over the Middle Ages. In Germany, no form of bondage can be broken without breaking all forms of bondage. Germany, which is renowned for its thoroughness, cannot make a revolution unless it is a thorough one. The emancipation of the German is the emancipation of man. The head of this emancipation is philosophy, its heart the proletariat. Philosophy cannot realize itself without the transcendence of the proletariat, and the proletariat cannot transcend itself without the realization of philosophy. I am not the first to observe that it is here, in this text, where Marx first presents the revolutionary proletariat as the stand-in for Hegel's absolute spirit, and assigns to it a world historical, missionary role. From this point, forward, from the German ideology to the manifesto of the Communist Party to his last writings, his March 1881 correspondence with Vera Zasulich, Marx is committed to a grand historical narrative centering on the conflict between capital and labor that can only be resolved through the revolutionary praxis of the proletariat as a unified collective subject. The religious and, indeed, messianic dimensions of Marx's thinking have long been a topic of commentary. What is interesting about Bohr's piece is that he suggests not simply that Marx transposes religious themes into a secular idiom but that from the start, he does so in a way that casts himself as the new Luther. It may be that Marx is rediscovering the secret of the Reformation, namely, its mass appeal. Where does this leave Marx's ambiguity over the philosopher as the second Luther, the philosopher who may achieve what the monk could not? It means that his own effort is more truly an Aufhebung than he would care to admit. The theological baggage of earlier revolutions has not so much been dumped on the side of the road as it has been tipped out, sorted and repacked before continuing the journey. His last sentence of this rich text is more telling than he perhaps thought: when all the inner requisites are fulfilled, the day of German resurrection will be proclaimed by the ringing of the Gallic cock. Not a bad benediction. But this connection with Luther cuts both ways. It may point out the sublation of theology within Marx's thought, but it also shows that the Reformation may have been a little more revolutionary than he might have thought. Lenin's April Theses and the apotheosis of modern revolution. Like Luther, Lenin had been a dedicated member of a church, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, affiliated with the Socialist Second International. Like Luther, over time, Lenin soured on what he regarded as the corruptions of his church. In 1903, this led to the split in the Russian Social Democrats between his Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, led by his longtime colleague Julius Martov. By the outbreak of WWI, Lenin had come to believe that social democracy as a movement and as a party form had proven itself fatally flawed by its chauvinism and its willingness to compromise with the national governments of Europe. When Tsar Nicholas II was overthrown in Russia's February Revolution of 1917, Lenin was in exile in Zurich. He quickly made plans to return to Russia, an odyssey perhaps most famously discussed in Edmund Wilson's 1940 classic To the Finland Station. Like Luther, he announced his break with church dogma in dramatic fashion, by publicly delivering and then publishing a set of theses, a statement on the tasks of the proletariat in the present revolution, better known as the April Theses. If Marx required 11 theses to challenge Feuerbach, Lenin announced his fundamental break with the Marxism of the Second International, which was the dominant Marxism everywhere, including Russia, in only 10 theses, easily summarized. Lenin argues that the class-conscious proletariat must unequivocally oppose the war and support revolution, working hard to persuade the broader masses of this imperative. Russia is passing from the first stage of the revolution, which, owing to the insufficient class consciousness and organization of the proletariat, placed power in the hands of the bourgeoisie, to its second stage, which must place power in the hands of the proletariat and the poorest sections of the peasants. At this moment, it is imperative to refuse any support for the capitalist provisional government, to propagandize in the Soviets to counteract the power of the petty bourgeois opportunist elements who currently hold sway, and to agitate strongly against a return to a parliamentary republic and in favor of all power to the Soviets. Finally, Lenin argues that this new phase of the Russian Revolution is part of a broader international proletarian revolution, and that we must take the initiative in creating a revolutionary international, an international against the social chauvinists and against the center. The radicalism of Lenin's break was no less dramatic than that of Luther. While Marxist orthodoxy had long maintained that a proletarian revolution could only arise in the womb of a fully developed bourgeois society, Lenin was insisting that now was the time to press forward with revolution in Russia, in spite of the fact, and indeed, paradoxically, because of the fact that the bourgeois revolution of February had barely begun. In his important two-volume Lenin's Political Thought, Neil Harding notes that the overwhelming majority of Russian Marxists rejected outright Lenin's aggressive plans, first sketched in the April Theses, for pressing ahead with socialist revolution. Harding further observes that this was not only the Menshevik view, and that most of Lenin's Bolshevik colleagues similarly resisted his radical proposals. This seems borne out by first-hand accounts. Nikolai Sukhanov, a Menshevik with ties to Lenin, offers this eyewitness account of Lenin's public delivery of his theses. "I shall never forget that thunder-like speech, which startled and amazed not only me, a heretic who had accidentally dropped in, but all the true believers. I am certain that no one had expected anything of the sort. It seemed as though all the elements had risen from their abodes, and the spirit of universal destruction, knowing neither barriers nor doubts, neither human difficulties nor human calculations, was hovering above the heads of the bewitched disciples." Leon Trotsky similarly emphasized Lenin's unique role, and states that only Lenin had a political conception that corresponded to the actual development, A colossal factor in the maturity of the Russian proletariat in February or March 1917 was Lenin. He did not fall from the skies. He personified the revolutionary tradition of the working class. The arrival of Lenin in Petrograd turned the Bolshevik Party in time and enabled the party to lead the revolution to victory. Lenin represented one of the living elements of the historical process. He personified the experience and the perspicacity of the most active section of the proletariat. His timely appearance on the arena of the revolution was necessary in order to mobilize the vanguard and provide it with an opportunity to rally the working class and the peasant masses. Political leadership in the crucial moments of historical turns can become just as decisive a factor as is the role of the chief command during the critical moments of war. History is not an automatic process. Otherwise, why leaders? Why parties? Why programs? Why theoretical struggles? Perhaps the most melodramatic reading of Lenin's importance has been offered by Slavoj Žižek in Between the Two Revolutions, an introduction to his 2002 verso volume Revolution at the Gates, Selected Writings of Lenin from 1917. According to Žižek, Lenin, shattered by WWI which cleared the ground for the Leninist event, for breaking the evolutionary historicism of the Second International, was able to invent a radically new way of thinking about proletarian revolution, centered on the radical imperative to smash the bourgeois state and to invent a new communal form. Žižek writes of the madness of Lenin, who basically stood alone, struggling against the current in his own party. For Žižek, Lenin alone was unafraid to face the enormity of the crisis before him and of the abyss of the act, and to propose bold solutions without any guarantees of success. Žižek, eager to valorize a certain madness, surely exaggerates the Kierkegaardian dimension of Lenin, who was no existentialist or radical decisionist. Historian Lars Lih makes a strong case that Lenin's theses reveal an important continuity with the Bolshevik positions in the past. Tarek Ali, too, while underscoring Lenin's sharp break with orthodoxies that had previously united all factions of Russian social democracy, chiefly the dogma that the revolution had to be bourgeois democratic, also insists that Lenin rejected these orthodoxies precisely in the name of a commitment to basic Marxist concepts, which required new application under new circumstances. Lenin was willing to embrace the idea that the revolutionary proletariat in Russia could fulfill the historic tasks of the bourgeois because he believed that under the circumstances, the Russian bourgeoisie could not fulfill its tasks, and indeed its provisional government was doomed to be overtaken by struggle between the forces of reaction and the forces of popular radicalism, and under the conditions of imperialism and war crisis, the proletarian revolution was a global revolution, in which likely success of proletarian revolution in the more advanced parts of Europe, especially Germany, would enhance the likelihood of revolutionary success in Russia. Lenin, in short, through announcing a radical strategic break with his colleagues, was in fact enacting a deeper fidelity to Marxism. Historiographical differences aside, Ali, Lih, and Žižek would seem to agree that Lenin was heroic precisely because he was willing to think creatively and act in accordance with the demands of the moment, unhindered by inherited orthodoxies, in the name of the revolutionary dictatorship of the universal class, the proletariat. And they are surely correct that Lenin, particularly at this moment, when he was a revolutionary at the gates, revealed an extraordinary confidence in his ability to strategize on the basis of a reading of history. He was thus willing to undermine the provisional government because, based on his reading of the class balance of forces, he believed it could not succeed. He was willing to endorse the proletariat's performance of the historic tasks of the bourgeoisie because he understood those tasks and was confident that the bourgeoisie was opportunistic, corrupt, and bound to fail, and, after October, he was willing to denounce, marginalize, and repress fellow socialists on the left, especially Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, because he knew what historical tasks were necessary, and they refused to go along with sufficient enthusiasm. Thus, in the name of a dictatorship of the proletariat, a dictatorship of the party was instituted. It did not take long for these consequences to be understood. Thus the famous observations of Rosa Luxemburg, offered in 1918, within months of the October Revolution. The tacit assumption underlying the Lenin-Trotsky theory of dictatorship is this, that the socialist transformation is something for which a ready-made formula lies completed in the pocket of the Revolutionary Party, which needs only to be carried out energetically in practice. This is, unfortunately or perhaps fortunately, not the case. Far from being a sum of ready-made prescriptions which have only to be applied, the practical realization of socialism as an economic, social, and juridical system is something which lies completely hidden in the mists of the future. What we possess in our program is nothing but a few main signposts which indicate the general direction in which to look for the necessary measures, and the indications are mainly negative in character. Luxemburg argues for the need for open democratic processes and warns of the tendencies toward dictatorship. Without general elections, without unrestricted freedom of press and assembly, without a free struggle of opinion, life dies out in every public institution, becomes a mere semblance of life, in which only the bureaucracy remains as the active element. Public life gradually falls asleep. A few dozen party leaders of inexhaustible energy and boundless experience direct and rule. Among them, in reality only a dozen outstanding heads do the leading, and an elite of the working class is invited from time to meetings where they are to applaud the speeches of the leaders, and to approve proposed resolutions unanimously at bottom. Then, a clique affair dictatorship, to be sure, not the dictatorship of the proletariat but only the dictatorship of a handful of politicians. That is a dictatorship in the bourgeois sense, in the sense of the rule of the Jacobins. Yes, we can go even further. Such conditions must inevitably cause a brutalization of public life, attempted assassinations, shooting of hostages, etc. Thus, within a year of Lenin's bold April 1917 protestation, what had begun as a liberation against class oppression already seemed destined to end in new form of imprisonment. It can be argued that Lenin himself was troubled by this possibility at the time of his death, expressing serious reservations about the direction the revolution had taken in a series of letters to the party, drafted between December 1922 and January 1923, known as his Last Testament, that remained unpublished until after Stalin's death. It is indisputable that within a few years of Lenin's passing, the regime he had founded moved decisively toward full-blown totalitarianism. The precise relationship between Leninism, and Stalinism remains a topic of ongoing controversy. What seems beyond controversy is that it was Lenin who took the first steps toward the creation of a one-party state, that what drove this project, admittedly undertaken under difficult conditions, but all revolutionary moments involve difficult conditions, was his absolute commitment to proletarian revolution, and his suspicion of any and all adversaries who called his historical schema into question, and that at the heart of this schema was the idea that the proletariat was the universal class, with the distinctive mission universal emancipation. In their hegemony and socialist strategy, Ekobedo Lakha and Chantal Mouffe attest to the genealogy linking Lenin's April theses with Marx's exaltation of revolutionary praxis in Theses on Feuerbach. The ontological privilege granted to the working class by Marxism was transferred from the social base to the political leadership of the mass movement. In the Leninist conception, the working class and its vanguard do not transform their class identity by fusing it with the multiple democratic demands that are politically recomposed by the hegemonic practices. Instead, they regard these demands as stages, as necessary yet transitory steps in pursuit of their own class objectives. Under such conditions, the relations between vanguard and mass cannot but have a predominantly external and manipulative character. The possibility of this authoritarian turn was, in some way, present from the beginnings of Marxist orthodoxy, that is to say, from the moment in which a limited actor, the working class, was raised to the status of a universal class. Totalitarianism, dissent, and refoliation in the spring of 1989, Lenin's gate strengthened and expanded by Stalin, maintained by a series of lesser despots, came tumbling down, like dominoes, across Eastern Europe. Like the October Revolution, the revolutions of 1989 were conjunctural events made possible by a range of limits, challenges, and contradictions of the ruling system. Like the October Revolution, the unfolding regime change was shaped by the ethical and political praxis of opposition leaders ready to take action when the opportunity presented itself. But if Red October was dominated by the logic of Marxism as reinvigorated by Lenin, the revolutions of 1989 were informed by a very different, anti-Leninist ethos of conscientious, nonviolent civil resistance. Civil society against the state, the new evolutionism, anti-political politics, wrote Ash, the foremost English-language chronicler of these events, of refoliation, to describe not only a kind of blend of revolution and reform but also to reference a distinctive, and novel, ethic if self-limiting revolt that could not be reduced to questions of strategy or tactics. The changes were prepared by decades of uprisings, reforms, and repressions, and by the evolution, over time, of subterranean forms of communication, publication, association, and dissent. These refoliations in East Germany, Hungary, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and elsewhere in Eastern Europe were not scripted according to a historical logic or orchestrated by vanguard parties. They had no Lenin. But they did have leaders, and these leaders did share ideas, offer mutual aid, and develop ties through the years. Perhaps the most important and widely celebrated of these leaders was Václav Havel, who went from being an imprisoned dissident playwright, to leader of the civil opposition to the Czech regime to Czechoslovakia's first freely elected post-communist president in 1990. Among Havel's many essays, speeches, plays, and books, two pieces stand out as statements of his understanding of a conscientious, civil society-based anti-political resistance to communism, his 1975 open letter to Dr. Gustav Husak and his 1978 The Power of the Powerless. Both sound similar themes, and contrast markedly with the succinct, declarative, disputatious theses of Lenin. These writings, too, represent forms of public address intended to shape the course of public affairs. But they are very different forms of address, and they articulate very different values. While one is addressed to the General Secretary of the Czechoslovakian Communist Party and the other is an expository essay addressed to no one in particular, both are long, powerfully written essays intended to inspire fellow citizens and to carefully develop certain arguments about the situation under communism and the need for a new and more humane form of society. Havel does not offer apodictic arguments. He does not list what he thinks in the form of simple declarative statements that together offer injunctions for action. Instead, he uses words, patiently and with subtlety, to advance but also to enact a form of political activism at once modest and courageous. If the form of his discourse is distinctive, so too is its content. Both pieces offer careful, critical accounts of what Havel calls post-totalitarianism, a novel form of post-Stalinist communism that he also treats as an extreme form of the world alienation characteristic of modern, technological society. Both pieces analyze with subtlety the complex mechanisms of coercion and complicity whereby the post-totalitarian regime secures the obedience of the mass of the population and thus reinforces its power. Both emphasize that all citizens are complicit in the system to one extent or another and all are responsible ethically, and potentially responsible civically, for their complicity. Both center on the challenges of individual freedom and on the links between individual freedom and civic responsibility. In both pieces, Havel connects the experiences of dissent to the pervasive fear and insecurity experienced by all citizens. Despair leads to apathy, apathy to conformity, conformity to routine performance which is then quoted as evidence of mass political involvement. All this goes to make up the contemporary concept of normal behavior, a concept which is, in essence, deeply pessimistic. Yet if entropy is the condition of post-totalitarian communism, life rebels against all uniformity and leveling, its aim is not sameness but variety, the restlessness of transcendence and the adventure of novelty and rebellion against the status quo. In his open letter, Havel outlines the conflict between order and life, and insists that life is resilient, a secret streamlet trickles beneath the heavy lid of inertia and pseudo-events, slowly and inconspicuously undercutting it. It may be a long process, but one day it must happen, the lid will no longer hold and it will start to crack. In The Power of the Powerless, Havel offers an elaborate phenomenology of the specter is haunting Eastern Europe, the specter of what in the West is called dissent. Distinguishing between living a lie and living in truth, Havel develops the theme of an anti-political politics that does not participate in any direct struggle for power, rather, it makes its influence felt in the obscure arena of being itself. The hidden movements it gives rise to there, however, can issue forth in something visible, a real political act or event, a social movement, a sudden explosion of civil unrest, a sharp conflict inside an apparently monolithic power structure, or simply an irresistible transformation in the social and intellectual climate. He links this idea to the repressed politics of the Prague Spring, to the emergence of Charter 77, and to the politics of everyday life. Havel does not mobilize political concepts in order to delineate believers from unbelievers or friends from enemies, or to posit a sharp dichotomy between progressive and reactionary. He insists that the line separating the subject and the rebel runs de facto through each person, for everyone in his or her own way is both a victim and a supporter of the system, and maintains that I am far from believing that the only decent and responsible people are those who find themselves at odds with the existing social and political structures. Yet, he outlines the ways that small acts of integrity in daily life can reverberate, and how a pluralistic civil society can grow within the confines of the system. There is a kind of political strategy here, but it is modest, gradual, skeptical, and centered on the gradual evolution of impulses from below and on a reinvention of ethical citizenship, rather than on the seizure of power or the control of the state. The difference between this kind of anti-political politics and the theory and practice of Leninism could not be clearer. Independent initiatives address the hidden sphere, they demonstrate that living within the truth is a human and social alternative, and they struggle to expand the space available for that life. They help, even though it is, of course, indirect help to raise the confidence of citizens. They shatter the world of appearances and unmask the real nature of power. They do not assume a messianic role, they are not a social avant-garde or elite that alone knows best, and whose task it is to raise the consciousness of the unconscious masses, nor do they want to lead anyone. They leave it up to each individual to decide how he or she will or will not take from their experience and work. Havel rejects what he elsewhere calls politics as a rational technology of power, preferring instead a more modest, mutualist, and gradualist form of social change. Indeed, he calls for nothing less than an existential revolution, in which the technologies of power are subordinated to human purpose, technology, that child of modern science, which in turn is the child of modern metaphysics, is out of humanity's control, has ceased to serve us, has enslaved us and prepared us to participate in the preparation of our own destruction. We need a new political conception that can help us to bring things back under human control. This requires a new sense of human limits. As he says in his Politics and Conscience, man simply is not God, and playing God has cruel consequences. Man has abolished the absolute horizon of his relations, denied his personal pre-objective experience of the lived world, rejected his responsibility as a subjective illusion, and in place of it what is now proving to be the most dangerous illusion of all, the fiction of a rational understanding of the cosmos and of an abstract schema of putative historical necessity. Havel's vision of anti-political politics was surely the most idealistic version of this theme to appear among the Eastern European anti-communist dissidents. For a variety of reasons, he was able to ride his popularity, and the appeal of his moral integrity, to power, serving as the elected post-communist president of Czechoslovakia from 1989 to 1993 and, after the breakup of Czechoslovakia, as President of the Czech Republic from 1993 to 2003. He endured many trials and tribulations, experienced personal failings and political compromises, presided over the eastward expansion of both NATO and the EU, and became a supporter of both the post-9/11 War on Terror and the Bush War in Iraq. Through these efforts, Havel found himself building, and employing, some of the very technologies of power that he had long decried, the ironies of which he reflected on, publicly, with great seriousness. Point 2. What can be said, without doubt, is that Havel participated actively in the process whereby forms of post-totalitarian communist power were transformed into liberal democracies. Central to this transformation was a simple but fundamental idea, that politics is not, or at least should not be, in the service of religious edification or a philosophy of history, that the discourse of true believer and apostate, progressive and reactionary, and friend and enemy poisons politics and justifies oppression in the name of liberation, and that while political life can be a means of pursuing both justice and empowerment, it cannot be cured of its differences, antagonisms, and conflicts. Politics, then, is necessarily a sphere of plurality and relativity, in which frail humans work out their differences without end. Such a conception of politics is not a solution to the problems of politics. Indeed, it represents a commitment to the idea that there are no final solutions to politics, that all efforts to promote such solutions are dangerous, and that the best for which we can hope is an institutional process that is open to argument, contention, and peaceful political change. Liberalism, Anti-Liberalism, and Democracy in Today's Dark Times in 1996, Adam Michnik, articulating the sensibility of many post-1989 former dissidents, famously declared that gray is beautiful. Whereas the 20th century had been a century of ideological frenzy and political extremism, whether under black or red banners, people such as himself, who had been subjected to such frenzy, were now exhausted, chastened, and no longer excited by the colorations of utopia. Michnik thus embraced the blandness of liberal democracy. As he wrote, democracy is neither black nor red. Democracy is gray, it is established only with difficulty, and its quality and its flavor can be recognized best when it loses under the pressure of advancing red or black radical ideas. Dictatorships, whether red or black, destroy the human capacity for creation. That is why we say, gray is beautiful. It is worth underscoring that Michnik was describing a sensibility, but also prescribing a stance in a situation that was still somewhat unsettled. Far from declaring the ideological victory of liberal democracy, he was insisting on the importance of liberal democracy as a source of ethical and political commitment, indeed as something with enemies and, thus, in need of defending. Furthermore, the liberal democratic ideals and practices being affirmed were worthy precisely by virtue of their openness. Only democracy having the capacity to question itself also has the capacity to correct its own mistakes. There was nothing complacent about this declaration. To the contrary, it had a certain understandable urgency. And it was fully consistent with the promotion of principled dissent and the robust activism of civic initiatives and social movements seeking justice or recognition. Then, as now, such forms of contestation are essential to the vitality of liberal democracy. At the same time, it was sobering and, quite deliberately, drab. Only a few years before, the New York Times journalist Thomas Friedman would celebrate the promise of global capitalism, declaring that the world is flat. Michnik was prescribing a colorless gray. It was almost as if, turning a page from Hannah Arendt's famous notion of the banality of evil, he was insisting on the potential good of banality. Banality is, banal, and it is easy to despair of it. For gray is many things, but beautiful does not seem to be one of them. Michnik well knew this, which is why his words were so deliberately provocative. At the same time, while gray is drab, dismal, and dull, it is also calm and comforting, particularly to the overstimulated, and it would be a presumptuous intellectual conceit to underestimate the value of such calm for societies who had experienced a short century of mass murder, occupation, ideological volatility, and insecurity. Much that has happened in the past 20+ years would seem to bolster Michnik's embrace of the beautiful gray of liberalism. For, however insufficient it might be, it would seem indispensable that the greens, pinks, oranges, and even reds of political contestation be bleached out by the gray of liberal democracy. Yet this gray is increasingly in danger of being overcome by darker shades of brown redolent of some of the darkest days of the recent past. In Hungary, Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, a former dissident turned autocrat, has revolutionized the constitutional system, seeking to create a self-styled illiberal democracy. In Poland, the Freedom and Justice Party is pursuing a similar agenda. The most recent elections in the Czech Republic, held in October 2017, produced a similar result. Just 6 years after the passing of Havel and the public commemoration of the Velvet Revolution he had led, the biggest winner was the Action of Dissatisfied Citizens Party, a right-wing populist party led by billionaire Andrej Babiš, who became prime minister. Another big winner was the right-wing Freedom and Direct Democracy Party, a xenophobic party akin to the French National Front. Babiš, who centered his campaign on anti-immigrant sentiment, has often been likened to Donald Trump. A former advisor to Václav Havel, Yuri Pihy, is quoted as saying that Babiš is not a Democrat, and that the danger here is that the Czech Republic could slide to the European periphery, along with Hungary and Poland. As Ivan Krastev argues in a recent piece in Journal of Democracy, what we see in East Central Europe is not a crisis of democratization but a genuine crisis of liberal democracy, due to major economic failures, a public backlash against globalization and some of the core beliefs of liberal cosmopolitanism, and a decline in the role of Europe and the European Union in world politics. The crisis in East Central Europe is not fundamentally different from the crisis of liberal democracy that we see in Western Europe and even in the United States. Because of weaker institutions and much shorter democratic experiences, the ECE countries are much more vulnerable, but at the end of the day, this is the same crisis. As Krastev makes clear, the periphery of which he speaks is hardly peripheral, it extends westward to the heart of Europe itself. Yaskamounk emphasizes this: across the affluent, established democracies of North America and Western Europe, the last years have witnessed a meteoric rise of figures who may not be quite so brash or garish as Trump and yet bear a striking resemblance to him: Marine Le Pen in France, Frauke Petry in Germany, Geert Wilders in the Netherlands, and many of the leading Brexiteers in the United Kingdom. They too harness a new level of anger that is quite unlike anything liberal democracies have witnessed in a half-century. They too promise to stand up for ordinary people, to do away with the corrupt political elite, and to put the ethnic and religious minorities who are now being favored in their rightful place. They, too, are willing to do away with liberal political institutions like an independent judiciary or a free, robust press so long as those stand in the way of the people's will. Together, they are building a new type of political regime that is slowly coming into its own, illiberal democracy. Less than 30 years since enthusiasts such as Francis Fukuyama celebrated the end of history and the final triumph of liberal democracy, this is the situation we currently face: a revived right, spearheaded by forms of anti-liberal populism that often explicitly recall, and seek to reinstate, the fascism of the interwar period. For writing in 1923, Carl Schmitt argued that parliamentary democracy suffered from a debilitating and fatal crisis of mass alienation, elite corruption rationalized by rhetorical grandiosity and parliamentary maneuvering, and political indecision. This crisis, he averred, could not last. The only solution, he argued, was a more authentic, and thus anti-liberal, democracy, centered on the identity of the governed and governing, the homogeneity of the people, and the elimination or eradication of heterogeneity. For Schmitt, enemies of the people are an important foil for the people and must be combated in the name of popular sovereignty. Schmitt maintained that there are two versions of such an authentic and unmediated democracy untainted by bourgeois values, Bolshevism and fascism, one relying on a myth of class unity, the other on a myth of racial or ethnic unity. Both versions exalt a vigorous, militant struggle. As Schmitt notes with admiration, as Trotsky justly reminded the Democrat Kosky, the awareness of relative truths never gives one the courage to use force and to spill blood. And yet Schmitt insists that of the two, the stronger myth is national, the more naturalistic conceptions of race and descent, the apparently more typical terrorism of the Celtic and Romance peoples, the speech, tradition, and consciousness of a shared culture and education, the awareness of belonging to a community with a common fate or destiny, a sensibility of being different from other nations, all of that tends toward a national rather than a class consciousness today. Schmidt's national consciousness was defeated in 1945 by a combination of Rooseveltian liberalism, European social democracy, and Leninist-Stalinist class consciousness. Today Leninist-Stalinist ideology is virtually dead, social democracy is in ideological and political tatters, and Rooseveltian liberal democracy is in deep crisis. And with these historical counterweights in abeyance, Schmidt's nationalist myth lives again, advanced by increasingly strong right populist parties and leaders, and fueled by a broader environment exalting what he called irrationalist theories on the direct use of force. This should be greatly troubling to everyone who values individual autonomy and political freedom. 500 years ago, at the dawn of both Reformation and Renaissance, Luther revolutionized European and world civilization by placing fidelity to the cross at the center of a new, modern culture. 100 years ago, Lenin, seeking to make real Marx's transposition of Luther, placed fidelity to the revolutionary proletariat at the center of a new form of authoritarian totalitarian Soviet state and a new form of internationalism centered on the Comintern. Today we can appreciate the power of these revolutions, and also the ways that each of them promoted a form of political absolutism. For many of us, the advantages of a liberal democratic politics with its agonism and partisan maneuvering and passionate advocacy of justice and of compromise are clear. Yet the political and ideological fragility of this liberal democratic politics is also painfully clear. We now confront a new version of the old form of politics that we thought had been defeated, sacralizing the nation and its destiny, fearfully distancing if not excluding others who don't belong, deriding all forms of pluralism, and confidently heralding a new dispensation. Egalitarian citizenship, human rights, and indeed humanism itself, is now under assault. It remains to be seen whether liberal democracy possesses the ideological and civic resources to survive this onslaught, and whether those of us who are liberal Democrats have the intellectual wherewithal and the courage of our convictions, sufficient to keep alive a politics of decency, sanity, humanism, and social justice in these dark times. Revolution as a politics of time-space, from Enlightenment modernity to advanced globality. Hawkenthorne. 1. Department of Sociology and Work Science, University of Gothenburg, Gothenburg, Sweden. Hawkenthorne. Email, haken.thorne@gu.se. The astonishment which the French Revolution has caused throughout Europe should be considered from two different points of view, first as it affects foreign peoples, secondly as it affects their governments. Thomas Paine, Rights of Man. The former revolutions required recollections of past world history in order to smother their own content. Karl Marx, 18th Brumaire. Introduction, Revolution as a Politics of Time and Space. Do we live in a post-revolutionary era? If so, when did the era of revolutions end? The concept of revolution was certainly very much alive in 1968, when mass protests spread across all continents and demands for fundamental social change were voiced in the public spaces of major cities such as Tokyo, Manila, Khartoum, Cape Town, Mexico City, Washington, D.C., Warsaw, and Paris. In 1968, the concept of revolution had been firmly anchored in left-wing movements, socialist, communist, and anarchist, for a century. It has often been argued that the left has been in more or less permanent crisis since 1968, in the sense that every attempt at radical mass mobilization has seemed futile in light of the utopian energies produced by the constellations of revolutionary movements that not only defined post-war anti-colonial struggles but also, in 1968, unified sections of the working class with a young, radicalized middle class in advanced capitalist countries. Others have argued that the sad legacy of 1968 is that of sectarianism. Whatever is left of the radical left is preoccupied with internal ideological battles that, like evil communist ghosts, haunt every new attempt to build a broad revolutionary movement. In an article titled "The Left After May 1968 and the Longing for Total Revolution," Luke Boltanski presents a more sophisticated analysis of the fragmentation of the revolutionary left since 1968. Boltanski argues that the left after the French Revolution was defined by its embrace of the idea of a total revolution, which has articulated a total social critique that strives for nothing less than a full realization of humanity. What was unique about 1968 was how social critique of capitalism, emphasizing inequality, poverty, and exploitation, as opposed to solidarity, played an equal role with an artistic critique of capitalism, highlighting oppression through discipline and commodification in opposition to ideals of liberation and individual autonomy. While the latter had previously been confined to small artistic and intellectual circles, it now became integrated into a mass movement demanding a total revolution. This unity was, however, according to Boltanski, a short-lived affair. In the decades following 1968, the idea of total revolution has increasingly been defined in the terms of artistic critique, emphasizing transformation of sexuality and human reproduction, but detached from the social critique of property relations and relations of production. Were the uprisings of 1968, which Immanuel Wallerstein has called a world revolution, the beginning of the end of the era of the total revolution? Does 1968 represent the culmination of a social radicalization of the universalist promises associated with the French Revolution, seen both as a historical and symbolic event? Socialist revolutions still happened in the late 1970s, but these cases should, perhaps, be seen as latecomers in a world system era that came to a definite end with the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. The post-1989 era did not bring an end to political revolutions, however. On the contrary, anti-authoritarian revolutions proliferated worldwide. It may even be argued that a new type of revolution has appeared in the last 3 decades. While previously, the revolutionary subjects were mainly peasants and workers led by armed groups, new revolutions are driven by unarmed social movements and new social groups are mobilized in broad alliances. Contemporary revolutions, and particularly their rapid diffusion at certain moments 1989, 2011 are clearly related to globalization's integration of social worlds, as self-organized networks and seemingly leaderless movements rely on transnational information technology. This new type of revolution began to appear even before 1989, in the mid-1980s, and it may even be argued that it has been a recurring phenomenon in global news reports. In a project on the new political revolutions defining them in terms of a regime shift following directly from mass protest, 91 cases have been identified since 1985, including 2 in a Western European country. 1 How should this new type of revolution be understood in relation to the type of revolution for which the French Revolution was a model and an object of radicalization, as in the social revolution? In the early post-1989 left-wing academic debate, Jürgen Habermas argued that the type of revolution that occurred in 1989 was defined by its total lack of ideas that are either innovative or oriented towards the future. He called them catching-up revolutions, meaning that the goal of the revolutionaries in Eastern Europe was to catch up with developments in advanced capitalist countries. Immanuel Wallerstein, on the other hand, argued that 1989 represented the end of liberalism, since it removed the liberal socialist justification of the capitalist world economy and thus represented the collapse of the dominant liberal ideology. While Wallerstein's prediction was perhaps a bit premature, Habermas' perspective was that of a slightly updated, but highly problematic, modernization outlook on the world. Turning back to the perspective of Boltanski, the new revolutions may appear as part and parcel of a fragmentation of the meanings and practices of revolution, as the total revolution is defined in terms of the artistic critique, highly detached from the new political revolutions as well as the social revolution. I argue that neither of these interpretations provides an accurate interpretation of the contemporary meaning of revolution and how it relates to the legacy of the French Revolution as a historical and symbolical event. This is partly because they build on misguided conceptions of the meaning of revolution in the historical period I call Enlightenment modernity. Questions about the contemporary meaning of revolution are intrinsically linked to the concept of modernity. If we focus on political modernity, it would perhaps be more accurate to define the symbolic meaning of 1989 as the end of the era of the French Revolution. In some accounts, this means that 1989 also, symbolically, would represent the beginning of postmodernity. My alternative suggestion is to think about 1789 to 1989 as an epoch within that modern period which is defined by the emergence, and, ultimately, the establishment of, a global hegemony of the capitalist world system. In terms of the articulation of a hegemonic historical experience, the French Revolution, being the symbol not just of equality, freedom, and brotherhood, but also of progress, reason, and revolution, came to represent more than anything else the political triumph of the Enlightenment's sensibilities and ideas, of historically specific modern forms of political subjectivity and experiences of time and space. As a symbol of a new politics of time and space, the French Revolution not only represented the arrival of a new epoch but also contributed to the establishment of the experience that historical time describes a linear movement toward a future that represents something radically new in relation to the present and the past. By anchoring this Enlightenment idea in collective agency, the French Revolution also contributed to establishing a new form of social action, the future-oriented act. The articulation of the meaning of the linear movement of time and its relation to agency has been ambiguous, however. In the course of the French Revolution, the different and antagonistic interpretations of events established a number of different temporalizations, that is, modes of understanding the relation between past, present, and future, which were also different ways of looking at conscious human agency as a force for change in modern society. By loosely drawing on Bakhtin's concept of the chronodope, implying that narratives about a collective that acts and moves, be it humanity, a class, or a nation, are always structured by a time-space relation, this chapter begins by revisiting the struggle over the meaning of the French Revolution in order to understand what is distinctive for contemporary meanings of revolution as articulated in the collective agency of social movements. I then return to the new social movements and revolutions associated with global moments of protest such as 1968, 1989, 2003, and 2011. I argue that these movements should not only be understood as symptoms of the crisis of Enlightenment modernity as a hegemonic historical experience and project, but that they have also brought new forms of utopian action, articulating another shift in political subjectivity. This involves a novel political articulation of space and time that needs to be understood in relation to globalized capitalism and a new hegemonic mode of historical experience, which I call advanced global modernity. The birth of the modern social movement. The modern social movement, as a historically specific form of secularized utopian, future-oriented collective agency, is essentially a product of the late 18th century revolutions in North America, France, and Haiti. The birth of the modern social movement, and its repertoire of utopian action forms, implied a transformation of two early modern utopian discourses in which modern social movement narratives are rooted: the utopian literary tradition associated with Thomas More, in which the spatial meaning is ambiguous, and Christian chiliasm, with its ambiguous temporal meaning. The coming of the millennium represented both the end of time and the beginning of a new era that would allow the chosen few to enter a sacred social order defined by peace, justice, and plenty. In particular, the French Revolution came to symbolize an opening of the future, that is, the future lay open for human action to create a social order that was radically new. The symbolic force of the French Revolution helped to secularize the Christian millennium and to transfer Thomas More's utopia from a dim and distant land to a future that was within reach. It also gave new meaning to ideas of progress and emancipation formulated during the Enlightenment, and radically altered the meaning of concepts such as revolution and reform, which were to become central elements in modern European, and ultimately global, political discourse. During the French Revolution, the Enlightenment's idea of the possibility of absolute human emancipation was translated into a political project through the invention of a repertoire of utopian forms of action. The utopian promise of absolute emancipation through progress, produced by a secularized human agency driven by reason, was celebrated in Outlines of an Historical View of the Progress of the Human Mind by Marquis de Condorcet, one of the Enlightenment philosophers and leading intellectuals of the Revolution. Then will arrive the moment in which the sun will observe in its course free nations only, acknowledging no other master than their reason, in which tyrants and slaves, priests and their stupid or hypocritical instruments, will no longer exist but in history and upon the stage, in which our only concern will be to lament their past victims and dupes, and, by the recollection of their horrid enormities, to exercise a vigilant circumspection, that we may be able instantly to recognize and effectually to stifle by the force of reason, the seeds of superstition and tyranny, should they ever presume again to make their appearance upon the earth. The key structuring element in this utopian narrative is the idea of human progress, which emerges as a new dominant way of experiencing history in the bourgeoisie during the 18th century. In relation to the utopia of the early modern literary genre, progress changes the meaning of utopia from being a desired non-place to a desired place of arrival, a destiny of history as a journey. In relation to the chiliastic movements, the meaning of utopian action changed from being an intervention inspired by God to an expression of an autonomous secularized human agency. This shift was also expressed in the literary utopian genre in Louis Sebastian Mercier's futurist novel Ellen 2440, printed in 11 editions between 1771 and 1793. The book can also be read as a program for the translation of Enlightenment science to action, and through the use of expressions such as being in service of the future, and the idea that the present is pregnant with the future, the reader's gaze is directed toward the horizon of the future. For the movement intellectuals of the French Revolution, the revolution proved or realized the key ideas of the Enlightenment. As argued by Robespierre in 1792, progress and reason were now inseparable from revolution in the emancipation of humanity. The progress of human reason has laid the basis for this great revolution. It may be argued that such a teleological view of history is only semi-secularized. At the moment when agency has been freed from the governing powers of God or destiny, history takes their place, firmly steering humanity toward its final destination, the full realization of human potential, the emancipation of mankind. Hannah Arendt has argued that it was the French Revolution that gave birth to the philosophy of history that later was baptized as Hegelian, and in which history is understood as the immanent meaning of the movement of linear time. In the context of the modern social movements of Enlightenment modernity, the idea that history, rather than an autonomous human agency, is the prime mover, coexists with the notion of history as a product of collective agency. For example, in the writings of Marx and Engels, the proletarian revolution is articulated as an expression of historical necessity and as a future event that can only take place as a result of the formation, and the agency, of a working-class collective subject. These seemingly contradictory perspectives could present, depending on the context, both a dilemma and a solution for the logic of collective mobilization. On the one hand, the belief in the inevitability of a historical movement toward a brighter future clearly may contradict the defining imperative of the agitator's interpellation, to provide a convincing narrative about the necessity of collective agency for producing social change. By closing off the future, teleological discourse thus also risks closing off the possibility of experiencing the necessity of taking action in the present. On the other hand, the idea that history is on our side can also be articulated in a mode that feeds collective mobilization. The particular genre of social movement texts, including pamphlets, manifestos, and books written by movement intellectuals, could, in fact, be understood as symbolic acts designed to resolve this tension through a narrative about the necessity of the formation of a collective subject empowered by the force of history itself. It may be added that though Marx's and Engels's Communist Manifesto may be regarded as a paradigmatic text in this genre, it did not introduce the tension between autonomous collective agency and historical necessity in modern social movement discourse. As will be evident below, it was already articulated in the struggle over the meaning of the French Revolution in the decade following the storming of the Bastille. The French Revolution and the New Time. According to Kozelek, the belief that the French Revolution had inaugurated a new epoch in human history was firmly established in Europe around 1800. This claim should, perhaps, be modified, as it is likely to be true primarily in the social context of the European bourgeoisie. Nevertheless, the soil became increasingly fertile for the experience that the dawn of the era of human agency, with an unlimited transformative capacity, had arrived, as this social class expanded their profound transformation of social life worldwide in the coming decades, in a process driven by capital accumulation and for which the term Industrial Revolution was established in the early 19th century. The symbolic force of the French Revolution traveled rapidly with the print media in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, spreading not only to other social classes in Europe but across continents, from the slave revolt in Haiti to the national liberation movements in Latin America, the Hinduist reform movement in India and to parts of the Islamic world. In this context, the concepts of revolution and reform, which became keynote points in 19th century political discourses, gained new meaning. Both concepts now needed to be understood as action-oriented and inextricably linked to the idea of history as a progressive movement. It was in connection with the French Revolution that revolution began to be established as a notion of a profound transformation of society through rupture, intrinsically linked to the notion of human emancipation. Originally, revolution was an astronomical term. Copernicus used it to refer to the regular movements of the stars. It was introduced in a political context in connection with the English Revolution in 1660, but described a cyclical rather than linear movement, a restoration of the monarchy. It is only in the 18th century that the idea about newness or invention, primarily associated with science and its discoveries in the early modern period, was introduced into political life. Even in the North American Revolution of 1776, the meaning of revolution described cyclical movement, as its ultimate aim, as defined by the revolutionaries, was to restore an ancient British form of governance. The French Revolution also contributed to providing the concept of reform with a new temporal meaning, intrinsically linked to that of revolution. The restorative meaning of giving back form to something is replaced by the future-oriented idea of giving a new form. While Arendt's and later Kozelek's analyses of how the French Revolution brought a new understanding of historical time were once groundbreaking, and are widely accepted, they do not sufficiently account for ambivalences and antagonisms in the articulation of the meaning of the French Revolution as a symbol of a novel experience of historical time. Even in the midst of the revolutionary process, neither its defenders nor the counter-revolutionary camp displayed a unified interpretation of what the revolution represented. The same goes for the meaning of the Enlightenment and how it related to the French Revolution. The French Revolution, as a historical event, did not realize or prove the secularized worldview of the 18th century Enlightenment. On the contrary, all the parties of the French Revolution constructed their own Enlightenment in order to legitimate their own political discourses. In one sense, the French Revolution, understood as a historical process, provided the struggle between the hegemonic and counter-hegemonic political discourses of the 19th and 20th centuries with ambiguous symbolic material to be used for articulations of revolutionary or counter-revolutionary projects. However, the different and conflicting meanings ascribed to the French Revolution in the context of Enlightenment modernity followed a certain pattern. They formed a field of discursive positions defining both the possibilities and the limits of what meanings could be ascribed not just to the French Revolution itself but also to the conceptual pair of revolution and reform. The struggle over the historical meaning of the French Revolution had started as early as 1789, and within a decade after the storming of the Bastille, there were a number of relatively fixed articulations that dominated public debates on how to understand the French Revolution as a historical experience. These articulations emerged from an internal struggle in the revolutionary process and in debates between influential supporters and critics of revolution throughout the world. Below, I highlight what, I argue, are canonical articulations of the historical meaning of the revolution that together form a basic pattern for the interpretation of the French Revolution and the concepts of revolution and reform in the context of Enlightenment modernity. I discern their differences, and how they laid the ground for the repertoire of political discourses that was established during the century that followed. In particular, I take a closer look at how the concepts of reform and revolution were defined in relation to each other in contemporary reactions to the French Revolution, and how they also implied different ways of perceiving human agency as a changing force in modern society. Initially, the relation between revolution and reform was ambivalent. In some cases, the concepts were used complementarily, referring to two different, legitimate modes of creating social change. More often, however, they were used as antagonistic opposites. The different meanings of revolution and reform established in connection with the French Revolution, by its movement intellectuals as well as its critics, should be seen as variations of the experience of historical time as a progressive linear movement, driven by collective agency and/or the abstract forces of inevitable human progress. These interpretations were significant to their contemporaries, but, more importantly, they can be seen as paradigmatic in relation to highly significant social movements and political discourses that were established in the 19th century. I demonstrate how the struggle over the meaning of the French Revolution, and of the revolution and reform in which these authors engage, is a struggle over modernity itself. Movement toward the future, revolution and/or reform. From the beginning of the French Revolution, Marquis de Condorcet appeared as one of its key intellectuals. In June 1793, when the Montagnards seized power and the National Convention adopted a republican constitution, Condorcet published on the meaning of the word revolutionary in Journal de l'Instruction Sociale. As an Enlightenment philosopher, Condorcet was influenced by Turgot's theory of human progress evolving through 9 historical stages. This view provided limited space for agency, primarily belonging to scientists, who, in the role of the midwife, could tame and steer history as a force of progress. In his essay on the meaning of the word revolutionary, Human Agency defines the meaning of revolution as a manifestation of history as progress. Condorcet's claim to reveal a new meaning of this word is also a claim to reveal an experience of a profound transformation of reality, since alteration in the meaning of words indicates an alteration of the things in themselves. Historical progress was now in the hands of the revolutionaries in France, who were the agents of human freedom. Thus the word revolutionary can only be applied to revolutions which have liberty as their object. Arendt has argued that texts written in connection with the French Revolution testify to a deep sense of freedom, an experience of the possibility of a new beginning. Condorcet's On the Meaning, however, emphasizes that being the agent of the realization of the freedom of humanity does not equal personal freedom for the revolutionaries. Quite the contrary. We say a man is revolutionary when he is bound to the principles of the revolution, when he acts for it and is prepared to sacrifice himself to maintain it. Condorcet also argues that in order to secure the revolution, revolutionary laws have to be passed that restrict the liberties of the citizens. The revolution thus appears as an exceptional event, as a state of emergency in relation to the historical movement of progress. In order to take the leap into the future that will emancipate humanity through the introduction of universal human rights, history as a progressive movement momentarily pauses, as laws have to be passed that restrict the liberties of the citizens, and human rights will never protect those who resist the revolution. The social pact has for its object the equal and total enjoyment of human rights. It is founded on the mutual guarantee of these rights. But this guarantee ceases with respect to those who wishes to resolve it. As a name for the force that resists the revolution, Condorcet coins the concept of counter-revolution, referring to a counter-agency, men who wish to produce a revolution in reverse. It is also in this context that the modern meaning of revolutionary dictatorship is established, referring to an authoritarian government set up to secure the movement toward human emancipation. This is, thus, how Condorcet's pamphlet on the meaning of the word revolutionary negotiates the tension between the revolution as a historical necessity and as a product of agency. It requires the exceptional agency of the revolutionaries, who are committed to disregard their self-interest, their emotions, and their freedom to dedicate their lives, and even sacrifice them, to ensure that the progressive movement of history will prevail. It was, furthermore, in opposition both to restrictions enforced by the revolutionary government and to the limitations of the Declaration of the Rights of Man that a meaning of revolution different from that of Condorcet's was articulated by significant revolutionaries that came to represent demands to radicalize the revolution. The manifestos and protests of the Society of American Colonists, who in August 1789 argued that the rights of man should include black people, Marie Gouze, who under name of Olympe de Gouges, in her Declaration of the Rights of Woman and the Female Citizen, point by point expanded the Declaration of 1789 in order to include women, Mary Wollstonecraft, who in a vindication of the rights of woman made a similar argument in her reaction to Talleyrand's plan for free education that only included men, the uprising on Saint-Domingue leading to the abolition of slavery by the Jacobins in 1793 and eventually to founding of Haiti, and Gracchus Babeuf and his associates, who in 1796 wrote the Manifesto of the Equals, which criticized the Constitution of 1793 for its institutionalization of private ownership, were all prefigurations of social movements that would later, in the context of Enlightenment modernity, demand feminist, communist, anti-racist, and anti-colonial revolutions. By recognizing the significance of the French Revolution as an event manifesting human progress, while at the same time regarding it as incomplete, they all shared the conception of the revolution as a process, or perhaps as a series of events, that would eventually lead to human emancipation. Importantly, they did not make themselves spokesmen for particular revolutions but for a total revolution. From this perspective, the French Revolution was an unfulfilled promise, a revelation of a future emancipation, or, in the words of Babeuf and the Equals, another revolution, one that will greater, more solemn, and which will be the last. The Manifesto of the Equals was published only in 1838, and its demands would echo in 1848 and throughout the socialist and communist revolutions of the 19th and early 20th centuries. In this revolutionary movement discourse, there was only one revolution, which erupted at different points in time: 1776, 1789, 1791, 1848, 1917, understood as moments when the historical movement manifested itself through sudden leaps, only to pause, or rather, move underground, before making the next leap. The earliest, most explicit theoretical articulation of the view of the revolution as process that extends not only in time but also in space was, however, formulated as early as 1792, in The Rights of Man by Thomas Paine. Paine, one of the fiercest defenders of the French Revolution, nevertheless argued that it was the American Revolution that, as an event unseen in history, first opened up the future to the world. It was only in North America, which Paine conceived as a newly built world, that the present was not overburdened by the past. Here, agency could be freed, and a new political beginning for humanity could be made. The Revolution of America presented in politics what was only theory in mechanics. So deeply rooted were all the governments of the Old World, and so effectually had the tyranny and the antiquity of habit established itself over the mind, that no beginning could be made in Asia, Africa, or Europe, to reform the political condition of man. Paine, who had a defining presence in both the North American and French revolutions, may be conceived as the first movement intellectual who was also an international revolutionary both in theory and practice, though his defense of the international revolution had Eurocentric connotations, as reforms, or revolutions, call them which you please, extend themselves among nations. Those nations will form connections and conventions, and when a few are thus confederated, the progress will be rapid. Till despotism and corrupt government be totally expelled, at least out of 2/4 of the world, Europe and America. As is also evident in this quote, he believed that the distinction between revolution and reform was not important. Paine even used these two concepts interchangeably with Reformation. For example, again referring to the American Revolution as the origin of modern politics, he argued, America was the only spot in the political world where the principle of universal reformation could begin. Importantly, the process must be driven by the people as the nation, rather than by the government, since there is a paradox in the idea of vitiated bodies reforming themselves, but as long as progress is driven by the people as the nation, everything is possible. Even though human progress in Paine's manifesto seems inevitable, it is overshadowed by the force, and unlimited possibilities, of human agency, From what we now see, nothing of reform in the political world ought to be held improbable. It is an age of revolutions, in which everything may be looked for. According to Third-Born, it was Paine who established the modern meaning of reform in England. Paine's understanding of reform is, however, different from an early and influential understanding of reform in Germany, formulated by Immanuel Kant. Even though Kant, in Conflict of the Faculties, had recognized the significance of the French Revolution, because it finds in the hearts of all spectators a sympathy that can have no other cause than a moral predisposition in the human race, this was still a reaction fraught with danger, and any sensible man would never try to repeat the experiment at such cost. In Metaphysics of Morals, Kant made a clear distinction between reforms of the constitution of a state introduced by the sovereign, and attempts at changing the constitution by the people through a revolution, advocating the former. Changing a constitution, however defective, should not be made by way of revolution, by a leap, that is, by violent overthrow, but if it is attempted and carried out by gradual reform in accordance with firm principles, it can lead to continual approximation to the highest political good, perpetual peace. Thus, for Kant, the difference between attempts at change introduced from above or from below is what, first and foremost, distinguishes reform from revolution. This view, and the standpoint that a revolution is a misguided form of agency to promote progress in contrast to the legitimate act of reform, also defines the most influential anti-revolutionary reaction to the French Revolution, Edmund Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France. A significant difference, however, is that while Kant's concept of reform refers to a future-oriented utopian agency, an act that can create a radically new society embodying the emancipation of humanity, Burke's concept of reform is oriented toward the past. Burke's understanding of reform involves an ambivalent notion of an agency defined by the reproduction of tradition. Even a revolution is legitimate if it is carried out to restore the past, which was the case in England in 1688. The revolution was made to preserve our ancient, indisputable laws and liberties and that ancient constitution of government which is our only security for law and liberty. Even though Burke in this quote defends pre-modern meanings of revolution and reform, Reflections also elaborates on the idea of change, and an argument that reform by a government, rather than revolution by the people, is the legitimate mode of promoting it. The degree of autonomy involved in this form of agency is, however, limited by the forces of history, albeit in a different mode than the modernist, future-oriented agency that risked being closed off by the idea of the historical necessity of progress. Burke's reformist agency instead tends to be closed off by the reproduction of tradition as the essence of historical movement, as it should be made wants to preserve and to reform. Obviously, tradition is a name for the powers that be. Defined as an inevitable historical force that leaves humanity with very little agency, it legitimizes Burke's attack on the revolutionaries and their claim to represent the people as a newborn political subject with the capacity for making history. Kant's concept of reform is more ambivalent. On the one hand, his notion of constitutional change by reform, inspired by the collective agency of the people as manifested in the streets of Paris, does not exclude, at least, an alteration of the power structure, but then there is Paine's objection: why would a government reform itself to the point where a real shift of power took place? The space of the revolution and the people as nation utopia refers both to nowhere and desired space, and the emergence of the modern social movement as a historical phenomenon not only brought a secularization of Chiliasm's notion of the coming of a new time but also its marriage with utopia's ambivalent concept of space. In the 18th century revolutions, the desired space was inseparable from the new political subject, the sovereign people as the nation. In 1793, after the killing of Louis XVI, the newspaper Revolutions de Paris proclaimed that it was only at this point that we have acquired us the right to cite ourselves as model for neighboring nations. A shared assumption of advocates of revolution and reform is that the privileged space of politics is always that of the nation-state in which the people as a nation may be the subject or object of change by revolution and/or reform. As we saw in the quote above, even in the internationalist movement discourse as formulated by Paine, revolutions or reform extend themselves among nations. In this sense, it may be argued that the most significant effect of the late 18th century revolutions was to establish the modern nation-state as a political form representing the marriage of the nation as a collective identity with the state as a territorial, administrative apparatus and mode of political governance. The historical and symbolic significance of the decapitation of Louis Capet is, thus, its radical break with the past, in the sense of once and for all dethroning an old form of sovereign, the king and his God-given powers, and replacing it with the sovereign people as a nation and a political subject, its power being given by history, or alternatively, as a self-generated capacity of an autonomous, secularized political agency. In this discourse, the nation's meaning is ambiguous, in the sense that it both refers to the people that, as an embodiment of progress, is in a state of constant movement and the space for this movement that is, the territoriality of the state. As a nation-state, the state also gains a new meaning as the vehicle for the will, and ultimately the emancipation, of the sovereign people. In the context of Enlightenment modernity, two forms of national identity emerge. They were established in the 19th century as products of a struggle between two political blocs for which the meaning of the nation was intrinsically linked to a defense of, or reaction against, the principles of the French Revolution. Paradoxically, not only the former's, but also the latter's, concept of the nation was prefigured in the French Revolution itself. The future-oriented form of nationalism referred to the French Revolution as a model for the modern nation-state and emphasized universalism. In France, the new republic should, as a nation-state, realize the natural rights of man. As formulated by Paine, this would provide the basis for a new world order consisting of equal nations in turn consisting of the citizens as equal political subjects. From this perspective, the territory of the nation-state was simply a political and administrative space, and the individuals inhabiting this space were defined as, and granted the rights of, citizens. The second form of national identity is oriented toward the past, and emphasizes particularism. Here, the political subject of the people is primarily constituted by culture and language, its collectivity is ethnic in the second half of the 19th century conceptualized as race. In research on nationalism, these two forms of national identity are often conceptualized as two different principles of nationality in terms of a political scale established with the French Revolution representing the left versus the right-wing view of the modern nation, civic versus ethnic, or as, for example, in Hobsbawm, the revolutionary democratic principle of nationality and the nationalistic principle of nationality. However, in order to avoid the implicit assumption that there exists a universalist and a particularist principle of national identity, I would reformulate this distinction by seeing the two forms of national identity as articulations of a contradiction in the modern nation-state as a historically specific political form and project, producing an ambiguity in the modern discourse of the nation. As Anderson has convincingly demonstrated, the modern nation-state, whether its model of citizenship is understood as civic or ethnic, involves, as a defining element, an imagined community without which it cannot function as a political space. This contradiction was at the heart of the French Republic constituted by the revolutionaries who proclaimed the universal rights of man to be realized by the nation-state. Even Hobsbawm admits that in practice the ethno-linguistic criterion was often accepted. The fact that a French citizen who did not speak French was a suspect individual in the newborn republic was even expressed in public documents. One of the leading Jacobins, Bertrand Barry, wrote in a report to the Security Committee of the Republic that what distinguished French citizens that had become traitors to the Republic was that they spoke German. Antagonistic nationalist movements and state legislations based on the two basic variations of national identity have indeed proliferated since the late 18th century. Regarding their differences, I would particularly emphasize the politics of time-space as the most significant structuring principle of their narratives about the nation defined by the future as progress versus the past as origin. In the former, as formulated in one of its early paradigmatic texts, Mazzina's Faith and the Future, the nation is not defined in linguistic or cultural terms, but as a becoming, a potential to be realized in the future, equal to the progress and, eventually, the emancipation of humanity. In Fichte's addresses to the German nation, in contrast, the nation is defined in terms of Urvolk, more specifically, to the Germans as the original people in Europe. This is a political subjectivity for which the agency of the present is defined by the past as origin, in a myth of origin in which the original culture and language are rooted in the soil of a particular territory. Importantly, this form of national identity not only prescribes agency that targets strangers as the enemies of the nation, as a defense of tradition along the lines of Burke, it also tends to stand in opposition to any alteration of the existing power structure. The social movement politics of revolution and reform in Enlightenment modernity. Above, I have argued that the late 18th century revolutions gave birth to the modern social movement as a form of secularized, utopian collective agency. It is modern in the sense that its discourses and strategies are based on the assumption that humans can transform society without the involvement of extra-social forces. During the American, French, and Haitian revolutions in the late 18th century, this secularized view of human action was translated into collective action that aimed at creating a new kind of man and society. At the same time, an ambivalence regarding the actual freedom or autonomy of human agency was introduced, as the future could also be conceived in a teleological sense as an emancipatory, revolutionary movement toward a society representing the full realization of human potential or an open horizon of endless expansion, driven by a free economy, adjusted by reforms. Progress, rationality, and revolution form the conceptual triad that structures this narrative. Progress presupposes rationality, as in the two foundations of Marxist movements, collective self-interest and scientific knowledge. Revolution describes the character of the movement of progress, through rupture, a leap into the future through the total destruction of the social order in order to give birth to a radically new one. Reformism essentially reproduces the substantial structure of this narrative but replaces the concept of revolution with the idea of linear time as progress in terms of continuity, of gradual change by state intervention. As the concept of reform became a hegemonic concept in the political discourse of Enlightenment modernity, the meanings ascribed to it and how it related to revolution by Paine, Kant, and Burke represent three recurring variations, adopted by governments, political parties, and social movements. The understanding of reform formulated by Kant, as change initiated from above by the state, in contrast to revolution as a movement from below, was a key feature of 19th-century revolutionary political discourse. These discourses emphasize the necessity of a movement that emerges from below to produce an eruption, an absolute break with the past through a violent and complete destruction of the existing society in order to open up for a new beginning. Paine's way of understanding reform and revolution synonymously, as human progress driven by the people as the nation, were present in the 19th-century reform movements, and was adopted by the European workers' movement in the 20th century. For the German Social Democrat Eduard Bernstein, reform was a revolution by other means. It did not move by leaps, it was not created through a violent eruption, but it aimed for a fundamental transformation of the social order, driven from below and implemented from above, by the state. It was only later in the 20th century, primarily in post-war capitalist countries, that a new social movement discourse was established, defining the aim of collective agency not in terms of taking state power, or even embodying transformation itself, but to pressure governments to reform. This is an understanding of reform resembling that of Kant's, which implies that collective agency from below by the people may inspire, but not lead, social change. It may be argued that up until this point, the political subjectivity of modern social movements was defined along the lines of Condorcet's understanding of the concept of revolutionary. Post-war developments, which also gave rise to social movement research as an academic field, necessitated the introduction of a distinction between movements aiming for a fundamental transformation of the social order through rupture or process and those functioning as pressure groups. An assumption that social movement discourse in Enlightenment modernity, whether reformist or anti-systemic, shares with hegemonic discourses, however, that the privileged space of politics is always that of the nation-state. This only changed around the turn of the millennium, with the emergence of the global justice movement. From Enlightenment modernity to advanced globality since the 1980s, claims have been made that the meta-narrative that I have associated with the concept of Enlightenment modernity has lost its hegemony, and, therefore, we live in an epoch in which the dominant historical experience should be conceptualized as postmodern. Below I show that contemporary political life, nationally as well as globally, represents both continuity and discontinuity in relation to the politics of Enlightenment modernity. Some of the most salient phenomena speak of continuity. The two forms of national identity associated with the birth of the modern nation-state are very much alive and clearly place themselves on the political scale established with the French Revolution. Both left and right-wing populism celebrate the collective subject that entered the world stage with the 18th century revolutions, the sovereign people. Importantly, it is no longer the orientation toward the future as progress that distinguishes left-wing nationalism from its nationalist antagonist on the right. The analysis suggesting an additional political scale along a Galtan axis to interpret this new political landscape, however, is misguided in the sense that it fails to capture both historical continuities and a significant difference in left and right-wing populism's emphasis on tradition and nation. Point 2 Like its historical precedents, contemporary right-wing populism defines national identity in terms of past as origin, and its celebration of tradition clearly implies a defense of the prevailing power structure. Contemporary left-wing populism is looking back at a more recent past, when the nation equaled the force of a collective political agency that temporarily modified the power structure of capitalism through a politics of state redistribution of resources. Those environmentalists who are among the strongest critics of the idea of progress, face a powerful political opponent in ecological modernization, true to the modernist, science-based project of the domination of nature that defined Enlightenment modernity. Further, while the legitimacy and the capacity of the state to intervene in social and economic life has been undermined by the increasing globalization of capitalism, fueled by neoliberal ideology, the idea of political reform by the state as the only legitimate way to change society through political action is still more or less unchallenged. Thus, the debate on the faith of modernity rages on. Obviously, there is sufficient empirical support to argue that the Enlightenment project is alive and well, supported by an ever-expanding capitalist economy, involving a transformation of productive forces, the organization of labor and everyday life, at a revolutionary pace. On the other hand, even a quick look at political discourse, as well as popular culture, demonstrates that faith in science, human progress, and the possibility of changing society through political agency, be it in the form of reform or revolution, is not what it used to be. Below, I contribute to this debate by discussing what can be learned from the articulation of collective experiences in contemporary social movements, which, in the form of networked collective agency, have produced global waves of mass protest and anti-authoritarian revolutions in the 2000s, arguing that they represent a break with the social movements that defined Enlightenment modernity. The earliest expression of a break with Enlightenment modernity in the context of mass protest was the anti-nuclear movement, which articulated a historical experience of two world wars that had also brought scientific innovation with possible catastrophic consequences of global reach. The post-war anti-nuclear movement constructed a narrative that mobilized collective action not so much by promising a brighter future but avoiding disaster, an outlook on the modern world which had been given a philosophical expression as early as 1944 with Horkheimer's and Adorno's dialectic of enlightenment. The global breakthrough of the new social movements should be dated to 1968, however. Even though many of the movements that entered the world stage at this moment, to paraphrase Marx in the 18th Brumaire, tended to take its poetry from the past as they restaged the ideological drama of the early 19th century internationals, Herbert Marcuse immediately recognized that it was the elements of poetry from the future, or in Marcuse's terms, the new sensibility, that defined these movements as contemporary phenomena. George Kachafikas has argued that the global wave of collective action in 1968, characterized by a rapid diffusion across regions and continents, was the fourth of its kind, the three previous waves occurring in 1848, 1905, and 1917 to 1919. Kachafikas is particularly interested in the diffusion of protest on these occasions, which he attributes to the increasing global integration brought by the establishment of capitalism as a world system. Kachafikas points out that such waves of protests have most often been analyzed and assessed primarily in their national contexts. According to such logic, waves of protest have often been defined in terms of failed or successful revolutions. Kachafikas argues that in order to get a clear picture of the effects of these protest waves, analysis needs to go beyond the boundaries of national politics and trace their influences across regions and continents. 1968 will be remembered for the worldwide eruption of new social movements, ones which profoundly changed the world without seizing political power. Writing in 1987, Kachafikas concluded his argument by stating that if his theory was correct, and considering the rapidly increasing global integration following from economic globalization and new information technologies, global waves of protest would occur more frequently and intensify in the coming decades. The massive intensification of eruptive mass protest, challenging not just national governments but also global institutions, and rapidly spreading across borders in 1989 to 1991, 1999 to 2003, 2008 to 2011, and 2018 to 2019 testify to the strength of his argument. These events have also thrown the field of revolution research into a crisis. The fact that such protests led to revolutions in the sense of a direct regime shift in more than 90 cases may appear to contradict Kachafikas's argument that a defining characteristic of the new social movements is that they change the world without seizing power. However, I would argue that the fact that these protests led to regime shifts does not mean that their impact stops at national borders. In 2017, Kachafikas reflected on these developments, arguing that concepts used in social movement studies, such as diffusion or demonstration effect, does not comprehend the simultaneous appearance of insurgencies among different peoples, even across cultures. It's not simply a chain reaction, not just that a causes B, which causes C events erupt simultaneously at multiple points and mutually amplify each other. Drawing on Marcuse's work, particularly Eros and Civilization, Kachafikas conceptualizes this as the Eros effect, which, he argues, provides a way to comprehend the polycentric, indeed decentered sources of movement energies. I argue that the new forms of collective action to which Kachafikas refers need to be understood as part of the articulation of advanced globality as a new hegemonic historical experience, which emerges from the latest phase of the globalization of capitalism. It is no coincidence that Kachafikas dates the first instance of a rapid dispersion of protest to 1848. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels famously argued that the railway would speed up the mobilization of the working class, and it was demonstrated later that the rapid diffusion of revolutionary attempts in 1848 was facilitated by this technological innovation. The mechanism involved is what Harvey defines as time-space compression, a concept building on what Marx in Grundrisse called the annihilation of space by time, resulting from the competition to reduce costs for the transportation and distribution of commodities. Importantly, since the 1960s, new media have advanced time-space compression, creating conditions for ever faster communication processes and diffusion of social interaction and creating a new temporality of social movement action, instantaneous protest time. In 2003, the largest protest in human history occurred, as 13 million people across the world simultaneously demonstrated against the invasion of Iraq. In the 2011 protests, the use of cell phones and social media played an important role in facilitating and speeding up mobilization. In spite of Wallerstein's world system analysis, it may be argued that capitalism became complete as a globally hegemonic economic system only at the turn of the millennium, after 3 decades of liberal reforms in advanced capitalist countries, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the integration of the Chinese state-led capitalist economy into the world system. In this new global context, Time-space compression represents one of the most profound effects of capitalism on the organization of social life and subjectivity. In this sense, time-space compression is a bridge between capitalism as a hegemonic economic system and the new subjectivities that define advanced globality as a historical experience. Herbert Marcuse had borrowed the concept of new sensibility from Susan Sontag, who, in her essay One Culture and the New Sensibility, had emphasized the increasing speed of social life as a defining experience in the late 20th century. Beyond the speeding up of communication and the creation of new forms of social organization, in what senses do the new social movements of advanced globality represent a break with the meta-narrative of Enlightenment modernity and the experience of time-space inherent in its forms of utopian action? Nowtopia apocalypse and the return of the total revolution. The new social movements have constructed Nowtopian action forms in which the emphasis on the present represents an implosion of the future-oriented, progressive movement of linear time from past to present to future that define the utopian action forms of Enlightenment modernity. Nowtopia has partly emerged as a child of the Eros revolt of the 1960s and of the experience of instantaneous time. It is a strategy to construct another world here and now. Following 1968, it was expressed in the yippies and situationist situations, intended to stage a negation of the hegemonic order here and now and in the construction of the utopian spaces of the alternative communities that proliferated in urban squats and rural communes. Nowtopia includes the concept of total revolution in the sense of a profound reorganization of all aspects of social life. In this sense, it has affinities with the eschatological utopia of chiliastic movements, or what Balibar calls the messianic experience of time. Nowtopia, with its nonlinear, non-deterministic, non-homogeneous concept of historical time whose key category is the non-contemporaneity of the present, can also be understood in the spatial terms of Foucault's heterotopia, which is defined by the coexistence of a multiplicity of social and spatial forms of organization. This is the kind of present-oriented, radical heterogeneity that has defined the field of left-wing activism since 1968 and which has been conceptualized both in terms of new social movements and the multitude. The political subjectivity articulated in the social movement meta-narrative of Enlightenment modernity, defined by reason and an enlightened self-interest, is, in this context, replaced by the decentered subjectivity of a we that is everywhere everyone or no one and nowhere. This novel form of subjectivity is also expressed in the simultaneous protests of the Eros effect, in which strategic action becomes decentered by its deep embeddedness in translocal emotional flows. Nowtopia's translocal spatiality is both local and global in the sense of being mediated by communication technology. In terms of networks and mode of organization, it replaces international organizations with translocal networking. While time-space compression is thus produced by the development of the productive forces of globalized capitalism, the destructive effects on a global scale of this economic system have generated a temporal antithesis to instantaneous time, planetary time. In the new meta-narrative of the Anthropocene, supported by geological and climate science, and further promoted by social scientists, journalists, novelists, and currents in popular culture, planetary time refers to geological time. Based in geological science, or, more specifically, Earth system science, the Anthropocene signifies a geological epoch, beginning around 1945,3 in which humans for the first time made a profound geological impact on the planet. Clive Hamilton has argued that contrary to the claims made by postmodern philosophers, we have not seen the end of the phenomenon of globally hegemonic meta-narratives, as the narrative of the Anthropocene is emerging as the most significant challenger to Enlightenment modernity. The Anthropocene is not a postmodern narrative, since the autonomous human subject is a leading character, albeit in the role of destroyer, rather than creator. The role of science is just as important as in Enlightenment modernity, but this time, it is one of aiding humanity to avoid disaster, rather than as a midwife of endless progress. In this narrative, the relationship between human agency and nature is ambivalent. Nature is no longer the passive object, dominated and exploited. Nature rages and strikes back in numerous unpredictable and uncontrollable ways. In relation to the meta-narrative of Enlightenment modernity, nature thus replaces history as the extra-social force that tends to close off the capacity of autonomous human agency to change course and avoid disaster. In this sense, the different variations of the meta-narrative of the Anthropocene could emphasize the possibility of human agency to regain control, or alternatively, that control is once and for all in the hands of nature, which will ultimately put an end to human civilization as we know it. Nowtopian action forms are also increasingly articulated in the context of environmental movements, in which the present is regarded from the perspective of planetary time. It is now or never. If not now, it will be too late. Ecotopian apocalyptic and post-apocalyptic social movement discourses are variations of the meta-narrative of the Anthropocene. In anti-systemic environmentalism, this concept is, however, more accurately redefined in terms of the Capitalocene, emphasizing that the destruction of the planet is not caused by acts of humanity as an abstract subject, but by the forces of a historically specific economic system. The apocalyptic social movement narrative mobilizes through negative utopian energies, the future as a threat of a disaster and its either massive collective action or apocalypse. In this sense, its critique of progress does not make it anti-modern, as it promotes the idea that ecotopian collective action can change current conditions here and now, prevent disaster and perhaps even shape a better world. Ecotopia further introduces an emphasis on the past into nowtopia, just like the pre-Enlightenment cyclical concept of revolution. Apocalyptic movement discourses construct a future that is also a return to the past, in the sense of the restoring of a disturbed order. Further, as a result of increasing awareness about climate change, the post-apocalyptic narrative implies a different temporality than apocalyptic forms of environmentalism, since it no longer mobilizes by referring to future threats. Instead, it is a narrative of a disaster that has already begun. In contrast to literary dystopias, or Scranton's Learning to Die in the Anthropocene, in which any form of action is futile since it is too late to stop the disaster, the post-apocalyptic movement discourse mobilizes action through the process of mourning. It involves a critique of the apocalyptic discourse and its tendency to create a paralyzed, frozen subject. The post-apocalyptic narrative implies that only if we recognize the fact that fatal damage has been done to the earth, and mourn the losses brought by capitalist modernity, can our capabilities to act be liberated. Post-apocalyptic discourse has emerged from climate justice now, emphasizing that the climate issue is inseparable from that of global justice, and highlighting perspectives from the global south, defined by experiences of communities destroyed and populations displaced as a consequence of ongoing climate change. Post-apocalyptic nowtopia is, thus, reminiscent of the present orientation of early modern chiliasm, where the coming of the Messiah represented both the end of the world as we know it and the beginning of a new time, defined by peace and justice. As highlighted by Ideology and Utopia, Karl Mannheim argued that the chiliasm of Thomas Müntzer involved a concept of revolution that differed both from the pre-modern idea of revolution as a restoration of a social order and that of Enlightenment modernity's notion of the future-oriented collective act. Chiliasm sees the revolution as a value in itself, not as an unavoidable means to a rationally set end, but as the only creative principle of the immediate present, as the longed-for realization of its aspirations in this world. The return of the total revolution. Boltanski's argument that the idea of total revolution in post-1968 developments has become detached from the social critique of property relations and relations of production is not unfounded. In the 1980s, the wave of new social movements in the global north, led by the women's, peace, and environmental movements, criticized the destructive effects of capitalist production without being anti-capitalist. They were also often involved in antagonistic relations with the labor unions. However, Boltanski's article overlooks the fact that an undercurrent of anti-systemic social movements in the global north continued to promote the idea of a total revolution, with its synthesis of artistic and social critique, and that they, at the turn of the millennium, surfaced and linked up with movements in the global south, to form a movement of movements with many names. In Alter Globalization, Jeffrey Players argues that this movement was defined more than anything else by the integration of what Boltanski refers to as social and artistic critique. Point 4 Starting with the run-up to the UN Climate Summit in Copenhagen in 2009, this movement transformed into the climate justice movement. This is an anti-systemic movement that, by defining the struggle as that of the climate versus capitalism, articulates an idea of total revolution that is similar to the Eros Revolt of 1968, in the sense that the profound transformation of the spheres of production and reproduction are regarded as interdependent. If there is a meta-narrative of advanced global modernity, its logic could perhaps best be characterized as a decentering of the conceptual core of Enlightenment modernity. It rejects the absolute ideas of progress, emancipation, and total revolution, but not the possibility of progress, total revolution, and emancipation. The new revolution is total in the sense of a notion of a profound change of all spheres of social life, but not in the sense of a total transformation of the totality of social relations in one stroke. The fact that it can take the shape of a purely political revolution by directly bringing a government down does not mean that its effects are limited to national space. While criticizing the absolute idea of human progress, it does not reject the possibility of emancipation from various and particular forms of oppression and exploitation by transformative collective action. Revolution and Universality, Interpreting the Time and Age of the Haitian Revolution 1791–1804 Carl Weiland. 1. Department of Sociology and Work Science, University of Gothenburg, Gothenburg, Sweden. Carl Weiland. In 1804, the world witnessed the proclamation of the first and only Declaration of Independence announcing the abolition of slavery by a revolutionary movement of slaves themselves. The revolution took place in the French slave colony, Saint-Domingue. In 1789, when the Déclarations de droits de l'homme et du citoyen was issued, Saint-Domingue was the most profitable slave colony in the world. Given Saint-Domingue's economic and political centrality to France's Atlantic influence, it is not surprising that it would take the involvement of revolutionary slaves on a mass scale, the external threats of Spain and England, and about 4.5 years for slavery to be abolished by the French National Convention in February 1794. Some 15 years after the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen in Paris, the former slaves succeeded in defeating the troops of Napoleon Bonaparte, who had been tasked with the job of reinstating French authority. Saint-Domingue represents the name of the scene in which the great colonial problem, forcefully confronted by the anti-colonial struggle in the 20th century, was first exposed in all its social, economic, and racial complexity. It was the scene in which the knot of colonialism was first tied, and where it was first untied. On those premises, Saint-Domingue has been called the ground zero of European colonialism in the Americas. According to Césaire, colonialism was also an essential element in the development of both capitalism and Western civilization, which is why any study of Saint-Domingue involves investigating one of the origins, one of the sources, of contemporary Western civilization. Yet, for the first 200 years following the birth of the revolution in 1791, assessments like Césaire's, which stress the centrality of the Haitian Revolution, were rare. In view of the lack of interest in the event of the greatest and most unique slave revolution, Michel Rolf Troerlet has famously argued that the Haitian Revolution represents a silenced past, rooted in a contemporary imagination that could not countenance the possibility of a slave revolution today. However, it has become clear that Troerlet's work itself was part of a Haitian turn that emerged in parallel with the 1991 bicentennial of the revolution, who, with the help of a profound distinction between the droits de l'homme and human rights, argues that the revolutionary slaves in Saint-Domingue ought not to be seen as human rights activists avant la lettre. While Hunt's account connects the Haitian Revolution with our own time, Moyne offers an image of radical rupture and uses the revolutionary slaves as a negative case in his critique of narratives of historical continuity. Through the interventions of Hunt and Moyne, two scholars who are not specialists in the study of the Haitian Revolution as such, the event that Césaire saw as a precursor to anti-colonial struggles has become part of the rapid growth of a new field of inquiry studying human rights. Indeed, an immense literature in this area, covering a broad range of subjects such as the identification of pioneering theorists and practitioners, analyses of preceding influences, and studies of legal practices has emerged in recent decades, in line with the increasing societal hegemony of the human rights discourse that investigates both Moyne's and Hunt's analyses of the Haitian Revolution and the theme of universality. However, rather than studying the two symmetrically, Getachews' argument is highly reliant on Moyne's analysis in its call for another universalism, rooted in the specificity of the Haitian Revolution, directed against the account of Hunt and her ilk. Through the critique of Hunt and Moyne and the case of the Haitian Revolution, my ambition is to also offer a contribution to, or rather a point of departure for further analysis of, two related problems: the scope and limits of universal political and juridical forms in the modern age and the relevance of the Haitian Revolution for discussing and understanding the present political and social predicament. Even if the critical dialogue between Hunt and Moyne has continued, the difference between the form of political categories and the content of social relations of power, and the difference between claims of generalizations referring either to the time order or the logical order in analyzing the Haitian Revolution. The chapter will conclude with an attempt to use the critical reading of Hunt and Moyne, together with the distinction between form and content and the distinction between the time and logical order of analysis, in order to propose a plausible starting point for assessing the status of universal political categories in the modern age and the way in which the Haitian Revolution may or may not be relevant for the political and social problems confronting us today. Universality and the Haitian Revolution in Hunt and Moyne. At the center of the history of human rights offered by Hunt, one finds the notion of an inner logic. Once declared, human rights tend to exceed their original limits and political purposes. More than any other event, Hunt argues, the French Revolution revealed the logic of human rights. Like the Declaration of Independence in the American Revolution of 1776, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen of 1789 was structured around the general concepts of man, of the citizen, of the people and of society. Unlike its predecessor, the French Declaration was placed as the preamble to the Constitution. Consequently, the French document provided the foundational principles of political legitimacy instead of standing on its own like its American counterpart. The universal notions of man, citizen, people, and society contrasted sharply with the unaddressed existing society of social difference. Rights as used by the government of the old regime were not universal or inherent but limited privileges granted by the monarchy, hence, rights were private law. Moreover, it was the contradiction between the claims of universality and the concrete world of particularity that initiated the expansive process, by which the formerly excluded social groups, one by one, were recognized as subjects of equal political rights. Thus, incrementally, the abolition of the contradiction between universality and particularity would be realized. Even if, during the French Revolution, this inner logic stopped before it reached women, as Hunt notes, the revolution of human rights is an ongoing process. For some groups was more easy to conceive than granting them to others. After the original abstract declaration, the logic brought, in a first step, the most conceivable but excluded groups to the agenda, and then unintentionally, in a second step, expanded to include those within the same category but situated lower on the conceivability scale. As the process moved on, according to Hunt, the inner logic of the rights of man was inscribed in the development of events in the French Revolution from the very beginning. After the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen in August 1789, in the week of October 20 to 27 that year, the deputies of the National Assembly agreed on a series of decrees with the purpose of deciding on the condition for eligibility of voting. To be French or to have become French through naturalization, to have reached one's majority, set then at 25 years of age, to have resided in the precinct for at least 1 year, to pay direct taxes at a rate equal to the local value of 3 days of work, not to be a domestic servant. In the decrees deciding on these conditions, religion, race, and sex were not addressed, even though the underlying assumption clearly was that slaves and women, for example, were meant to be excluded. After this initial step, group after group came up for discussion, and most were granted equal political rights during the initial years of the revolution. On December 24, 1789, Protestant men and members of all professions were included in the right to vote. On September 27, 1791, Jewish men were included. On May 15, 1791, the first, but not all, free black men were included, and then excluded again on September 24, and then included again alongside a broader group of free black men on April 4. 1792, on August 10, 1792, all men in metropolitan France were included. On February 4, 1794, slavery was abolished and slaves were granted French citizenship. At this point in time, the inner logic of the rights of man stopped at women, who were never given equal political rights during the Revolution. Women's rights, hence, continued to be a contested limit in the political struggle. However, Hunt does not want the reader to hastily conclude that the French Revolution was bad for women. Even if the Revolution did not grant equal political rights to women, Hunt writes, they played a more active role in the French Revolution than in any other comparable political movement in the 18th century. What is surprising, rather, is the fact that the question of the rights of women attracted as much interest as it did. The exclusion of women from the inner logic of human rights in the French Revolution could be regarded as an example of precisely the process that Hunt sees as structuring the period of time from the late 18th century until the present day. It was also in the form of an emotional process of change that they came into being, due to the new culture of printing and reading novels in the 18th century and the learning process that came to break down the barriers of class, sex, and nationality, in which individuals were enabled to identify and empathize with persons previously seen as aliens. Adds that the inner logic related to political struggles, and the combination of practice and theory, worked in a dynamic relationship. Third, the history told by Hunt is narrated with the help of a negative counter-image. Hunt identifies Marx as a source of influence for the concept of the inner logic. According to Hunt, moreover, the distinction is more than merely one of semantics. Moyne argues that the Droit-Stillhome were central to the construction of state and nation, that is, categories of particularity, and that these rights were to be achieved through the construction of spaces of citizenship in a national framework with the capacity to accord and protect them. For claiming to investigate the theme of human rights in the Haitian Revolution almost without devoting any space to the proposition that human rights were on the mind of insurgent blacks in that era, or indeed, later. In connection with this argument, Moyne criticizes the notion of a politics of fulfillment and argues that, in their maneuvering of concessions, there is no evidence of Haitian slaves invoking the rights of man or high principles at all. Also finds the space of agency all too limited when reduced to the task of universalization of the formally universal but truncated rights, and when the only space left for the slaves is reduced to that of realizing the concepts already built in. Potential. Lastly, Moyne makes use of C.L.R. James and his seminal monograph, The Black Jacobins, a historical work that many see as the unsurpassed classic history of the Haitian Revolution. James did not, according to Moyne's account, think of presenting the most important leader of the slave revolution, Toussaint L'Ouverture, and his Confederates as human rights activists before their time. A Trotskyist, James's view of Droit-Stillhome, instead, seems to have been as the wordy promises of eloquent phrase-makers who, driven by their true economic motor of history to perorate, were in the end only willing to give up the aristocracy of the skin at the point the insurgent's gun. The rights of man may be universal or universalizable, but as such, they are empty without any direction and depend on whether and how actors choose to deploy them. Moyne even turns to the argument made by Marx himself, whom he credits for holding the rights of man to be the problem, not the solution, when it comes to achieving a better world. According to Moyne, Marx took the general skepticism of rights involved in the advancement of workers' concerns so far as to lead to complete repudiation of them. His early text, On the Jewish Question, offered a critique of the modern capitalist state as a forum for freedom, in which the abstraction of rights is alleged to obviate real freedom. Like other, later critics of formalism, Marx attacks states and rights alike in recognition of their umbilical linkage. Interestingly, the readings of Marx used by Moyne and Hunt, and what they take to be the Marxist critique of rights, actually coincide in agreement and a common image, albeit one that is invoked for different ends, which produce a polarization between continuity and rupture, and effectivity and emptiness. For Hunt, the image of bourgeois rights in the would-be Marxist critique is ascribed the task of a counter-alternative to her proposed theory of continuity, in which the time of the French Revolution is connected with our own time by the effectiveness of the universal political category of human rights. For Moyne, the Marxist critique is, instead, given the auxiliary role of proving historical rupture and the emptiness of universal rights in the face of a concrete reality of power struggles and intentions to build state and nation with the notion of droit still home. Form and content in the history of abstract rights. Even if, after this initial reading of Hunt and Moyne, we are confronted with two conflicting accounts of the problem of universality in the Haitian Revolution, let us recall that posits, as the character Nafta states in Thomas Mann's The Magic Mountain, may be consistent with each other. In a specific sense, this is the case with Hunt and Moyne, as I will try to show first by utilizing a distinction between the form of political categories and the content of social relations of power, and then by distinguishing between analyses that refer to the time order and those that invoke the logical order in respect of the Haitian Revolution. If the coinciding image of the Marxist critique of rights in Moyne and Hunt is surprising, it is only when measured against the apparent differences between their accounts in general. It does not derive from their reading of Marx, which belongs to the dominant and conventional interpretation, to which Marx himself and a number of self-defined Marxists assuredly have contributed, and her critique of the formalization of democracy in the modern age, and from Robert Fine and his attempt to reconstruct a theory of law on the foundation of a distinction between the political form and the social content of relations of power. I offer a critique of Hunt and Moyne rooted in an attempt to mobilize some lesser-known aspects of Marx's thought, with a view to undermining and overcoming the conventional image of his critique of rights. To begin with, the differentia specifica of modern democracy can be discerned by consulting the definition of democracy in the thought of Aristotle, when he compares it to oligarchy. The real thing in which democracy and oligarchy differ from each other is poverty and wealth, and it necessarily follows that wherever the rulers owe their power to wealth, whether they be in minority or majority, this is an oligarchy, and when the poor rule, it is a democracy. The advantage of the Aristotelian definition of democracy is that it contains a social criterion of class rule. A democratic state is a state in which the poor rule. According to Wood. From those premises, one could claim, which an overwhelming number of sociological studies of inequality have confirmed, that it is an illusion to say that we are free and equal and that the outcomes of our lives are the simple result of our free will and choices, while these political forms still mediate the content of unequal power relations. If analyzed in terms of mediation, we would simultaneously be able to describe the political forms more accurately and to defend them as a limited and contradictory advance, when measured against previous political forms rooted in the notion of particularity and privilege. We cannot act as if we were not responsible for our own actions, since we simply will be treated as if we had free will, as will everyone else that is included in the form of equality before the law. In this way, we would be allowed not only to investigate, for example, the Declaration of 1789 in terms of a limited and contradictory result, but also to see it as an event representing both continuity and discontinuity. The continuity between a society founded on privilege and on equality before the law consists of dependence and unequal power relations. The discontinuity consists of a process in which concrete and personal dependence turns into abstract and impersonal dependence. Thus, as Marx writes, far from being abolished as such, the relations of dependence in the age of capital have been dissolved into a general form in such a way that individuals are now ruled by abstractions, whereas earlier they depended on one another. In formulating a theoretical point of departure with the help of the distinction between form and content, this analysis can reveal central premises in both Hunt and Moyne. To begin with, it is clear that when Hunt mobilizes the conventional image of the Marxist critique of rights, it pushes her closer to an uncritical defense of the political form of human rights without taking into account its social basis and content of power. The problem here is not only that Hunt grants the political categories too much power, but also that she has to accept the political categories of equality and freedom according to their own forms of appearance in isolation, without an analysis of them in relation to the social content and concrete history of coming into being. As such, the category of the inner logic of human rights is utilized as if human rights were a neutral and independent means of social critique, which are, therefore, impartial in relation to social conflicts. In doing so, Hunt has difficulty explaining how the unprecedented distribution of human rights relates historically to the rise of the economic system of capitalism and the expanding bourgeois society, a result that, according to Wood, was rooted in the fact that they have a very limited impact on power relations. When Moyne mobilizes the conventional image of the Marxist critique of rights, it pushes him in the opposite direction, closer to a reduction of the political form to the intentions of actors and the concrete outcomes of specific events, without taking into account the problem of relations of power in the case of the Haitian Revolution. The problem here is that the reduction of political forms of equality and freedom will make the analysis unable to show how, for example, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen made any difference at all, regardless of intentions and outcomes, since the document is merely comprehended as an empty expression, dependent on and reducible to the ways that actors chose to relate to the political form and to the intended or unintended consequences of that choice. Moreover, Hunt's argument appears to be less warranted if her depiction of the illusoriness and dependence that she identifies with Marx is not accepted as the antithesis of the defended analysis. Similarly, Moyne's argument would be less warranted if the image of the independent effectiveness of rights in Hunt is not accepted and invoked as the antithesis of his analysis. In that specific sense, both Hunt and Moyne seem to share a common premise, stemming from the dichotomy between the political and the economic, that they invoke in their analyses through references to the critique of rights in Marx. That is, both Hunt and Moyne construct their analyses on the foundation of a dichotomy between effectiveness and independence. In the case of Hunt, the positive defense of the notion of an inner logic of human rights; in the case of Moyne, the negative judgment consisting in the statement of political agents uninterested in abstract liberal ideals and the assertion that there is no such thing as a logic of human rights and the illusoriness and dependence of political forms. The concept of the inner logic of human rights in Hunt clearly builds on the notion that the universal declarations of political forms, such as equality and freedom, installed a contradiction in relation to existing inequality and privilege, which is given the status of an a priori measure in the analysis, instead of being an object of critical investigation in relation to the content of social relations of power. The notion of the difference between human rights and Droitstilhome in Moyne is instead used to grant little more than the status of dead letters of the law to the Droitstilhome, which are reduced to the intentions of the actors to construct state and nation and their outcomes. Against this background, it comes as no surprise that Hunt's analysis activates the image of a sharp rupture with the French Revolution of 1789 and the Haitian Revolution of 1791 by admitting the political forms the status of a neutral measure from that point in time until today in a process of continuity, and that Moyne instead activates an image of continuity before and after the French and Haitian revolutions but describes a sharp rupture in the 1970s when actors started to relate to the political forms with new intentions and other outcomes. Moreover, Hunt holds that the inner logic of human rights, by virtue of their abstract and universal form, has a tendency to expand when confronting concrete particularity and exclusion. If one adds the distinction between form and content to this analysis, Hunt can also be criticized for overemphasizing the problem of formal inclusion horizontally at the expense of the relationship between formal inclusion, on the one hand, and the continuing existence, perhaps even growth, of inequality of the social content of relations of power vertically, on the other. If Hunt does not want to argue that the inclusion of formerly excluded social groups also implies the substantive realization of freedom and equality vertically, she would have to accept that there is a separation between the form of abstract rights and the content of social inequality. If so, it would be entirely possible to imagine a perfect state of universal inclusion within the form of the rights of man horizontally and the continuing existence of power relations and social inequality vertically. By implication, on the premises proposed here, it would be reasonable to understand the inner logic of human rights as a process in which the abstract form becomes more coherent rather than more concrete and substantial while being exactly as abstract as before, and this dimension gets lost in Hunt's account due to the focus on the political form in isolation from social content. In relation to Moyne, the distinction between abstract political forms and social content can expose another problem. Moyne argues that the Droitstilhome and human rights have nothing at all to do with each other. However, when the context of the capitalist mode of production characterized by abstract equality, freedom, and generalized impersonal relations of dependence is compared to l'Ancien Regime, which was founded on concrete difference, privilege, particularity and personal dependence, a more plausible alternative appears to be an analysis of human rights as a political form even more abstract than the Droitstilhome. In that sense, a notion of continuation between the rights of man and human rights seems to be as significant as the insistence on contradiction and rupture. If the rights of man were framed largely as an attempt to construct state and nation, and human rights as an attempt to traverse state and nation, it would be possible to hold that state and nation are categories of abstract particularity if compared to the abstract universality of human rights. What unites both is their abstract attributes when compared to the political categories of l'Ancien Regime that manifestly contain social determinants. Hence, Moyne can be criticized for overemphasizing difference through his comparison of the attempt to construct state and nation and to construct a political form transcending that project. The problem here is that the argument excludes a comparison with l'Ancien Regime, since this comparison would offer an argument for a continuation of the abstract character of the political form alongside the space for a history of rupture, whether it includes particular claims rooted in the forms of nation and state or universal claims based on the naked individual subject. If, as Blackburn writes in his critique of Moyne, it was not necessarily easy to control and segregate talk of rights in the age of revolutions, this was primarily the case because of the abstract character of the political form, not because of its universality. The time and age of the Haitian Revolution. So far, I have only presented the first half of my critique of Hunt and Moyne. In the next step, I construct a distinction between the logical order and the time order in the analysis of the Haitian Revolution. The concepts stem from the thought of G.W.F. Hegel in his outlines of the philosophy of right and a discussion about the relation between thought and existent shapes, to which he adds that the time order in which the latter actually appear is other than the logical order. The very same distinction is employed by Marx, but in relation to political economy. For Marx, it would be unfeasible and wrong to let the economic categories follow one another in the same sequence as that in which they were historically decisive. Their sequence is determined, rather, by their relation in modern bourgeois society, which is precisely the opposite of that which seems to be their natural order or which corresponds to historical development. Both claims designated in the quote are historical, but they involve two different temporal foci, which should not be conflated. Therefore, both Marx and Hegel are keen to distinguish their own projects from a form of investigation interested in the natural order that focuses on the categories, as they have been decisive and developed in a chronological sequence and process, in which analytical claims are directed toward the origin of an object and how it has developed through a series of events in the course of concrete historical time, regardless of its qualities and functions in relation to a greater whole. In the vocabulary of Hegel, this form of investigation would engage itself with the time order, or what I will simply call the time of the Haitian Revolution. Hegel and Marx instead opt for another form of investigation, which considers how economic and juridical categories have related to each other in modern bourgeois society and/or the capitalist mode of production. In this context, the claims concern the relationship between the parts of a totality as a historical result, without taking into account the concrete historical development of each part as such. The question here rather asks for the role, quality, and function of the object under investigation in relation to a greater whole, such as the modern state, capital, or bureaucracy, with extended validity as conditioning elements for a period of time or epoch in general. By implication, the claims of generalization are here independent of, and neutral in relation to experiences, identity or intentions, in the sense that one could hold that a class relation between labor and capital exists as a structural category even if no one identifies herself as a laborer, and that this relation exists even if it is not the result of an intentionally planned process. To use Hegel's terminology, this form of investigation would engage itself with the logical order, or what I will call the age of the Haitian Revolution. When Hunt constructs her theory of the inner logic of human rights, it is obvious that she is claiming to explain a process of change in time, or what Hegel calls the time order. Hunt is simply interested in a phenomenon that leads political actors, often in spite of their own intentions, toward the expansion of human rights. This argument is not implausible, but according to the distinction between time and age, it ought to be limited to the analytical domain of the age of the Haitian Revolution in relation to the content of power. On those premises, Hunt can be criticized for attempting to explain too much, since the time order is much more complex, composite, and concrete than the abstract logical order, which attempts to say something general within the temporal reach of an epoch or about a specific system or structure as such. Thus, the notion of an inner logic of human rights may be plausible if the claims of the analysis are placed within the logical order, but perhaps with space for reactions against the logic that take on a logic of particularity as well. This means that we have learned something about the epoch, but that the concept is insufficient if we want to explain a limited series of events in concrete time. Moyne's case for a distinction between human rights and the Droit-Stilhomme is built on the argument that the political actors never intended the rights to expand beyond the attempt to build nation and state, from the age of revolutions to the anti-colonial movement. This argument also appears to be plausible, but only if it is limited to the time order of the French and the Haitian revolutions, since the logical order is neutral in relation to the problem of intentionality. Thus, while Hunt attempts to explain too much, Moyne attempts to prevent any abstract arguments that seek generalizations within the logical order by invoking the case that no one had the intention of constructing political forms that transcend the state and the nation. Needless to say, that kind of transcendence might have been an unintended consequence. Moreover, the argument from intentions only undermines Hunt's notion of an inner logic of human rights because the claims of generalization of that concept are located within the time order of analysis. If one instead limits the conception of an inner logic to the logical order, Moyne's critique would lose force. Thus, if one avoids conflating the logical order with the time order in the claims of generalization, the fact that there is evidence of how the slave revolutionaries showed little intention to fulfill the ideals of the French Revolution, it would still be possible to argue that the abstract nature of the rights of man fitted their purposes quite well, and that they indeed may have been driven to follow this track by a logic of universal rights according to, or in spite of, their own intentions. In the end, of course, the goal of the analysis ought to be to transgress the difference between the logical order and the time order, and to make use of both claims of generalization, but the transgression obviously presupposes paying careful attention to the difference from the very outset. Conclusion: the Haitian Revolution is not over as a negative proof of the incomplete and unfinished nature of the French Revolution, rooted in the not yet fulfilled utopian surplus of liberty, equality, fraternity, and the rights of man. Michael Lowy quotes the passionate efforts, beginning with Napoleon himself on 18th Brumaire, to put an end, officially and definitively, to the French Revolution. Yet, the historical debate about the French Revolution remains as intense as ever, as are the debates concerning the Haitian Revolution in numerous publications. Indeed, while working on this chapter, a special issue appeared with the title "The French Revolution is Not Over." Yale University, New Haven Court, USA. Boris Kapustin. That revolution, as a radical transformative socio-political phenomenon, has ended in the modern world, or has become highly unlikely, is a common sense of published opinion. Jürgen Habermas aptly captured the leitmotif of this common sense: I don't think that there can be any type of revolution in societies that have such a degree of complexity. We can't go back anyway, in spite of all the romantic anti-movements. For academics, revolution is a notion of the 19th century. The end of revolution is by no means a recent discovery. Shortly after the first great revolutions had set in motion political modernity, revolution was proclaimed finished and was consigned to the already bygone age. The French doctrinaires and Alexis de Tocqueville, Hegel in his epitaph for the French Revolution, Henry de Saint-Simon urging putting an end to revolution. These are a few examples of the early 19th century burial of revolution. It is hardly an exaggeration to maintain, as Crane-Brinton does, that the 19th century believed it was about to abolish the kind of internal or civil war we associate with revolution, and indeed would make revolution unnecessary. Now and then, this tendency of parting with revolution reached a crescendo comparable with what is observable these days. In the introduction to The Grand Failure, Zbigniew Brzezinski gives an illustration of such crescendos. He offers an overview of the editorials that appeared in the leading Western journals on the occasion of January 1, 1900, celebrating the coming of the last century of the second millennium. They are filled with an almost intoxicated praise of prosperity, of what may be called democracy, of the advancement of science and social peace. All this exhibits a firm belief that the future that lies ahead of at least the civilized portion of humanity is a century of reason rather than of passion. Wars and revolutions simply do not have any place in it. 14 years later, World War I broke out. It buried under its ashes a society that had been bursting with unbounded optimism. What makes the current parting with revolution novel is that, first, many of today's leftists are more uncompromising in their debunking of revolution than their rightist counterparts, and, second, the deposition of revolution is totally unrelated to the anticipation of the radiant future. Indeed, the rightist statements, such as revolutions are not likely in the future and we should be glad to see revolution pass into history, are no match for, say, Wendy Brown's much more resolute parting with revolution, historically outmoded, exhausted as an ambition, ruptured as political ontology, discredited by contemporary political epistemology. Revolution is unquestionably finished. 1. None of those who banish revolution from our world believe that its expulsion can make the present, or the future, better. Some may even envision a decline in the future, yet they cannot foresee a crisis capable of triggering a revolution. It seems that progress, which once was believed to be the driver and the ultimate sanction of revolution, has died out so completely that even wresting it from the hands of revolutionaries, in order to discredit revolution, has ceased to be a useful strategy for the right. What explains the fact that many of today's leftists are more adamant in their renunciation of revolution than the right usually is? François Furet suggested that in a new cultural political atmosphere that has enveloped the West since the late 1970s, to the left, in contrast to the right, which had no need to adjust any part of its heritage to this atmosphere, was compelled to adopt a highly critical view of its legacy, fundamentally revising its ideology, interpretations, hopes, and rationalizations. However, this is not the full story. What calls for an explanation is a glaring paradox, in which the end of revolution is trumpeted in a historical situation wherein revolution is, literally, everywhere. From the revolutionary Nike sneakers to no less revolutionary video game platforms, from visual marketing revolution to revolutionary methods in business management, from the new energy revolution to the communication revolution, and thus ad infinitum. Indeed, revolution seems to have penetrated in and overtaken all corners of life. One may dismiss all such revolutions as farcical tricks of advertising and PR pundits. However, why is revolution, so thoroughly discredited by the cohorts of philosophers, historians, and political scientists, so attractive for hard-headed advertising and PR gurus in their attempts to win over the public? What can be made of the apparent tendency of the latter to fall for revolution? Can it be surmised that revolution has somehow been integrated into the very modus operandi of the state-of-the-art capitalist machine? Such employment of revolution can be thought of as perverted, but it does not reduce revolution to a sheer fiction, to an ideological cover-up of some obscene real. On the contrary, it turns revolution into a very real element of the capitalist machinery, although function and substance-wise, revolution, in this capacity, has little to do with what it used to be before its capitalist appropriation. This is why the rightist renunciation of revolution is normally half-hearted and lackluster. What is really meant by the rightist version of the end of revolution thesis is that the old revolution, as the emancipatory action of the underprivileged, has run out of steam and has been supplanted by something altogether different. This something can be called the capitalist permanent revolution. It works all sorts of miracles, except for one, the miracle of freedom, understood as the ability to make history on our own or, using Hannah Arendt's idiom, to achieve the experience of a new beginning, however evanescent that experience can be. That revolution, as such, has not died is evidenced by the confident adoption of revolution by the right. 3 Ronald Reagan summed up the achievements of his 2 terms of presidency: "We were all revolutionaries and the revolution has been a success." Indeed, the impact of the neoliberal revolution on Western societies has already been fundamental and manifold. The nub of it is captured by the displacement of democratic welfare state capitalism by neoliberalized capitalism. Few old revolutions exhibited a similar ability to dramatically transform societal structures and public culture over such a short span of time. If revolutions are measured by the radicalness of the structural transformations they bring about and by the shifts of power from some elites to others, and if freedom is subtracted from what revolution means, then the neoliberal revolution, as a term, is fully justified. This has been unequivocally recognized by many commentators on the left, who produced some of the most penetrating analyses of this phenomenon. Theoretically speaking, that is, abstracting from the trauma of the ideological political defeat inflicted on the left in the last quarter of the 20th century, it is incomprehensible that so many of them are obsessed with proving the end of revolution thesis instead of soberly examining how a revolution was hijacked from them and, transfigured, so effectively relaunched by their adversaries. My purpose here is not to refute the end of revolution thesis, rather, below I scrutinize the cogency of some of the central arguments on which this thesis rests, retrieve the basic argument structure of the end of revolution thesis, and question its elements, one after another. As a working definition of revolution, I use the one offered by Theda Skocpol: social revolutions are rapid, basic transformations of a society's state and class structures, and they are accompanied and in part carried out by class-based revolts from below. I find this definition wanting for many reasons, but it is widely regarded as standard and it suits the purposes of this chapter. Before examining the argument structure of the end of revolution thesis, I raise a broader question: what is the ontological status of the revolution that is presumed to have ended? Revolution exists as a figure of academic discourse. It persists as a value on the level of public imagination and culture. It is there as an instrument of intense political rhetoric and even of strategic thinking, at least on the part of the right. Revolution remains as what Reinhard Koselleck and his colleagues call a basic historical concept, that is, as a historically mutable semantic formation, which is indispensable and irreplaceable not only for the awareness of modernity and for the expression of some of its distinctive experiences, but for partaking in it as well. Revolution may still linger as an illusion, which Fauré tried to exorcise as late as the 1990s. And what about revolution as a kind of practice, or, still better, as a temporal spatial site on which all sorts of practices occur: revolutionary, counter-revolutionary, non-revolutionary, material and spiritual, political and apolitical, sublime and vile, and so on, which somehow cohere in such a way that they emerge as revolution. All these and some other ontological statuses, being logically mutually exclusive, are not just perfectly congruent, in the context of what Pierre Bourdieu calls practical logic, but intimately interact with each other, thereby making the overall organization of revolution, as a peculiar identifiable phenomenon, possible or, in certain situations, impossible. It is embarrassing that the end of revolution theorists shun discussing the ontological problematique of their central category, similar to some other key categories of political philosophy and social theory, and, therefore, are often forced to resort to a kind of naive positivist epistemology. Moreover, it has already been pronounced more than once, to no avail, that revolution cannot be viewed as a datum but as a construct, and that any conception of revolution has, at least as its starting point, some revolutionary self-awareness and self-identification of the actual historical actors, without which it would be impossible to determine even the subject of the study of revolution, that is, to separate a specific set of events and circumstances as revolution from the infinity of other events and circumstances. With this in mind, below I examine the argument structure of the end of revolution thesis. To make my analysis more economical, I focus on a set of arguments meant to explain the impossibility of revolution in the current age, as they are laid out in the books by Halliday and Goodwin, who produced the most comprehensive and elaborate lists of such arguments. First, the imbalance of power between the forces of order and the forces of revolution has greatly increased. The general expansion of states' infrastructural power has been particularly dramatic since World War II, and it has made revolutions impossible unless the military becomes divided. Second, over the past few decades, the ideological climate has fundamentally changed, and revolution has lost much of its popular appeal and influence. Third, the colonialist, military, authoritarian, patrimonial, and other pre-modern regimes, which used to be, and to a certain extent still are, the breeding ground for revolution, have either disappeared or are at the brink of disappearance. Many of them, in fact, were removed by revolutions. Fourth, the international factors favoring revolution were greatly reduced after the downfall of the Soviet bloc, and, in fact, solidarity among leading liberal democratic states has never been as strong as it is now. Fifth, the globalized capitalist world system cannot be seriously challenged. While it is not pouring out unalloyed blessings upon humanity, to say the least, it is too powerful to be challenged by local resistances, and it does generate and spread prosperity, however unevenly and unjustly it can be distributed. Finally, democracy, which has been spreading across the world since the 1970s and 1980s, kills revolution. Goodwin explicitly accentuates democracy's predominantly counter-revolutionary consequences. History does show that no popular revolutionary movement has ever overthrown a consolidated democratic regime. The argument about the imbalance of power. The argument about the decisive significance of the condition of the military, not just for the outcome but for the very possibility of revolution, is sound. Unless the military is divided, disheartened, disobedient, yielding to what Frederick Engels called the moral influences of the disgruntled and agitated public, nothing but hapless flashes of resistance, certainly not revolution, are possible. Engels offered a detailed explanation of the correlation between the condition of the military and revolution as early as the closure of the 19th century. He also registered the impressive enhancement of states' infrastructural power that took place at that time. Thus, rebellion in the old style, such as street fighting with barricades, had been made obsolete. This is not his central point, however. Rather, it is a generalization that all revolutions that have ever occurred could succeed only through their moral influences on the military. No revolution has ever won through a real victory of insurrection over the military in street fighting, as a victory between two armies. In light of this, one can wonder what is really new in the recent argument about the further increase of imbalance of fighting power between the forces of order and the forces of revolution. Its novelty and its persuasiveness clearly is not a result of today's military having equipment unknown in the 19th century. What can be genuinely novel about this argument is an assumption that today's disgruntled public cannot, in principle, exert any moral influences on the military. The latter is totally immune to any qualms, moral or otherwise, or loyalties that do not fully coincide with those of the top brass. In other words, the restated argument about the imbalance of fighting power can be read as novel only if it is supported by the proven assertions that the general public has become ethically impotent for or that the military en masse resembles errant Adolf Eichmann in its inability to think. Until such assertions are explicitly made and proven, the argument about the increasing imbalance of power looks banal and, more importantly, unenlightening with respect to whether the fighting superiority of the military, which has always been there, really precludes revolution. The argument about the disenchantment with revolution, the second argument, that revolution has lost its appeal, immediately raises at least two questions. First, who is it who has become disenchanted? Second, is the desirability of revolution the sine qua non of its occurrence? Revolutionary propaganda necessarily portrays revolution as what all oppressed naturally strive for. The representation of all can even be further extended to reach the proportions of the virtually universal we oppose to a handful of nefarious spoilers of humanity. As Richard Wagner writes in A State of Utmost Revolutionary Excitement, we behold the lofty goddess revolution, which promises to destroy the dominion of one over many, of the dead over the living, of matter over spirit, by dispersing the clique of evildoers. This is to what each creature testifies. It is not a good idea to lend credence to this propagandistic portrayal of the enthusiasm for revolution by asserting that in the current time it has waned. The available historical evidence suggests that the masses have never strived for revolution before its actual outbreak. The cahiers de doléances drawn up by each of the three estates in France on the eve of the Great Revolution show that very few Frenchmen, at that time, had any idea of, or desire for, revolution. All in all, revolution just could not have been predicted from the mass of the cahiers. The same can be said about the thousands of letters, telegrams, and petitions submitted to the Russian Provisional Government by all sorts of organizations, which were mushrooming in Russia in spring 1917, with one important caveat: those messages were produced shortly after the February Revolution. Likewise, John Jay writes, during the course of my life, and until after the second petition of Congress, I never did hear any American of any class, or of any description, express a wish for the independence of the colonies. Jay immediately cites Benjamin Franklin's letter confirming the former's observation. The aforesaid can be summed up by the following rhetorical question of Vladimir Lenin: is there a fool in the world who would have resorted to revolution if you had really begun social reform? Then human foresight and longing are limited by the horizons of the practice they are immersed in, and revolution is exactly what lies beyond such horizons. Revolutions do happen nonetheless, or maybe even because of the human inability to foresee and desire them. It has been said more than once that announced revolutions do not happen. A more interesting question is, however, why it is widely and staunchly believed that striving for revolution and desiring it are important for its occurrence. There are those who believe that they can see further than the common folk, that their vision is not limited by the bounds of a practice they belong to. They may desire or hate what they see. Being ethically sensitive, they feel compelled to translate their insights into certain activities meant to do good to their brethren. Such unique creatures are intellectuals. If they happen to be critical intellectuals, they may develop a desire for revolution, envisage its coming, and devote themselves to its approximation. Such a belief in the possession of uniquely valuable insights into the present plight of humanity and into its future deliverance is a nodal point of a complex phenomenon, which Alvin Goldner calls an ideology of intellectuals. For the purposes of my argument, two components of this phenomenon must be singled out. First, whatever such intellectuals do, they claim to represent the best interests of the respective other, and they can politically succeed only if this claim is taken more or less seriously by those whom they claim to represent. This means this claim is not a hoax but, as with all sorts of representation, a creative process whereby both the contents of representation and the identity of the representatives and the represented are somehow configured and adjusted to accommodate the interests of both sides. Representation is always a kind of struggle. The represented, as an actual social group, may even withdraw from representation, and the representatives, in this case, will either look for another group to represent or will use the identity of the formerly represented as a metaphor. This is what famously happened to the proletarian identity, which has become a metaphor applicable to whoever may be prepared, in a given situation, to fulfill the historical task. The intellectuals summon the revolutionary other to fulfill. 5 Second, the significance of the insights in question is such that the revolution they inaugurate cannot be any other than final. Koselleck tracks the syndrome of finality down to the great revolutions of early modernity, when the theological idea of the Last Judgment was incorporated, in its secularized form, into the then fledgling ideology of progress. Using Tom Paine's writings as an illustration, Kozelek shows how the American Revolution was presented as the completion of a universal world historical process, the final day of judgment that would entail the ultimate victory over hell. Around the mid-19th century, Marx modernized the Enlightenment vision of the finality of revolution. The organization of revolutionary elements as a class supposes the existence of all the productive forces which could be engendered in the bosom of the old society. Does this mean that after the fall of the old society there will be a new class domination culminating in a new political power? No. It is only in an order of things in which there are no more classes and class antagonisms that social evolutions will cease to be political revolutions. This is a revolutionary version of the end of revolution. The success of revolution amounts to its final self-cancellation. If, against all odds, a measure of revolutionary enthusiasm remains today, then the age-old finality of revolution will reappear even in postmodern theories of revolution. Thus, one may think that the very idea of revolution stands or falls with the persistence of the syndrome of finality. What underlies the leftist version of the end of revolution thesis today is a massive disappointment with these two elements of the ideology of intellectuals. It is what constitutes Frederick Jameson's narrative pensée savage of the theories of the end of revolution. To understand how the narrative pensée savage operates, one does not need to look at the well-known negative consequences of revolutions or acknowledge revolutions are not really necessary to set societies on upward trajectories toward higher forms of social organization. What really undermines the ideology of intellectuals is that no significant political entity can be interpellated by their summons to serve as an agent of revolution. This is what Max Horkheimer realized as early as the 1950s, openly declaring himself and his colleague Theodor Adorno defeatists. A collapse of the finality of revolution dealt another devastating blow to the ideology of intellectuals. Peter Starr, in his Logics of Failed Revolt, offers a comprehensive account of all the shades of French intellectuals' disappointment with revolution after May 1968, but one of them stands out as most salient and recurrent: no revolution can rid society of the figure of the master as such. This is what Jacques Lacan threw in the face of his young revolutionary opponents: I would tell you that the aspiration to revolution has but one conceivable issue, always, the discourse of the master. That is what experience has proved. What you, as revolutionaries, aspire to is a master. You will have one. Bernard Henry Levy later developed this idea into a thesis about the impossibility of revolution. If revolutionary dreams are fashioned in the forms of this world, nothing would be possible but mere semblances of revolution. To the grim assertion of the impossibility of true revolution, one should respond with the cheerful naivete: do it, and so what? If we cannot get rid of all the scoundrels at once, does it follow from this that we should not try to kick out at least some of them? Alternative futures, or any other products of critical intellectuals, may be useful for revolutionary struggles, but not as instructions for what is to be done. Rather, they may be useful for adding inspiration to the struggles caused by grievances coming from the past and the present. Such alternative futures are appropriated and reinterpreted by rising social groups in their own ways. Being utopian, they are still adjusted to the earthly demands and, yet, they extend such demands so that they can reach out for the impossible, without which the possible would not be attained. To conclude, the argument about disenchantment with revolution can have only one discernible sociological referent: critical intellectuals. Its only possible practical implication is the unraveling of the ideology of intellectuals. The participation of masses in revolution does not stand in need of any enchantment with revolution for its explanation. The link between revolution and backwardness. The argument that only pre-modern, or early modern, regimes are vulnerable to revolutions was crafted long before the recent upsurge of the end of revolution thesis. It had been an important element of the Western toolkit during the Cold War. Walt Rostow, an exemplary Cold War warrior, put forth the most piercing articulation of this argument, revolutionaries are the scavengers of the modernization process, and communism is best understood as a disease of the transition to the modernization process. Samuel Huntington was, understandably, more academic in his expression of basically the same idea. Revolution is thus an aspect of modernization. It is not a universal category but rather an historically limited phenomenon. It will not occur in highly traditional societies with very low levels of social and economic complexity. Nor will it occur in highly modern societies. It is hard to comprehend how a pristine faith in the linear, deterministic, West-centric or Eurocentric modernization undergirding this argument could survive the decades of scathing critiques, from all walks of academic life, in particular, from the dependency and world system theories. It is impossible to detail all the critical arguments leveled at modernization theory here, but several aspects are important for my analysis. First, the link between revolution and modernization, as described above, leaves the impression that there is one single concept of revolution, that is as an aspect of modernization. Regardless of how varied empirical emanations of this single concept of revolution may be, none of them can be found in highly modern societies, exactly because the very essence of revolution makes it impossible under the conditions of already modernized societies. Were it not for this single, historically and sociologically defined, concept of revolution, the assertion about its impossibility in highly modern societies would be theoretically groundless. The statement that revolutions never occurred in advanced industrial societies, if at all correct, would have no other virtue than that of an inductive observation, which, according to David Hume, should never be mistaken for predictive inference or for what may have apodictic certainty. However, most scholars agree that a single concept of revolution is, in principle, impossible. The substantive theory of revolution aims at specific revolutions or, at best, particular types thereof. Goodwin even describes a general tendency that characterizes the contemporary theorizing of revolution and that consists in a decided movement away from attempts to formulate a general theory of revolution. Now, if a general concept of revolution is said to be impossible, what enables the identification of a revolution, as an aspect of modernization, with revolution as such? What logically makes it possible to rule out the emergence of yet unknown kinds of revolution, say, in advanced industrial societies, which are themselves in flux, if there is no general theory of revolution that could have explained the impossibility of such occurrences? Why are such questions ignored? Perhaps Hume can supply an answer. He stresses that induction-based predictive inferences cannot be the determinations of reason, they are based only on faith. This is the faith that the course of nature continues always uniformly the same. This uniformity cannot be rationally proven, but without it, no scholarly predictions can be made, including the one concerning the end of revolution. The latter is particularly unfortunate, since revolution is evental by definition, which means that it is not derivable from past experiences. Second, the identification of revolution with an aspect of modernization surreptitiously brings in some additional criteria for revolution that have remained unexamined and unarticulated and leaves the notion of modernity, of which modernization is clearly a derivative, remarkably elusive and underdeveloped. This is to say that both problems, those of the additional criteria and modernity, are suppressed in the end of revolution thesis. How and why does this happen? Even for the ardent supporters of the revolution as an aspect of modernization, it should be clear that something resembling revolution did occur in highly industrialized countries in the 20th century, such as Germany, Austria, Spain, France, not to mention a bunch of revolutions from the right. These would be disqualified as revolutions if the categorical link between revolution and backwardness was upheld. Krishan Kumar offers a particularly graphic example of how this is achieved. To begin with, all the aforementioned leftist revolutions were defeated. Does this imply that defeated revolutions should be discounted as revolutions? Should the Pan-European Revolution of 1848, for example, be considered a non-revolution? Generally speaking, what are the criteria by which one can distinguish a defeated revolution from the successful one? Apparently, a measure of elite turnover brought about by a true revolution would be too shallow and unreliable a criterion for this purpose, particularly since revolutions are always launched by those whom they will sweep away, not by their beneficiaries. Is it the radicalness of structural change that true revolutions execute? In this respect, defeated revolutions can be no less efficient than victorious ones. Nearly all of the main points of the program of the defeated Pan-European Revolution of 1848 were put into practice by the victorious counter-revolution shortly after the latter's unambiguous military and political triumph. On the other hand, the structural achievements of victorious revolutions are doubtful, to say the least. It is not without reason that Ferret asserted that nothing resembled French society under Louis XVI more than French society under Louis Philippe. Revolution can be identified and assessed in its own right as a specific event that produces itself and, thus, impacts culture, historical memory, human spirit, and aspirations, regardless of its failure or success in terms of structural changes or elite turnover. It is this approach to revolution which Engels articulates in the midst of the Revolution of 1848, saying that the most important achievement of the revolution is the revolution itself. Kumar argues that the aforementioned revolutions were not made by any specific political party and that they sprang from an abnormal and artificial opportunity provided by WWI. To this, it can be retorted that revolutions are never made by any purposeful agencies. Revolution leads men more than men lead it, although it can lead them precisely because they desire, and do their best, to lead it. Furthermore, revolutions are never determined by the unfolding logic of history which, were it to remain uninterrupted, would eviscerate revolutionary action altogether. It is normal for revolution to arise from abnormal conditions. Thus, the additional criteria of revolution necessary to secure its identification with the revolution as an aspect of modernization are the success of a revolution, its attribution to purposeful agency, and its subsumption under the logic of history. None of these criteria can stand in light of both historical experience and contemporary post-metaphysical thinking, which has abandoned the unfolding logics of all sorts of philosophy of history, along with the traditional philosophy of the subject. Kumar does not even touch on revolutions from the right. Why are they disqualified or plainly ignored? Kumar's additional criteria hardly apply to them, mainly because the rightist revolutions were not defeated. Actually, there is a ready explanation of why the rise of fascism or Nazism to power should not be identified as revolution, but it comes from a theoretical perspective alien to Kumar's and, for that matter, to mainstream present-day revolutionary theorizing. Revolution can be identified as a unique practice of popular freedom, as it has been in a long tradition stretching from Condorcet to Arendt. This understanding of revolution precludes calling rightist storms of power revolutions. Modernity proves to be another blind spot of revolution as an aspect of modernization. Does modernity mean a set of specific institutions and their characteristic modes of operation, the idealized image of which passes for modernity in Huntington's book of 1968? Huntington's description of modernity, however, was a copy of industrial society. By current standards, it is already antique. If the current condition is modernity, then what Huntington and other theorists of the 1950s and 1960s took for modernity was, in fact, pre-modernity. One can hardly doubt that the most cutting-edge elements of today's modernity will be similarly lumped in with pre-modernity in the near future. If modernity cannot be identified with any specific institutional or spiritual formations, if its most fundamental feature consists precisely in that it endlessly rewrites itself, if it permanently generates in itself a pre-modern moment by means of discerning in its own composition those elements which are less modern than others and by deeming the former deserving either relegation to the past or appropriate updating, then modernity itself is nothing other than perpetual modernization. Modernization can no longer be thought of as a transition towards some plateau called the attained modernity. Rather, modernization becomes the mode of existence of modernity. This deals a crushing blow to Huntington's revolution as an aspect of modernization by turning it, literally, upside down. Revolution can be seen as an aspect of modernization exactly because the latter is now viewed as the continuing and inescapable mode of existence of modernity as such, whether described as industrial or post-industrial, rather than as a transition to modernity. The transformations of international relations and revolution. The argument that the recent transformation of international relations has a negative impact on the possibility of revolution is undeniable. However, in order to assess its significance for the end of revolution thesis, the nature of these transformations must be clarified. What has really changed? Is it the disappearance of the fountainhead of revolution that used to send revolutionary shockwaves across the globe? If the USSR is identified as the epicenter of revolutions from above in its satellites and the focus is placed exclusively on its support of particular national liberation and anti-imperialist movements, this question should be answered in the affirmative. However, these revolutions from above were simply mechanisms of the establishment of Soviet domination over specific parts of the world in the context of a global geopolitical game with the West. This game, with its zigzags as well as with its rules, which should always be kept in mind, explains the USSR's support of some anti-imperialist struggles and its disinterest in others. It is noteworthy that the USSR's relations with the regimes brought about by revolutions from below were often strained, if not openly hostile. This is to say nothing of the USSR's avowedly counter-revolutionary role, which it unvaryingly played in crushing uprisings that threatened its domination. There are many reasons to think that world revolution as the overarching goal of communist politics was abandoned at least as early as the adoption of the strategy of building socialism in one country. Any revolutionary activity by the USSR in the world arena after that point was merely instrumental to the reinforcement of its positions vis-a-vis other centers of power. So, what had changed by the fall of the USSR? It was the disappearance of a bipolar organization of international relations and the rise of a unipolar world. Unipolarity, regardless of its specific character, is always detrimental to expressions of popular discontent, particularly organized and radical ones, those that target the weak and vital spots of the status quo. It is not only revolution that is gone from the modern unipolar world. Nearly all other forms of protest followed the same route. Bi- or multipolarity does not need to include a revolutionary pole in order to be more conducive to revolution than unipolarity. Rivalries between the lords of the world may suffice. The French monarchy was hardly determined to serve as an engine of world revolution when it intervened in the anti-British struggles of the North American colonies. Nor was imperialist Japan selflessly dedicated to the cause of national liberation struggles when it resolutely backed the Indian nationalists fighting British oppression. Is our world doomed to remain unipolar? Many observers anticipate the imminent rise of a new bipolar model, with the USA and China as its poles. However, this model, in contrast to earlier ones, is often predicted to be peaceful since, while the USA and the USSR barely traded with each other during the Cold War, China and the USA are economically intertwined in numerous ways such that it would be completely irrational for either of them to initiate war. To critique this point, however, it may be useful to look at the past. 1 month before the outbreak of WWI, a thorough and well-documented report on economic relations between the British and German empires was published by the English Royal Statistical Society. It opens with a remarkable statement. The British and German empires together transact approximately 39% of the international trade of the world, they own 53% of the merchant shipping of the world, and their credit institutions play an enormous and indispensable part in the conduct of the trade of the world. It is inevitable, therefore, that the commercial and financial relations of the two empires should be of vast magnitude, both directly and indirectly. The rest of the report is, by and large, an illustration of the inevitability of the maintenance and of the further reinforcement of such tremendously efficient and wholesome relations between the two empires. The argument about revolution and globalization: one can readily concede that globalization as such cannot be resisted, for the same reasons that no abstraction, such as capitalism, feudalism, or totalitarianism, can be directly resisted. In politics, one opposes concrete political agents and their actions, not an anonymous system. Anonymous systems, however, do not exist as generic essences on their own. They do not externally approach whatever they can take over and transform in accordance with their presumed immanent logic. On the contrary, they are the modes of articulation of whatever they subdue and transform through such articulations, and they have no existence whatsoever independent of what they interconnect in their specific ways. Anonymous systems live only in and off concrete historical configurations. With respect to globalization, this has several implications. First, it is important to avoid ascribing to it an intrinsic and relentless logic befitting the generic essences, thus portraying it as an almighty demiurge of modern history. Second, even if globalization is conceived as an autopoietic self-referential system, it should be kept in mind that self-reference as a form is only possible if something else exists from which it can be distinguished, that is, external reference. This means that globalization is not the be-all and end-all and everything else is just lingering relics of the past. Rather, globalization has to create its other/environment, if it is to operate as a viable system. Third, since the reproduction of any system is contingent on the nature of the elements it absorbs into itself and of those it relegates to its environment, as well as on the success of both of these operations, it is only the history of a system in question, with all its ups and downs, which can serve as the subject of its theory. This applies to globalization more accurately than to anything else. On the one hand, it is clear that globalization has always been a pivotal dimension of the development of capitalism. On the other hand, to say that the relationship between capitalism and globalization has always been categorical does not mean that it has always been smooth and uneventful. The same is true for other categorical relations of capitalism, such as free market/competition, technological advancement, and mass consumption. Capitalism is a highly eventful and contingent historical process, rather than a well-oiled machine smoothly operating after being set in motion. A credible theory of globalization demands, at its core, an explanation of how specific tensions have arisen between certain forms of capitalism and corresponding forms of globalization, of how they were resolved, always temporarily and imperfectly, and of where such resolutions have led. That would be a narrative about the consecutive waves of globalization that would allow for the comprehension of present-day globalization as but one wave. What bearing does this have on the end of revolution thesis? Different revolutions did occur on the earlier phases of globalization. Globalization as such does not make revolution impossible. If so, what exactly are those unique features of the present form of globalization that supposedly prevent revolution? Even if such unique features exist, what ensures that they are not obliterated by the ebb of the current wave of globalization or that they are necessarily reinstated by the next wave? All discussions of globalization as an obstacle to revolution are pointless unless they show that those aspects of globalization that have been conducive to revolution thus far, namely, unevenness of development and the appearance of the weak links in the global chain 6, have been completely erased by the latest developments. Such demonstrations are yet to appear, while arguments to the contrary exist already. There is another paradox inherent in the argument about globalization as an obstacle to revolution. Its proponents readily admit that revolutions can still occur somewhere on the periphery of the global system, but claim that this admission in no way invalidates the end of revolution thesis. Why? Because such peripheral revolutions are not considered really modern, they clear up, so to say, the vestiges of the pre-modern past that are still lingering in the present. This is the final tribute that the end of revolution thesis pays to the modernization paradigm and to Huntington's revolution as an aspect of modernization. The diachrony of the modern pre-modern immediately projects itself onto, crisscrosses with, and ruptures the synchrony of the globalized world, thus making nonsense of its actual temporality. If the globalization thesis is taken seriously, then the entire globalized world should be perceived as modern, not only from the viewpoint of contemporaneity, but also from a more profound perspective of functionality and structuration. Theoretically and logically, it should not matter for the end of revolution thesis in which part of the globalized world revolution occurs, since in all its manifestations it will be, to use Herbert Marcuse's trope, expressive of the internal contradictions of the global capitalist system. The argument about democracy as a coffin of revolution equipped the ballot box has been the coffin of revolutionaries has become conventional wisdom. A belief in its cogency is predicated on the acceptance of at least three assumptions, which I will call the assumption of purity, the assumption of unlimited efficacy, and the assumption of the diffused tension. Below is an examination of each. The assumption of purity implies that it makes sense to compare democracy as such, for example, as a political method, that is to say, a certain type of institutional arrangement for arriving at political, legislative and administrative decisions, irrespective of what decisions it will produce under given historical conditions, with revolution, associated, however nebulously, with a forceful overthrow of an existing government. Any rational individual making such a comparison would prefer democracy which offers a satisfaction of one's demands, maybe not in this political cycle but in the next one, to the horrors and unpredictability of the life and death struggle of revolution. Any method makes sense only in relation to some specific problems that it can, or cannot, solve. This is a commonsensical approach to method that is quashed by the strategy of discussing democracy in the abstract, in its disentanglement from what makes it possible and from what determines its actual modus operandi. The assumption of purity implies that democracy is distinguishable from its actual modi operandi, that it can be meaningfully treated as a reified essence, and that it can be, in this capacity, compared with revolution. Strikingly, the same theorists who dismiss the very idea of creating a single theory of revolution, which means that, for them, revolution as such is a chimera, are eager to toy with democracy as such when it stands for the coffin of revolutionaries. According to Hegel, method, beyond the province of abstract sciences, such as mathematics, is not something external to, distinct from, and only applicable to its subject matter and content. On the contrary, method can only be the nature of the content. This fully applies to democracy as a method. It can never be a pure procedural institutional arrangement. It is, and it has always been, a procedural processing of specific material content. Disburdened from this content, democracy immediately flies from sociology and political science to the ethereal world of deontology, or to the netherworld in which the democratic propaganda machine operates. In Schumpeter's sharp wording, rational allegiance to it thus presupposes certain states of society in which democracy can be expected to work in ways we approve. A key to this is the plural first-person pronoun we. Who are those who can approve, or disapprove, the ways in which democracy works in certain states of society? Certainly it cannot be the people, who, according to Schumpeter, can never actually rule or govern under democracy. A clarification of this we is a sine qua non for understanding democracy and for its meaningful juxtaposition with revolution. The advocates of democracy as a coffin of revolutionaries, however, feel compelled to ground reified pure democracy in some material content. Thus a second assumption, that of unlimited efficacy, comes to the fore. Democracy is said to be capable, repeating Seymour Martin Lipset's argument, of pacifying and institutionalizing many forms of social conflict, of translating them into party competition for votes and lobbying by interest groups. Even if some conflicts are not thus fully translatable, democracy is flexible enough to provide sufficient room for popular protests, which, in the form of movements or otherwise, will ensure the necessary concessions from political and economic elites. All in all, democracy is boundlessly efficacious in handling social conflicts and problems. Strangely, this buoyant account of democracy coexists with a bleak observation that democracy dramatically reduces the likelihood of revolutionary change, but not because it brings about social justice. Is this so because the way in which democracy pacifies social conflicts is unjust, or is it that in some cases the outcomes of this pacification can be just and in others unjust, depending on circumstances completely unrelated to the essence of democracy? Should democracy be seen as patently irrelevant to matters of justice? This probably should have been considered from the outset. Indeed, If democracy is but a procedural institutional arrangement, how can it have a categorical relationship with justice, which is a substantive ethical characteristic of social life? This relationship cannot help but be incidental. If so, the buoyant rhetoric about democracy's presumed unlimited efficacy to pacify social conflicts must be pushed aside for an attentive look at what, exactly, conditions democracy as it is, and at which specific circumstances it can and cannot translate conflicts into party competition and lobbying. It is well known that democracy has been, and is, conditioned by its blending with capitalism to repeat the respective arguments. There is no such thing as democracy in the world, there is only capitalist democracy. This blending has a panoply of local variations across the globe. However, in all its historical variations, it necessarily turns democracy, to use Raymond Aron's formulation, into an essentially conservative phenomenon. The recent transitions to democracy in South and East Central Europe and elsewhere demonstrate this with the persuasiveness of laboratory experiments. Adam Przeworski renders their fundamental logic in the following way. Autheal and economic conservatism may be the necessary price for democracy. Political institutions that organize the democratic compromise must be designed in such a way as to protect interests of the forces associated with the authoritarian regime and thus to minimize the extent of eventual transformations. Political democracy is possible only at the cost of limiting social and economic transformations. Capitalism, as a generic expression of authoritarian regime 7 can be substituted for the particularity of political authoritarianism, to turn Przeworski's pronouncement into an excellent formula for blending democracy and capitalism in general. This blending predetermines which social issues can be placed on a democratic agenda and which of them should never be mentioned. It means that the modus operandi of even the most democratic regime is not reducible to representation and that it necessarily involves what Badiou calls an excess over representation. What is most essential, however, is that democracy, as a method, does not treat social issues, public opinion, individual and group preferences and whatever it has as the material to be processed as raw facts, which it simply takes into account and according to which it operates. On the contrary, democracy is a mode of production of the material it processes. Most devastatingly for revolution, democracy produces, in tandem with capitalism, profoundly depoliticized political subjectivities, incapable of partaking in any kind of sustained and cohesive collective action, let alone that of a radical and transformative nature. This tendency has been considerably exacerbated by state-of-the-art neoliberal capitalism and by today's emasculated democracy, as its attendant, in the form of the massive production of the so-called entrepreneurial subject, which progressively supplants the classical productive subject of the golden age of capitalism. This is what has led not only to the disappearance of the traditional forms of political struggles and class resistances, typical of the classical productive subject of yesteryear, but also to the virtual end of protest as such. Indeed, democracy, in tandem with capitalism, proved to be an incredibly efficient pacifier of social conflicts. It managed to substitute a one-sided class struggle, waged only by the lords of the world, for a presumably obsolete two-sided class struggle. This is the most fundamental meaning of post in this post-industrial, post-modern, post-historical, post-revolutionary world. The aforementioned has already revealed the third assumption of democracy as a coffin of revolutionaries, the assumption of the diffused tension. Capitalist democracy is no longer about emancipation. Rather, it is about the stabilization of the status quo. However, historically speaking, democracy has been inseparable from emancipation. Many of the earlier political and class struggles saw democracy not just as a means but as an end, that is, emancipation itself was seen as democracy. This intimate historical intertwinement of emancipation and democracy left indelible imprints on democracy, not just on its legal normative level but on the procedures and regulations that make up the very scaffolding of democracy, such as the principle of one man one vote, which is, among other things, the wrench of equality jammed by emancipatory struggles into the gears of domination embodied in the institutions of governance as such. Herein lies the fundamental tension. Democracy is not, nor can it be reduced to, the formalism of a procedural institutional arrangement, to Schumpeter's method, or just to a kind of government, firmly placed in a taxonomy of forms of government, such as tyrannies or oligarchies. Democracy does not fit neatly into such taxonomies because it bears the imprints of emancipatory struggles, which other forms of government lack, which are not even necessary, logically speaking, for the very definition of the term form of government, focused by its nature on how power is organized and distributed. Democracy implies not only how we are governed, but also how we behave, how we think, and how we resist the ways in which we are governed. After all, democracy is what John Dewey called the way of life, irreducible to government, although it is a trait of idealism, lingering in his philosophy, to prescribe government to serve as a means for this way of life. Nothing inherent in government as such compels it to fulfill this function, but it can be compelled to fulfill it by the way of life itself, which is always a formidable and explicitly political problem. 8 Claude Lefort famously describes democracy a movement which tends to actualize the image of the people, and a movement is necessarily thwarted by the reference to power as an empty place and by the experience of social division. The movement and the empty place of power are pivotal to this formulation. The former means that democracy can operate only by constantly invoking the people as a constitutive agency with a specific political subjectivity. The latter means that this agency does not exist in democracy as a sociologically describable reality. The people cannot occupy the place of power. It can be occupied only temporarily and conditionally by the representatives of the people. Thus, the present absence of the people becomes decisive. It is a kind of negation that renders the absence of the people as a tangible sociological category. However, this is not a vacuous negation, annihilating that which it negates, but a productive one, which creates something out of what it negates. In this case, it creates a specific mode of the absence of the people, that is, a way in which the people can be invoked and which prevents the procedural institutional arrangement of democracy from being turned into machinery for the production of a manufactured will. This is why the absent people, as a symbolic linchpin of democracy, is something immeasurably more substantial than Walter Lippmann's phantom public, which is exactly a product of the vacuous negation of the people, of its grinding into a mob of consumers and private citizens. The tension between democracy as an institutional arrangement and democracy as a symbolic codification of emancipation, the latter of which sanctions and becomes materialized in all sorts of activities resisting domination, can be described as the co-presence in democracy of what Etienne Balibar calls the insurrectional moment and the constitutional moment. The structural equivocation between them cannot be resolved without democracy's ossification into a mechanism of domination and control. Thus, the vibrant democracy is necessarily incomplete and tension-ridden, but this is exactly what needs to be fought for and protected against all efforts to bring it to fruition. The perception of democracy as a coffin of revolutionaries implies that the tension discussed above has been decidedly diffused, that democracy has already ossified as another structure of domination. The present condition of democracy does lend credence to this perception. The only problem is whether this supposedly constitutive statement is not, in fact, performative, whether it is not another attempt at exorcising the specter of revolution. As mentioned above, my intention is not to refute the end of revolution thesis. Rather, it is to pinpoint a few questions that, in my opinion, need to be addressed if this thesis is to be substantiated or rejected. That said, a final methodological observation may be a suitable concluding remark. Approaching revolution, one can set off from observing a world in which revolutions do not occur, and then look for reasons why they do not occur. Thus, the existent condition of the world will serve as the explanans of the non-occurrence of revolutions. Alternatively, one may set off from the disappearance of revolution, from its repression, moving on to what has repressed it, and then look at how this repression has transformed the world. Thus, the latter will come into sight as the explanandum. The choice between these two possible paths of conducting the investigation will inevitably influence its outcomes. Part 2. Antonio Gramsci, a Marxist admirer of the Protestant Reformation. Michael Lowy. Among the great Marxist thinkers of the communist movement, Antonio Gramsci, founder of the Italian Communist Party in 1921, and prisoner of Mussolini's fascist regime from 1926 to his death in 1937, is probably the one who paid the greatest attention to religious issues. Unlike Friedrich Engels or Karl Koski, he was not interested in early Christianity or the communist heresies of the Middle Ages, but rather in the Protestant Reformation. He was also one of the first Marxists who tried to understand the weight of religious culture among the popular masses. In his early writings, Gramsci showed sympathy for progressive forms of religiosity. For instance, he was fascinated by the Christian socialist Charles Peguy. The most obvious characteristic of Peguy's personality is religiosity, the intense faith. His books are all full of this mysticism inspired by the most pure and persuasive enthusiasm, which takes the form of a very personal prose, of biblical intonation, pages 33 to 34. Reading Peguy's Notre Jeunesse, we become drunk with that mystical religious feeling of socialism, of justice that pervades everything. We feel in ourselves a new life, a stronger faith beyond the ordinary and miserable polemics of the small and vulgarly materialist politicians, pages 118 to 119. Point 1. However, his most substantial writings on religion are to be found in the prison notebooks. In spite of their fragmentary, unsystematic, and elusive nature, they contain most insightful remarks. His sharp and ironic criticism of the conservative forms of religion, particularly the Jesuit brand of Catholicism, which he heartily disliked, did not prevent him from also perceiving the utopian dimension of religious ideas. Religion is the most gigantic utopia, that is the most gigantic metaphysics, that history has ever known, since it is the most grandiose attempt to reconcile, in mythological form, the real contradictions of historical life. It affirms, in fact, that mankind has the same nature, that man insofar as created by God, son of God, is therefore brother of other men, equal to other men, and free amongst and as other men, but it also affirms that all this is not of this world, but of another. Thus do ideas of equality, fraternity, and liberty ferment among men. Thus it has come about that in every radical stirring of the multitude, in one way or another, with particular forms and particular ideologies, these demands have always been raised. Gramsci also insisted on internal differentiations of the Church according to ideological orientations: liberal, modernist, Jesuit and fundamentalist currents within Catholic culture, and according to different social classes. Every religion is really a multiplicity of different and often contradictory religions. There is a Catholicism for the peasants, a Catholicism for the petty bourgeoisie and urban workers, a Catholicism for women, and a Catholicism for intellectuals. Moreover, he believed that Christianity is, under certain historical conditions, a necessary form of the will of the popular masses, a specific form of rationality in the world and of life, but this applies only to the innocent religion of the people, not to the Jesuitical Christianity, which is pure narcotics for the popular masses. Most of Gramsci's notes relate to the history and present role of the Catholic Church in Italy, its social and political expression through Catholic action and the People's Party, its relation to the state and to the subordinate classes, etc. While focusing on the class divisions inside the Church, Gramsci is also aware of the relative autonomy of the institution, as a body composed of traditional intellectuals, i.e., intellectuals linked to a feudal past and not organically connected to any modern social class. This is why the main motive for the political action of the Church, and for its conflictive relation with the Italian bourgeoisie, is the defense of its corporative interests, its power, and its privileges. While the Catholic Church was seen by Gramsci as a rival, an adversary, if not an enemy, he conceived of the Protestant Reformation as a paradigmatic popular movement. His reflections in this respect, in the prison notebooks, are not presented in a systematic way, but dispersed in different places, and in different contexts. Below I attempt to bring together the pieces of the puzzle, trying to give a consistent picture of his highly original approach to the issue. Luther and Calvin. The Weberian hypothesis. The Marxist tradition did not have a very positive image of Luther and his followers. One of the few favorable comments appears in Marx's early writings, in the introduction to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. At the time of the Protestant Reformation, the revolution began in the head of a monk. Luther's name is not mentioned, but it is obvious that he is the revolutionary monk. However, in his book on the Reformation, Peasant Wars in Germany, Engels celebrates Thomas Müntzer, the leader of the insurgent peasants and plebeians, in contrast to Luther, who represents a coalition of moderate bourgeoisie, small aristocracy, and even some of the princes, whose common aim is to enrich themselves by confiscating church possessions. Worst of all, Luther sides with the established order and supports the bloody suppression of the peasant uprising. Other Marxists, like Koskai and Ernst Bloch, also side with Müntzer and the Anabaptists against Luther. It is in this context that Antonio Gramsci represents a striking exception, by focusing his interest on Luther, while ignoring the revolutionary plebeian currents of the Reformation. Concerning Calvin, one can also observe a significant difference. While Marx and Engels are mainly interested in criticizing the Swiss reformer as a typical bourgeois thinker, the Italian Marxist is mainly interested in the social-economic consequences of Calvinism. Gramsci's starting point is the observation of a paradox, the Calvinist view on divine grace, which should logically lead to a fatalist and passive attitude, favored, on the contrary, an economic activity on world scale, modern capitalism. In fact, Gramsci believes that the transformation of the Calvinistic doctrine of predestination into one of the major impulses for practical initiative which took place in the world history, is a classic example of the passage from a worldview into a practical norm of behavior, shaping the ideology of early capitalism. With its hard conception of grace and its hard discipline, Calvinism energetically promoted economic life, production, and the growth of wealth. Point 2. This view is, of course, largely influenced by an attentive reading of Max Weber's The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, which Gramsci was able to consult in prison, in an Italian translation published in 1931-32 by the journal Nuovi Studi di Diritto, Economia e Politica. Gramsci mentions Weber's essay several times, linking it to the work of Bernard Grothusson on the origins of the bourgeoisie in France. The main argument of both, emphasized by the communist thinker, is that the Protestant theology of grace and predestination favored a vast expansion of the spirit of initiative. To be sure, this is a very partial reading of Weber's thesis, but it certainly captures one of its central moments. While most Marxists criticized Weber for his idealist explanation of the origins of capitalism, Gramsci takes the opposite view. The important contribution of the Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism is precisely to show the historical efficacy of ideas, their capacity to change social and economic conditions. To some extent, one can assume that Gramsci uses Weber in order to supersede the economistic approach of vulgar Marxism by focusing on the historically productive role of ideologies and representations. The general methodological issue raised by Calvinism is, according to Gramsci, the passage of a worldview into its corresponding action. What interests him is the point where the worldview, the contemplation, the philosophy become reality, because they tend to change the world, and subvert practice. For him, the issue is not merely a historical one but concerns, of course, the Marxist worldview, the philosophy of praxis, socialism, as ideas capable of changing the world. Reformation versus Renaissance. Importantly, Gramsci's relation to Protestantism is broader than this crucial methodological issue. For Gramsci, the Protestant Reformation is interesting because it was a truly national/popular movement that was able to mobilize the masses and thus, defeat the Catholic crusade against it. Gramsci agrees with Croce's assessment comparing the Reformation and the Renaissance, which he quotes: "The Renaissance movement remained aristocratic, of selected circles, and even in Italy never went beyond the court circles, never penetrated the people, never became a prejudice, that is, a collective conviction and faith. The Reformation, instead, achieved this efficient popular penetration, but had to pay for it with a delayed development, a slow and several times interrupted maturation of its vital seed. While Koskai, living in Protestant Germany, idealized the Italian Renaissance, and despised the Lutheran Reformation as barbarian, Gramsci, living in Catholic Italy, praised Luther and Calvin and denounced the Renaissance as an aristocratic and reactionary movement. The struggle against the dominant religious ideology in their respective countries is certainly one of the reasons for this striking difference. In an interesting passage from the notebooks, Gramsci compares Marxism with the Protestant Reformation, and liberalism with the Renaissance. Philosophy of praxis represented and represents a historical process similar to the Reformation, in contrast to liberalism, which reproduces a Renaissance narrowly restricted to a few intellectual groups, which, to some extent, capitulated to Catholicism. Discussing the sources of Marxism, Gramsci argues that the philosophy of praxis presupposes a cultural past that includes both the Reformation and the Renaissance, as well as German philosophy and the French Revolution, Calvinism, and classical English economics. It is the crowning of all this movement of intellectual and moral reform. But the two most important moments are the Reformation and 1789. The philosophy of praxis corresponds to the connection Protestant Reformation plus French Revolution. It is a philosophy that is also politics and politics that is also a philosophy. In another passage from the prison notebooks he compares the relationship of the Renaissance to the Reformation with the one between the French Revolution and the Italian Risorgimento, on one side an elitist change from above, and on the other a popular movement from below. In the same passage, he reveals his intention to collect all his dispersed comments on these issues in an essay under the title Riforma e Rinascimento, a project he was not able to complete. Moral and intellectual reform. Finally, according to Gramsci, the Protestant Reformation is a sort of paradigm for the great moral and intellectual reform that Marxism wants to accomplish. Gramsci borrowed the concept of moral and intellectual reform from Georges Sorel, who had himself borrowed it from the French historian and philosopher Ernest Renan. Sorel took from Renan the concept of the need of an intellectual and moral reform, whose first historical manifestation was primitive Christianity. It is important to emphasize that for Gramsci, reform was not a concept distinct from, or opposed to, revolution. Intellectual and moral reform was a key component of his revolutionary project, which he conceived, in Italy and Western Europe, as a war of positions and not, as in Russia, a war of movements. To Gramsci, intellectual reform does not mean a proposal for intellectuals. On the contrary, as described above in the discussion of the Reformation, such a reform had real historical meaning only by becoming a mass popular movement. Erasmus, a typical Renaissance intellectual, despised the Reformation as movement of the ignorant. Where Luther appears, culture dies. Gramsci acknowledges that the popular partisans of the Reformation were primitive and rough, but he categorically rejects the aristocratic intellectuals' dismissive attitude toward the people. When liberal intellectuals like Croce criticize the materialist superstitions of the Marxists, they are reproducing Erasmus's mistake. In fact, the strength of the philosophy of praxis is precisely that it was able to overcome the usual limits of restricted intellectual groups and diffuse itself among the great masses. Even if for this it has to adapt itself to their mentality. It is an illusion of fossilized intellectuals to believe that a worldview can be destroyed by rational criticism. How many times did they speak of the crisis of the philosophy of praxis? Well, who conserved the power for its successive theoretical revivals if not the fidelity of the popular masses who took over the worldview, even in a superstitious and primitive form? Of course, Marxism is very different from the Protestant Reformation, but if we study the way this religious movement seized the popular masses we can better understand the historical meaning of the philosophy of praxis and the reasons for its resistance to all attacks and all desertions. In fact, the philosophy of praxis is the great reform of modern times, an intellectual and moral reform that accomplishes on a national scale what liberalism was able to do only for restricted sections of the population. For Gramsci, there are three historically important moments when a worldview became a concrete political mass movement: the Lutheran Reformation, English Calvinism, and French 18th-century rationalism. The great problem of Italy, in his view, is that nothing similar ever happened there. In Italy there has never been an intellectual and moral reform that mobilized the popular masses. Modern idealism, in its Crocian form, is without doubt a reform and had some efficacy, but did not touch the great masses and dissolved itself at the first counter-offensive. Gramsci has a great admiration for Croce, but he believes that his achievements have the same limits as those of the brilliant Renaissance intellectuals. Croce did not go to the people, he did not become a national element because he was not able to create a group of disciples who could turn this philosophy into a popular one, able to become an educational element even in primary schools. This was impossible, as the events have demonstrated. It was Gramsci's great hope, behind the bars of the fascist prison where he lived his last years, that sooner or later historical materialism could become a mass movement in Italy as a total worldview capable of engaging the whole society to its deepest roots. There is no doubt that the Italian Communist Party, after the Second World War, became the most massive Marxist popular movement in Western Europe for half a century. The extent to which it was able to implement the moral and intellectual reform of which Gramsci dreamt is a different question, however. Gramsci was unique among Marxist thinkers of his time in developing such a positive assessment of the Lutheran and Calvinist Protestant Reformation. He was also unique in his interpretation of Max Weber's thesis in the Protestant Ethic as an argument for the power of ideas and worldviews to transform the world. Moreover, he developed a highly original historical perspective, leading from the Protestant Reformation to the French Revolution and then to the philosophy of praxis. It is, however, surprising that he shows so little interest in the radical, plebeian, and revolutionary wing of the Reformation. Munzer's name does not appear a single time in the 2,362 pages of the New Italian edition of the Quaderni. Not familiar with German publications, he probably ignored Engels's classic essay on the Peasant War in Germany, as well as the books by Koskai and Bloch celebrating the revolutionary theologian and leader of the Anabaptist peasants. This is, without doubt, the main limitation of a brilliant reflection that certainly opened new perspectives for the Marxist approach to religion, culture, worldviews, popular struggles, and social transformation. The world today is very different from what it was in the 1930s when Gramsci wrote his prison notebooks. New issues have appeared which were not so relevant a century ago, and therefore could not take an important place in his reflections, such as the ecological crisis and climate change, a decisive question for any proposal of radical social transformation. However, his conception of revolutionary change as a historical process, which does not only require radical political and economic measures but also a moral and intellectual reform, is still very much relevant. The same applies to his view of socialism/communism as a movement that cannot achieve its aims without mass popular support rooted in deep social and cultural impulses. Last but not least, Gramsci's conviction that ideas political, philosophical, ethical, or religious play a decisive role in shaping the world, for better or worse, is certainly valid for our times as much as it was in 16th century Germany or in 1930s fascist Italy. The Riddle of the Reformation and the Mystery of Revolution. Marius Timon Gilland. 1. University of Oslo, Oslo, Norway. Marius Timon Gilland. Email, m.t.mgilland@theology.uio.no. When Luther published his 95 Theses in October 1517, there were no indications that he had political consequences in mind. On the contrary, he discussed the theological question of penance, and he pointed out in the first thesis that the entire life of a Christian ought to be based on penance. Hence, the first problem I will address in this chapter is why the question of indulgences would trigger the major political, historical, and cultural event later known as the Reformation. Implied in this question is a second topic, a key topic of contemporary political theology: how and to what extent does theological discourse also apply to political and economic issues, whether in history or at present. Third, I will raise the question of how the theological imagination, in this case based on the apocalypse, influences and inspires the expected future and, thus, the political logic of revolution in the two cases of Thomas Müntzer and Friedrich Engels. The first question focuses on the riddle of the Reformation, with emphasis on the writings of Martin Luther. The second addresses the various forms of political impact of theological discourse in Luther's case, as well as the relationship between Luther's Reformation and the revolutionary movement of Thomas Müntzer. The third question addresses the revolutionary fascination with apocalypticism and revelation within Marxism and, hence, the mystery of revolution. The riddle of the Reformation. Until 1517, Dr. Martin Luther was an Augustinian monk and a young aspiring professor at the new University of Wittenberg, occasionally lecturing on philosophical issues, but basically concerned with the Old Testament, in particular the Psalms. In 1516, he published a text on theological anthropology, in the summer of 1517 a treatise on indulgences, and, in September that year, the critical disputation against scholastic theology. There is hardly any indication that he was concerned with political or societal issues, although the impact and concerns of theology in the early 16th century covered a wide spectrum of issues. Luther argued on the basis of Scripture against some dominant theologians in the tradition of Thomas and Occam respectively. At the end of October, he wrote and published 95 critical theses on penance within the Church, in which he explained and specified his critique of the letters of indulgence. The letters of indulgence were rejected on moral grounds, due to the conspicuous abuse of the ancient theological praxis of penance. In retrospect, it is possible to identify some political and societal issues here, such as the charge of corruption and abuse of power by ecclesial authorities, but the argument stuck to theological categories, and Luther did not even reject the idea of issuing indulgences per se, only the aberrant praxis of selling out grace for money. The problem, then, is not that grace had become too expensive, but rather, too cheap, that the letters sold for money reduced the sacrificial atonement of Christ to cheap grace. Letters of indulgence became popular within the Church in the early 16th century, and Pope Leo X had published a bull in 1515 proclaiming the issue and sale of such letters to be based in Catholic teaching, with the double purpose of saving souls from suffering in purgatory and fundraising in order to rebuild St. Peter's Church in Rome. The papal commissioner for indulgences, Johann Tetzel, was responsible for the distribution of indulgences in Germany and published his own treatise on indulgences in January 1517. Tetzel's campaign for selling indulgences is reported to have been aggressive and effective, and an economic success. The money acquired was shared between Tetzel himself, the Archbishop Albrecht of Mainz, and the Vatican. Hence, there were strong economic interests involved, and, in modern terms, an abuse of religious influence and power combined with corruption within the ecclesial hierarchy. Luther was, presumably, not ignorant about this ecclesial and economic background when he published his 95 Theses on the 31st of October 1517, but the theses are mostly concerned with theological issues rather than economic or political ones. Nevertheless, he implicitly referred to Tetzel and quoted the popular phrase ascribed to him, "As soon as a coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs." 1 As several authors have pointed out, there is nothing revolutionary about these theses, nor even an indication that Luther expected a political controversy on the issue. His critique focused on the inconsistent theology that undermined the very logic of Christian penance, and he added some moral arguments concerning the problem of selling such letters for money. Redemption of sins has nothing to do with cash payments, he argued. On the contrary, a sound theology of penance presupposes honest repentance, the sacrifice of Christ, and the mercy of God the Almighty. The divine economy of sin and redemption ought to be treated separately from human economic transactions, whether in terms of economic debt, barter economy, or cash flow to the better of both. Although the tone of the 95 Theses on penance is polemical, it is relatively modest compared to later texts from Luther's hand. Still, it is not difficult to understand why some people in powerful positions were provoked, and that they possibly felt caught in the act of cheating ordinary members of the Church. The Roman hierarchy seems to have worked rather slowly and routinely in Causa Luther, but the Pope was warned early on by the Archbishop of Mainz and mobilized several theologians to argue against Luther's theses, and before a year had passed, Pope, Emperor, diplomacy, and church officials were concerned with the issue. Some of these theologians accused Luther of heresy, and there is little doubt that theology was among the most important public issues in the early 16th century. Still, it seems unlikely that such an internal ecclesial issue would trigger a large political movement, or even a revolution. Most of the numerous historical accounts of the incident emphasize the theological controversy. Yet, it is not obvious why this theological protest should turn into a political showdown with long-lasting historical effects. That remains the riddle of the early Reformation. However, it is a good case for studying the relationship between theological and political language in this period. Among the questions remaining for further inquiry are the following: how could the problem of indulgences raised by a local monk in the German province of Lower Saxony cause such a stir and raise concerns all the way down to Rome? How could a question of penance and confessions become a political issue that divided Europe? I suggest three approaches to these questions, none of which can give ample explanation to the riddle, but which reveal important historical and political aspects of the Reformation as observed today, 5 centuries later. The three approaches are concerned with economy, morality, and confession. Church and capital. In the early 16th century, the barter economy was gradually replaced by a monetary economy, although paper money was introduced only a century later. The introduction of a monetary economy presupposed a system of credibility, which today functions as a national or global market, under the regulative authority of the king or the national bank. In late medieval Europe, the Church represented the most comprehensive international authority, responsible for the juridical system, although politically dependent on the emperor and the various alliances of princes. The Church represented a powerful authority with a great deal of property, but it was also in need of hard currency in order to achieve its goals. When the monetary economy was introduced in the cities, it represented a major shift in the regulation of goods and trade. The bourgeoisie represented a new and upcoming class, with new freedoms and political influence through trade and capital. When Johann Tetzel, the Grand Commissioner of Indulgences in Germany, introduced his system for remission of sins, tradesmen and the bourgeoisie were requested to pay 3 gulden, whereas craftspeople paid 1 gulden, peasants, beggars and poor people had to pray and fast. Hence, it is clear that the ecclesial authorities were clever in distinguishing between the classes when it came to the expected payment. People paid according to their abilities, and they received indulgences accordingly, depending on the amount of time they would be expected to spend in purgatory to pay the debt for their sins. It is difficult to tell which system preceded the other, but it can be concluded that the two systems, the monetary system and the system of remission of sins based on letters of indulgences, evolved at the same time, and the economic logic of each system corresponds to the other. Hence, a consequence of the shift toward a monetary economy was the possibility of selling letters of indulgence. The Church discovered that it possessed a treasure of good deeds, to which both Leo X and Tetzel explicitly refer. This treasure represented a significant amount of capital of credibility within the religious economy of late medieval Europe. The Church possessed a value that was attractive among common people, the rich as well as the poor. This economy presupposes a specific correlation between good deeds in the present life and retribution in the hereafter. According to the underlying logic, the saints have accumulated a surplus of good deeds, deeds that can be counted as hard currency in the economy of eternal life. This surplus of good deeds is referred to as the treasure of the Church, which, in the economy of indulgences, can be converted to a treasure of grace. Observed from a long historical distance, there is a fascinating conception of religious and worldly economy emerging here. The bishop or monk who first conceived the idea of circulating this treasure must have been a clever soul. He could earn good money, without acting out of his own interest, since he was acting on behalf of the community, for the sake of the Church in certain respects even for God's sake, and in the common interest of both seller and customer. Thereby, the common people, who feared the terror of purgatory and eternal death, were granted absolution and a clearer conscience. It is difficult to avoid the impression that this was a classic win-win situation. Hence, the production of indulgences became big business, a new currency secured in the church treasure, das Kapital. Luther was the gadfly who disturbed this early religious capitalism, based on paper bills, for eternity, by accusing the church of producing counterfeit money based on its most valuable treasure, its credibility. Not only Tetzel and the local tradesmen of indulgences, but even the Pope himself, were taken to task when Luther asked what kind of treasure they are using as the basis for their production of indulgences. Luther saw this economy as a fraud, infecting not only the economic credibility but also, much worse, the theological credibility of the Church. It is a question of truth in the absolute sense, and of leading the common people astray. He explicitly claimed, those who believe that they can be certain of their salvation because they have indulgence letters will be eternally damned, together with their teachers. Moreover, behind this fraud, Luther sensed a bigger and more serious fraud, which raised his concerns and made him warn against the praxis of selling indulgences. Luther was concerned that the question of money drew more attention during the sermons than the Word of God. They also confused the very logic of grace, he argued, by selling out grace in bits and pieces rather than pointing toward the gift of grace that is given for free according to the gospel and due to the cross of Christ, and which remain the mystery and true treasure of the Church. Rather than trusting in cheap grace and false security, Luther encouraged them to follow Christ through penalties, death, and hell, thus pointing toward the mystery of salvation according to the Christian gospel. When the official church made grace available through popular piety, Luther rejected the praxis and the mixing up of worldly economy with the economy of grace. What should have made it less provocative is that the rejection was formulated in an academic style and distributed to the right authorities. He simply argued for a more honest praxis of penance, and that is why it remains difficult to see the origins of a political revolt in Luther's rejection. The rebel rebelled by pointing toward the clear word and the true mystery of Christ, according to common Catholic doctrine. That mystery of life and death should suffice in order to let the monetary economy of indulgences collapse. Albeit an effort at clarification, this mystery remains the doctrinal expression of the riddle of the Reformation. Scandal and quest for freedom. As indicated, Luther gave his critique a moral accent. Selling indulgences was morally reprehensible, since the rich church was exploiting the poor by selling more or less worthless papers at a high price, undermining the authority of priestly absolution. For Luther, this was exactly the opposite of what the church ought to represent in this world. One of the reasons the 95 Theses spread quickly among intellectuals and humanists, was the underlying moral scandal. Luther was not afraid of saying out loud what others suspected, and the opposition he met only made him more explicit and outspoken, first by publishing 2 sermons for the common people about the misunderstanding of divine justice underlying the commerce with indulgences, and second by presenting the Heidelberg Disputation in April 1518, in which he proclaimed that a theology of glory is a false theology. The theologian of glory allegedly turns evil into good and good into evil, since he judges according to appearances and not according to the Word of God. The theologian of the cross, however, judges the matters as they are, according to the logic of the cross. As I have argued in The Hidden God, Luther thereby introduced a revolutionary logic in theology, destabilizing the relationship between power and suffering, strength and weakness, good and evil, and life and death. I read Luther as revolutionary in his thinking before he discovered, apparently to his own surprise, the revolutionary potential of his theology in the external world. In my opinion, the key to understanding Luther is to read him as a scriptural thinker, not only in the traditional meaning, but also by interpreting the word scripture in a somewhat unusual sense, as writing, or in French, écriture. He did not blindly apply the texts of the Bible in their literal sense, but he reflected according to the logic he discovered in some key passages in scripture and applied this to topical issues of his own times, without regard to political or ecclesial correctness. In this sense, he was a hermeneutical, or even deconstructive, thinker who applied scripture in order to understand, organize, and destabilize the world surrounding him. His opponents were disturbed by his radical will to seek the truth as he understood it, according to reason and the words of Scripture, and without any consideration for danger or compromise. This made him, eventually, a political dissident. Each time Luther was accused of heresy, he took it as an occasion to formulate his thoughts more clearly and provocatively so, as an author seeking controversy. In Assertio, formulated as response to the papal threats of excommunication, he explicitly described this strategy as being in accordance with the spirit of Scripture and thus with the Holy Spirit. In De Servo Arbitrio, his great controversy with Erasmus, he further emphasized the need to formulate the truth antithetically. He accused his opponent of betraying the truth and misguiding the common people by seeking compromise with the authorities. In Luther's eyes, Erasmus was not only a coward, he became academically dishonest since he submitted his own opinion to the authority of the Pope in any question concerning doctrine. Luther's attitude was scandalous within late medieval society, and Luther, as recent authors have shown, cultivated the idea of the scandal to extremes. For him, this attitude followed from the theological scandal, that is, the skandalon of the gospel. Hence, even here, his rationale was aligned with Scripture. However, his short, polemical tracts and sermons were published in an amount that previously had been inconceivable. Thanks to the printing press invented in Mainz some decades earlier, the publishers were able to print tens of thousands of copies, and Luther's polemical rhetoric was tailor-made for the new medium of printed books. In certain respects, he created this new medium with his intuitive sense of scandalous controversy, and the publishers followed up with grotesque caricatures of the Pope and Luther himself in the image of devils, kings, or angels. As Antonius Saberi argues, Luther actually created a public sphere open for a broader public for the first time in history, and one that was rather different from the public sphere described by Jürgen Habermas as developing from the 18th century onward. Luther's exaggerations and his burlesque form of satire were closer to the scandals of the tabloids and the social media of the 21st century than the café culture in Paris during the Enlightenment, even in the sense that the clear distinction between public and private sphere was yet to be established. The private was immediately public, and public matters were formulated in a personal, insulting way. The political consequences of the Reformation are inexplicable unless this controversial and offensive style is taken into account. In addition, they were equally dependent on the technical invention of the printing press and the early capitalist dynamic of commercial success connected to the mass media. Luther's use of the printing press as mass medium made his protest into a public and, therefore, even a political event, with the potential to mobilize broader layers of the population. Luther counted on the people and argued for the priesthood of all baptized, which meant a democratization of sacred power. In my opinion, his democratization of the text is even more important. Until then, controversies on scriptural interpretation had been solved by the Roman magistrate, which was an authoritative institution within the Catholic Church. In late medieval Europe, the magistrate had the final authority in disputes on theological issues involving the interpretation of Scripture. Indeed, all disputes involved scriptural arguments, hence, the Pope could decide between heretical and orthodox arguments and interpretations. Luther rejected this authority as illegitimate, since he argued that man-made rules thereby were seen as superior to the Word of God. Through this claim, he also undermined the papal power of interpretation. He insisted that the Word of God was clear, indeed as clear as a shining lamp, and therefore open and accessible to everyone. Luther turned the relationship between human readers and Scripture upside down. Scripture should be used to judge differences in human interpretation, he argued, rather than vice versa. If there are two different readings of the same text and thus a conflict of interpretations, Luther would allow Scripture to judge in the space between the interpretations in order to relate the readings to each other. When Luther's own hermeneutic practice is examined, this peculiar approach applies even to the readings in which he deliberated upon various, and sometimes even opposing, interpretations of the same passage in Scripture. This opens up the space of interpretation to different readings and, thus, a new understanding of theological questions. Luther's most famous example concerns his interpretation of Paul's letter to the Romans, in chapter 1, where Paul proclaims God's justification by faith. In De Servo Arbitrio, Luther discussed two different readings of verse 17. The first applies justice to God, whose justice is inviolable, even when he judges sinners. The second reading, however, applies this justice to God as giver, the one who gives justice to the unjust sinner and, Luther adds, by grace alone. The latter reading seems to undermine the first, since the inviolable justice of God is suspended by the justice that is given, or infused, in a hidden or mystical way. This is the key point in Luther's theology of grace. The superior God is sovereign in all respects, first, in judging the sinner according to the law, second, in pardoning the sinner by grace. For Luther, the latter reading expressed the truth of the former, hence, guilt is overcome by grace, and fear is replaced by trust. If this image of God were to be transferred to the political sphere, it would entail an egalitarian understanding of society in which all people are equal and justice is established between individuals and between groups in society as well. Luther, however, recoiled when confronted with such inferences. On the contrary, this is only true of the inner man, he insisted. The outer man in the political sphere is still bound to his estate or class. When Muntzer pronounces his revolutionary sermons proclaiming equal opportunities for all, Luther rejects his arguments and dismisses him as a liar and enthusiast. Luther retreated to the interior man and the question of salvation, thus leaving the more radical political potential of his thinking unresolved. However, as early as 1520 he argued for a clear division between the theological principle of equality before God based on unconditional grace and the societal principle of obedience to the ruler. Strategically, this was necessary in order to secure support from the princes for his opposition to the Church. Without such clarifications, Luther would presumably have been brought to silence. Hence, it is necessary to point out that Luther never suggested a revolutionary upheaval. On the contrary, when voices were raised in favor of social revolt, he feared chaos and warned against the consequences. He supported the appeal for more justice, but he emphatically rejected cries for revolution, in particular when justified with reference to the gospel. Luther referred to the New Testament and, in particular, the letters of Paul in order to justify his position. A similar opposition is apparent in Paul's letter to the Romans. The gospel is radical, and it implies a radical existential change for the individual and the people who are called. These radical consequences, also in relation to the law which is suspended, are first analyzed in Romans chapters 1-3 before the consequences are spelled out in chapters 4-7. The universal, indeed cosmic, consequences of the coming of Christ are described in chapter 8, but in the three subsequent chapters, Paul outlines the historical consequences of this event in relationship to the original calling of Israel. These three chapters are analyzed by Jacob Taubes as the political theology of Paul. Italian philosopher Giorgio Agamben has followed up this perspective with a subtle analysis of Paul's letter to the Romans. Still, contrary to such political readings, and almost as a warning against drawing concrete political consequences from the Christ event, Paul takes up this topic in chapter 13 where he urges the Christians in Rome and across the Roman Empire to remain obedient to worldly authorities, including the emperor, and be faithful to their laws in all worldly respects. This became the paradigm for Luther's rejection of a political theology of revolution. He saw the gospel as radical and unconditional when it comes to the question of grace, but just as consequently opposed to a radical political revolt and every effort at establishing the millennial kingdom of God on earth. Still, this does not mean that Luther's theology is unpolitical, quite the contrary. He argued for radical changes in the Church, which was a significant political and legal institution of the time. Moreover, he liberated the biblical text for a plurality of readings, and rejected the magisterial and political control of such readings. Hence, there is an immense pressure for freedom in some of his texts, including on Christian freedom, which maintains the distinction between the outer and the inner man, while strongly emphasizing the latter. Recent readings of Paul as political philosopher make it natural to raise the question of Luther's political and philosophical impact once more, and the tension between the two models for reflecting on authority and power is an obvious starting point for such reflection. The space of interpretation between two different notions of truth, of grace, of freedom, and authority, is left open to posterity. The contrast between power and weakness, activity and passivity, and strength and suffering that is described in the Heidelberg Disputation is still subversive and may provoke new readings. It hides new insights pointing toward the future, that is, the Reformation as a future event, as originally suggested in Luther's commentary to the 95 Theses. As a future event, this is a Reformation we would still be waiting for, a Reformation to come. This futurity of Scripture still carries a provocative, radical, subversive, and possibly even scandalous potential. It opens up the Scriptures for new readings. Luther's texts would not remain unaffected by this temporal structure and could be reconsidered from this point of view. One of the most well-known strategies for reading Scripture, therefore, still causes reconsideration and new discoveries. As Berntham has pointed out, it is still a source of freedom and liberation. Luther, however, rejected the drive toward politicization of the gospel. He insisted on theology as a separate discipline in which political applications of the liberating force of the gospel are rejected as invalid. Does not this firm rejection appear a bit strange when considering the important political consequences of this radical idea of freedom? With this more profound understanding of the political aspects of the Reformation, the question becomes why God's justice would have nothing to do with poverty and unjust political structures, with suppression of freedom and authoritarian rulers. With Luther, subtle theological readings are preferred to the direct, political consequences. This is, again, another riddle of the Reformation, and yet, it is basically the same riddle on a deeper level. The politics of confession. However, there is a third aspect of the Reformation that has hardly been taken into account by Reformation historians at all. The key issue of the controversy of 1517, the question of penance and indulgences, is related to a common praxis within the Church, namely the confession. Pope Gregory VII had introduced the annual confession during the investiture controversy in 1077, and since the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 it was established as mandatory for all members of the Church. Michel Foucault has argued that the codification of the sacrament of penance became one of the most important institutions for the production of truth and, thus, the execution of power at micro-level, in Western history. Since the Middle Ages at least, Western societies have established the confession as one of the main rituals we rely on for the production of truth. The codification of the sacrament of penance by the Lateran Council in 1215, with the resulting development of confessional techniques, the declining importance of accusatory procedures in criminal justice, the abandonment of tests of guilt and the development of methods of interrogation and inquest, the increased participation of the royal administration in the prosecution of infractions, at the expense of proceeding leading to private settlements, the setting up of tribunals of inquisition, all this helped to give the confession a central role in the order of religious and civil powers. Foucault's point is related to the history of sexuality, and he rather quickly moves on to a description of the dissemination of confessions to all kinds of relations, until it was codified as the script for psychiatry and psychology in the 19th century. However, I want to highlight penance as an institution of power in the 16th century. It was connected to the free confession of sins, but it was also part of a system of regulations in the form of penalties and debts, in this life and the beyond. It was the most significant means of disciplining human beings as good Christians, thereby instituting and sanctioning a moral code and reproducing a civilization. The power of absolution, also called the power of the keys, was based on the words of Jesus in Matthew 16:19 and Matthew 18:18, where Peter is given the authority to pronounce absolution: whatever you bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. This authority had been extended to the Pope as the head of the Church and to all priests in terms of apostolic succession. The power of the Church in late medieval society was intimately connected to the sacrament of penance, including the power of the Pope to excommunicate members of the Church who did not accept his authority. The common praxis of confessing sins was rather inconspicuous. All members of society were expected to confess to their local priest with familiar names such as father or brother, indicating an intimate relationship of confidence and trust. However, a bond of mutual trust can also be abused, and, according to Luther, this was what happened when the credibility of the Church was sold out for money. Hence, for Luther this was a critical question, since he apparently agreed with numerous other theologians that penance was one of the most important places for the production of truth. However, when Luther questioned the validity of the letters of indulgence, he implicitly also jeopardized the most basic and widespread power of the Church, not only in terms of sacred authority, but also as a political institution. Within a few months, he became famous as whistleblower, not because he rejected the notion of indulgence as such, but because he insisted that the question of penance was crucial for the credibility of the Church. Hence, the most obvious abuse of this institution was criticized harshly. Suddenly, the warning bells were ringing all the way down to Rome. Luther's only counter-power was his own voice, which was also a voice of confession and assertion. He insisted that he confessed the truth, as opposed to the false confessions of his opponents who, according to Luther, were distorting the truth. Confession was, thus, brought to a meta-level, confessing about the true nature and authority of confession. Luther argued at the Diet of Worms that if no one could convince him with reason or the Word of God, he was not willing to recant and repent. In the months before the Diet, he published two small texts, mentioned above, the Assertions and On Christian Freedom, a public letter to Pope Leo X. The tenor of both texts was the direct link between the word of Scripture and the confession of truth, the truth that is able to liberate the one who speaks and believes in them. In certain respects, this was the birth hour of modern subjectivity, a radical idea of Christian and human freedom, although still bound to service of the neighbor. By the time of the Diet of Worms, the question of micro-power in the sacrament of penance had become a question of macro-power at the highest political level. Foucault's claim that the praxis of penance is the most important institution for the production of truth makes the link between the two more plausible. Confession had become central in the order of religious and civil powers and, thus, one of the most effective instruments of control, not only of external powers but also of the minds and hearts of ordinary people. Hence, when Luther's protest was perceived as undermining this power, it is not so strange that he met extremely strong opposition. If the confession of sins becomes an individual praxis, withdrawn from ecclesial and, therefore, societal control, this implies not only a religious but also a political revolt with unforeseeable consequences. It is a revolt in the interior that insists on the freedom of conscience and therefore rejects ecclesial and political authority in the exterior. The only consistent reaction from the hierarchical system of power was to reject the claims, to force Luther to recant, to try to eliminate his voice and thus bring him to silence. But Luther simply refused. Luther's Reformation became an issue of international politics with historical consequences. The reformer himself became a political dissident, and, from this position and protected by the princes, he continued his political and religious agitation in the name of freedom of conscience. When the singular position of the sacrament of confession for the exercise of power and disciplining of a society is considered, then the riddle of the Reformation becomes less enigmatic. The riddle of the Reformation is not solved, but it becomes productive, so to speak, as a riddle dividing spirits and confessions. There is too much at stake, and for every confrontation, the division of the Church and confrontation between the European states belonging to the Holy Roman Empire come closer. However, as Engels pointed out, this civil movement of the bourgeoisie is still no revolution in the political sense of the term. In order to analyze subsequent developments, in the following section I examine the crucial role of the apocalypse for the social and theological imagination. The Reformation and the public sphere. What makes apocalypticism attractive for social movements? I suspect that it is the perspective of radical change, a change they can believe in. Apocalyptic literature often expresses a prophetic call for justice and harmony, but within a double temporal expectation of dystopia and utopia. In the Apocalypse of John, the dystopia is the approaching end of the world, with violence, suffering, suppression, natural disasters, and a battle between good soldiers and bad, between God and God's enemies or Christ and Antichrist. The utopia, an earthly kingdom of harmony, justice, and eternal bliss, is supposed to occur after the violent collapse of the current state of affairs. In the 16th century, apocalypticism was not merely a question of literary or social imagination. The apocalypse belongs to the common worldview with biblical authority, and, in the final analysis, it is God who decides who is on the side of the righteous. The 15th and 16th century saw numerous millennial movements make appeals to secular and sacred authorities. According to Norman Cohn's classical study, these were particularly strong among so-called anarcho-communists in the 14th to 16th century. It seems as though Luther distinguished between the symbolic imagination triggered by the apocalyptic texts and the basic belief that there is a battle going on in this world between the friends and enemies of Christ. In his conflict with the Pope, he was convinced that the papacy represented the Antichrist, but the same judgment applied to the insurrectionists surrounding Thomas Müntzer. In political respects, Müntzer was much more radical than Luther. He wanted to establish the kingdom of God on earth by killing the princes and seizing power. However, in theological respects, Luther's thoughts on the issue were more radical, and more critical, than the adversaries on both sides. On the one hand, he pointed in direction of the hidden God, the Almighty, who is constantly at work creating the world but not adaptable to human rationality. On the other hand, he emphasized the revealed God, who turns guilt into grace by justifying sinners. There is a deep interconnection between these two notions of God. Only the sovereign and almighty God can suspend human guilt and proclaim unconditional grace without works. However, this notion of Deus absconditus also implies a radical questioning of the given structures of thought, that is, the metaphysics of scholasticism on the one hand and the political alliance of church and state on the other. In political respects, I think that Luther paves the way for a more absolutist notion of secular power and a more human, egalitarian, understanding of the Church, its sacraments, and its preaching. This division became decisive for early modernity and the subsequent development of politics, metaphysics, and theology in Northern Europe. Still, it is definitely not a democratic or nonviolent ideal, nor does it entail intellectual tools for delimiting excessive power claims. Soon, new, effective methods for disciplining the citizens were developed, based on Protestant confession, dogma, and scriptural ethics. In another area, Luther made excessive use of the apocalyptic imaginary, however. He intuitively understood its potential for visualizing conflicts and differences. Hence, many of his pamphlets are illustrated by burlesque and sometimes obscene caricatures of the Pope, the cardinals, and other opponents. Luther was a media genius and the first person in history to apply the printing press to the purposes of propaganda. As mentioned above, his texts were printed and sold in tens of thousands, and they became extremely popular in the early 1520s. This is one of the traits of the Reformation that was exploited by later revolutions. Still, as opposed to totalitarian movements, this media activity manifested the freedom of conscience, of interpretation, and of expression so eagerly supported by Luther. He challenged the common people to make up their minds and discuss the truth publicly. This is also one of the lasting influences of the Reformation. Luther created an antagonistic public sphere, 2 centuries before the structural transformation of this public sphere analyzed by Habermas. This was his weapon against corruption and power abuse within the closed structures of the Roman Catholic Church. It would be problematic to claim that Luther was a proponent of modern democracy, since he probably had no idea about what that would mean. Still, it is equally ridiculous to argue, as Frederick Sternfeld has done, that Luther was opposed to democracy and had no influence on the development of democratic structures based on critique, controversies, and freedom of conscience and expression. For his time, Luther was radically open and clear about the need for a break with traditions and moral regulations that suppressed political and religious freedom. Yet, behind Luther's theology of the hidden and the revealed God we find some of the most basic issues of political theology. Is radical change in history possible? Which language and imagination may conceive of such change? Is it the language of revelation, often connected to the apocalypse? Is this the social imaginary that connects the Reformation to the Revolution? Is it the apocalyptical language, full of promise, anxieties, and expectations, that brings the future of the Reformation into the proximity of the future of the Revolution? Revelation and Revolution 2. The origins of the peasants' war in Germany 1524 to 1525 are closely connected to the events of the Reformation. On the one hand, the Reformation contributed to political radicalization, yet, on the other, as Friedrich Engels pointed out, its political forces turned against the revolution and ended with a strict counter-revolution. Whereas, Luther insisted on a clear distinction between the spiritual and secular interpretations of God's power, thus renewing Augustine's division between the heavenly and the terrestrial kingdom. The preacher Thomas Müntzer argued for immediate political action in order to precipitate the apocalyptic struggle. The apocalyptic social imaginary becomes a driving force and a motivation toward violent insurrection and revolution. Hence, it is highly interesting to follow Müntzer's development from 1520 to 1525. Having followed Luther's lectures in Wittenberg, Müntzer left the city of the Reformation as the pressure on Luther increased. As a wandering preacher, he arrived in Prague, the city of Jan Hus, and the enthusiasm that met him there inspired him to write a political and theological manifesto, later called the Prague Manifesto. At several points, Müntzer expressed his disagreement with Luther. He believed in the living word, revealed in the heart rather than the dead letters of Scripture. He referred to a spiritual and mystical meaning in the Bible that differed from the written word. He argued that only a very little group of elect believers would be able to understand the true revelation, and these would have visions, just as Joel had prophesied and Peter had quoted on the day of Pentecost, when the Spirit was poured out to believers of various tongues and nationalities. Müntzer is, thus, a typically Pentecostal preacher, an esoteric rather than exoteric in his understanding of the elect, but he emphasizes that these visions must be followed by good acts and have political consequences for a better society. Later, Müntzer returned to Germany and became a preacher in Allstedt, a town in electoral Saxony governed by the princes that protected the Reformation. In a sermon to the princes in July 1524, he challenged them and told them to turn the sword against the false priests and landowners who suppress the poor, and he openly threatened the princes with upheavals unless they were willing to hand power over to the people. He spoke of a kind of theocracy in which the elect are entitled to decide over life and death, since they have the charismatic spirit of revelation in their heart. Moreover, he made the words of the prophet Daniel into his own and presented himself as a prophetic and charismatic leader entitled to seize power on behalf of the people. Müntzer thus took the final step from charismatic preacher to revolutionary leader, and the words of the revelation were turned into prophecies of an upcoming revolution. The princes were, presumably, alarmed, and Müntzer was fired within 2 weeks, but he moved on to the city of Mühlhausen where he was appointed pastor and began building up a revolutionary community. Müntzer advocated violent revolt if the rulers or the monasteries did not accept the new vision of an egalitarian society based on social justice. His ideal society was the oldest parish in Jerusalem, as described in Acts 2:42-44, and Jesus' preaching in the Gospel of Luke inspired Müntzer to formulate a preference for the poor in the question of salvation, whereby he argued that the poor had privileged access to the wisdom of God. Müntzer's spiritualizing approach to Scripture made it easier for him to formulate a revolutionary program based on the spirit of the New Testament, rather than a careful and detailed reading of the original text as advocated by Luther. Moreover, he rejected Luther's understanding of justification by grace alone, which was essential to the formulation of sola fide, sola scriptura, and sola gratia. Muntzer argued, conversely, that man is justified through works, as described in the letter of James. Hence, his understanding of justice and justification was closely connected to the social gospel and social justice, as later emphasized by Engels and Marx. Indeed, he argued for an immediate realization of God's kingdom on earth. There is, thus, an inner consistency between Muntzer's charismatic preaching and his revolutionary praxis. When the news about this social charismatic experiment reached Luther, he wrote a letter to the princes concerning the rebellious spirit, in which he accused Muntzer and another preacher, Karlstadt, of misunderstanding and misinterpreting the Word of God. The allegations also included a belief in enthusiastic visions and fantasies, the rejection of infant baptism, and calls for revolutionary violence and upheavals. Muntzer was insulted and wrote a letter in which he accused Luther of being too soft and pliable toward the princes. He even called Luther a Pharisee for his insistence on the authority of Scripture, as well as other epithets such as Dr. Liar and the Pope of Wittenberg. All the reformers in Wittenberg were accused of godless treason. With disappointment, Muntzer concluded that the Reformation simply had failed, since it did not achieve the social and political results he expected. He rejected all accusations of instigating violence and upheavals, yet, at the same time, he defended the thought that the entire community, that is, the common people, have the power of the sword and the right to use it, thus openly rejecting Luther's understanding of Romans 13. Muntzer also argued that the people had taken over the power of the keys from the priests, hence, they had the right to give absolution and forgiveness of sins. It is highly interesting that these two powers, the political and the spiritual, are mentioned in the same sentence. Muntzer saw political revolution as the only natural, even the only legitimate, consequence of the Reformation. There are good reasons to believe that. Muntzer was not alone in such expectations. Although he was more radical than other preachers, he certainly reflected several deep popular sentiments. The living conditions for peasants and miners were extremely difficult, and it was a time of increasing differences between the poor and the rich in Central Europe. Hundreds of thousands, possibly even millions, of people felt that they were being exploited by the double pressure from the church and from rulers, and while early capitalism opened new possibilities for the most enterprising citizens in the free cities, these peasants and miners had no one to speak out for them in the public sphere. Luther was a figure who could express their hopes and complaints, but many were disappointed by his loyalty to the princes. Hence, it was perceived as a concrete and liberating gospel when Muntzer proclaimed that the people would be free and God alone will be Lord over them. This was the final step in Muntzer's justification of political revolution and redistribution of power with reference to the gospel. Among the poor people and the peasants his theology found its Sitz im Leben. Yet, his expectations for the future of the revolution are firmly based in the apocalypse and the coming of the Last Judgment. For Muntzer, the end was near and it was therefore important to declare whether one belonged to the elect or the others. In brief, Luther responded to the apocalypticism of Muntzer in apocalyptic language. He argued that rebellious peasants deserve to die, not only once, but 10 times, calling the peasants devils and predicting that they will suffer eternal fire in hell for their deeds. In his eyes, the peasants' revolt was not only an insurrection against the princes but against God himself, a violation of God's law and the words of the New Testament. Luther explicitly referred to Luke 20:25 and Romans 13:1 on obedience to the authorities and repeated his assertion that the words of freedom and justice in Christ are strictly limited to the spiritual sphere, whereas the fight for earthly goods is regulated by human law and should be defended by the princes, as legitimate authorities, with the sword. Finally, he crossed the boundary between spiritual and political advice, concluding that killing the rebels was the simple duty of the princes. In doing so, the princes would allegedly fulfill their divine mission and their Christian responsibility. Finally, he gave them the following brutal challenge. Therefore, dear princes, here you can liberate, here you can save, and here you can help. Have mercy with the poor people. And then stab, beat, kill, whoever can. If you die thereby, lucky you. You could never get a more blessed death. 3. The nobility had been hesitant to use violence against the peasants, since they were afraid of God's judgment, but when Luther finally defined the insurgent peasants as sons of the devil, he gave the nobility the license to kill that they had been waiting for. The revolting peasants were hunted down and villages punished for their support. Up to 100,000 people were killed in the revenge acts of the counter-revolution. This disastrous event shows that the early Reformation remained unsettled on this issue, as it did on the interpretation of Romans 13. Luther's role in the conflict was rather controversial. He made the rare attempt to explain his interventions afterwards, but he never admitted any failure. During the big battle in May 1525, Muntzer ended up as revolutionary leader of the badly armed peasants. They had no chance against the superior forces of the princes, and 5,000 peasants were slaughtered near Frankenhausen on May 14 to 15. The rest were captured unless they managed to flee. Muntzer fled but was captured hiding in a neighboring village. He was imprisoned and interrogated under torture, and the city of Mühlhausen came under siege. The counter-revolution was underway. The city surrendered, Muntzer was executed by decapitation, and his head was put on a pole, a horror and a warning. Engels and the political theology of revolutions. Friedrich Engels came to see these events during the German Revolution of 1525 and the following counter-revolution as paradigmatic for the dynamics of revolutions in general. Influenced by the leftist Hegelian historian Wilhelm Zimmermann, Engels saw in Thomas Muntzer a precursor of all later revolutionaries. This allowed him to relocate the historical origin of communist revolution to the heart of Germany and discuss the relationship between revolution and religion, and history, and ideology, in a context that he finds similar to the events of 1848 to 1850. Muntzer thus becomes a revolutionary hero and the first martyr of Marxism. According to Engels, he resisted the temptation to let the Reformation end up with a bourgeois reactionary settlement under the old rulers and instead risked his life for the ideas he believed in. Justice for the oppressed, improvement of their material conditions, a total revolution of the established power structures, and, eventually, the liberation of the entire people. Engels saw in Muntzer, for the first time in modern Europe, a political expression of the secular realization of the utopian vision of a kingdom of God, including freedom, equality, and peace on earth. Friedrich Engels began his inquiry with a description of the social classes and their mutual relationship to each other. Based on Zimmermann's book, he gave a detailed account of how social tensions produced upheaval and led to the sudden and violent aggravation of the conflict. Engels saw the Peasants' War as an exact parallel to the Revolution of 1848, but the inferences of historical dynamic run from the latter to the former rather than according to the historical chronology. Between 1517 and 1525, Luther had gone through the same transformations as the German constitutionalists between 1846 and 1849. This has been the case with every middle-class party which, having marked for a while the head of the movement, has been overwhelmed by the plebeian proletarian party pressing from the rear. Engels' critique of ideology, which is a critical point in Marxist theory and historical analysis, takes as its premise that historians are able to understand historical incidents and their causes more accurately than the actors themselves. Hence, when representatives on both sides refer to the Word of God and divine justice as the motive and rationale for their fight, Engels interprets this as a code for something else, namely a theological rationalization of the class struggle. Muntzer is, therefore, portrayed as the archetype of a plebeian revolutionary, and his ideas correspond perfectly to those of 19th-century communism, a society without class differences or private property, and in which the people are free to seize power. All existing powers must, therefore, be overthrown, and work and property ought to be shared in order to pave the way for an egalitarian and classless society. Engels' interpretation is inspired by Muntzer, but Engels gets so deeply engaged in his presentation that he forgets all references to the historical texts that may eventually correct this idealized image, for example, of what Muntzer may have expected as the kingdom of God. Muntzer becomes the spokesman for all the ideals of the Marxist revolution of 1848, and Engels seems to identify so completely with his hero that he even promotes exactly the same criticism of church and religion as Engels and Marx did. Faith, he said, was nothing else but reason become alive in man, therefore, he said, pagans could also have faith. For every, he said, the narrative and the notions wander further away from any historical sources and express rather precisely Engels' views, including the opinion that there is no heaven beyond, but a heaven to be established here on earth, no hell, no devils, and indeed, that Christ was simply a man like we are. Engels' explanation of the real motivation behind the movements of the 16th century reveals some typical traits in his understanding of ideology, history, and religion. First, the critique of ideology becomes deeply ideological itself. The reflection of oneself in a historical person indicates a lack not only of source criticism, but also of self-criticism, of the ability to look critically at one's own position. Second, the understanding of history as material condition for human development is void of sense without the interpretation of its spirit which, in this case, is the sacred spirit of the apocalypse. Third, Engels identifies with this apocalyptic spirit to such an extent that it dominates even his view of the structure of political revolutions and their ultimate goal. Hence, when he superimposes his own view of religion each time he refers to Thomas Muntzer, he implicitly embraces Muntzer's apocalypticism as the ideal of a revolutionary collapse and utopia. Religious ideas and the religious sense of community are, thereby, translated into an ideal vision of communism. In Engels' book on the German Peasants' War, the fervor, the utopia, the high ideals of love, equality, and eternal peace have all been converted into a vision of a communist society. Indeed, Engels is a visionary, and without this vision of a society to come, a society that is already breaking in and transforming the current society from beyond, communism would be a dry sociological theory about the movement of capital and the internal struggle of powers within modern society. Hence, despite the anti-religious rhetoric, it is hardly an exaggeration to label the apocalypticism of late medieval revolution the implicit political theology of Marxism. Given its apocalyptical expectations, its tendency toward sectarianism, its social criticism, and its oscillation between dystopia and utopia, historical materialism is not only a prophetic, but even an apocalyptic, movement in modernity. It relies on a sacred space within society identifying the ultimate ideals of egalitarianism, the existential value of work, and the sacrifice of the individual for the sake of community. These ideals are all worth dying and killing for. The apocalyptical formation of Marxism is not identical with the apocalypticism of the 16th century, or the revelation of John from the 1st century for that matter, but apocalypticism has never remained identical with itself. It is apocalyptic exactly in terms of its transformative power and its ability to accommodate political, religious, and existential experiences under rather different circumstances. Engels' The Peasant War in Germany indicates that apocalypticism may still have massive political consequences, for good or for bad. In a radical sense, it opens up for a particular understanding of the present and of the future, of the kingdom to come. Hence, it remains, mythically and ideologically, but also structurally and as an expectation of radical political transformation, a common expression of the future of Reformation and Revolution. On Revolution in Lutheran Political Ethics. Karl Henrik Grenholm. 1. Uppsala University, Uppsala, Sweden. Karl Henrik Grenholm. Revolutions in the modern age are linked to a deep concern for freedom and social equality, and they presuppose that a fundamental change of existing political and economic structures is possible. They are attempts to embody a set of values in a new social order through a rapid and often violent political transformation. At the same time, the modern concept of revolution is related to the notion that the course of history suddenly begins anew. Crucial to any understanding of revolutions in the modern age is that the idea of freedom and the experience of a new beginning should coincide. How should the relationship between modern revolutions and the Protestant Reformation be understood? Did the Lutheran tradition, with its individualism and its conception of politics as a responsibility of the secular state, contribute to the possibility of modern revolutions? In this chapter, I offer some perspectives on these questions by analyzing political ethics in Lutheran theology. The purpose is to examine the resistance to revolution and the support of existing authorities within Lutheran political ethics. Political ethics in Lutheran tradition has often been related to the doctrine of God's two kingdoms, with its sharp distinction between law and gospel. According to this doctrine, the state and political decisions should be governed by reason and natural law, and thus be independent of the gospel. This conception was a support for secularization, with its separation of politics from religion, and, thereby, it might have contributed to the phenomenon of revolution. However, the doctrine of the two kingdoms was also related to a patriarchal principle, according to which those who are subordinate should respect the authority of those in power. The state is given by God with the task to preserve order, and, therefore, people should obey political authorities. In this theory, there is no room for resistance or revolution. My thesis is that a revision of traditional Lutheran political ethics is necessary in order to make a critique of prevailing social structures possible. Theologies of revolution have taken the eschatological perspective as their starting point, according to which God acts in history with the purpose of creating a completely new social order in which equality and human fulfillment is possible. Such an eschatological approach would be important within Lutheran ethics as well. This means a critique of the doctrine of the two kingdoms and the clear distinction between law and gospel as a starting point for ethical reflection. Instead, Lutheran political ethics can be informed by the doctrine of justification by grace alone, which would be possible to interpret as an inspiration for political transformation and the struggle for freedom and social justice. An eschatological perspective would also facilitate a deeper understanding of what revolution means as a permanent challenge to prevailing political and economic structures and as a struggle for equality and liberation from oppression. Modern revolutions and Lutheran Reformation. What are revolutions, and why do revolutions occur? These are the two problems examined in John Donne's seminal study Modern Revolutions. One of his conclusions is that revolutions are not merely natural phenomena. They are the product of human action, and, at the same time, they belong to a tradition of historical action. All revolutions have imitated earlier revolutions. Revolutions are performances of great complexity, according to Donne. They have to be considered as most complicated series of actions initiated in highly particular circumstances and at particular points of time. Creativity of political vision and decisiveness of practical action are both at a high premium in revolutionary experience. Revolutions are regarded by Donne to be a political phenomenon, aiming at accumulating power and promoting a distinctive social transformation. At the same time, they are related to some characteristic values such as liberty and equality, and they strive for human fulfillment, liberation from domination, and social justice. John Donne writes, revolutions are a form of massive, violent, and rapid social change. They are also attempts to embody a set of values in a new or at least a renovated social order. Because these ideas are articulated in a sophisticated way by comparatively small elites and because revolutions in actual fact represent, or have so far represented, the seizure of power by these elites, it is necessary to understand what exactly the ideas were and why they seemed persuasive to the elites in question. A similar perspective is developed by Hannah Arendt in her study on revolution. She argues that the modern concept of revolution is bound up with the notion that the course of history suddenly begins anew, that an entirely new story is about to unfold. This conception of novelty is closely linked to the idea of freedom. According to Arendt, in order to understand modern revolutions, one should see that the idea of freedom and the experience of a new beginning coincide. Only when the pathos of novelty is present and connected with the idea of freedom are we entitled to speak of revolution. What revolutions brought to the fore was an experience of being free, and this was related to an experience of the human capacity to begin something new. According to Arendt, revolutions in the modern age are also linked to the social question, which is the existence of poverty in society, understood as a state of constant want and acute misery. This social question began to play a revolutionary role when humans, in the modern age, started to doubt that poverty is inherent to the human condition, when they understood that the difference between the few privileged and the majority living in relative poverty was not inevitable and eternal. Strangely enough, Arendt argues that the social question does not mean that there is a lack of equality in society. However, she understands that the term exploitation is crucial for Marx's transformation of the social question into a political force. In his perspective, poverty is the result of exploitation through a ruling class. I would argue that precisely this perspective is the expression of an idea of equality. Social justice means liberation from oppression and exploitation. Therefore, I would say that revolutions are linked not only to the idea of freedom but also to the struggle for social and economic equality. Revolutions are always a result of human revolt against different forms of injustice and oppression. They occur when existing political and economic structures are regarded as an obstacle to the possibilities for justice. There are, of course, different interpretations of justice, but from the perspectives of the poor and marginalized, justice is often regarded to mean both an equal distribution of social goods and liberation from oppression and domination. Revolutions are regarded to be necessary means of acquiring this equality and liberation. As Hans J. Morgenthau, Arendt's colleague and the father of political realism, said in his lectures on Aristotle, men want justice, and out of the unsatisfied aspiration for justice revolutions arise. The nature of revolution is always the realization of justice. How should we understand the relationship between modern revolutions and the Protestant Reformation? Did the Lutheran tradition with its conception of Christian freedom and human equality before God in any way contribute to the possibilities of revolutions in the modern age? Some researchers argue that the Lutheran Reformation itself can be understood as an important part of a cultural and political revolution. In his impressive study, Law and Revolution, Harold Berman describes the German Revolution in the 16th century as a total upheaval, a turning around of a whole people and a whole culture. This revolution was the successful fight of territorial princes of Germany against the Pope and the German Emperor for the right to establish the Lutheran faith and to be supreme rulers in the principalities. It outlawed the Roman Catholic Church in these principalities and established secular states with integrated legal systems. According to Berman, the Reformation of the state and the Reformation of the Church were two equally important aspects of the German Revolution. The political and religious reformations became two sides of the same coin. One theological perspective that made this revolution possible was, according to Berman, the doctrine of the two kingdoms. According to this Lutheran doctrine, with its sharp distinction between law and gospel, the earthly kingdom should not be governed by the gospel, but by human reason. This means that the church should not be a lawmaking institution with a distinctive political influence. Instead, the secular political authority, the prince and his counselors, should undertake all lawmaking responsibilities. This idea offered important support to the territorial princes in their struggle to become the supreme rulers in their principalities. At the same time, the alliance of Lutherans with the princes secured the victory of Lutheranism in the German territories. According to the doctrine of the two kingdoms, political decisions should be based on human reason and not on the Christian gospel. This idea was certainly a support of the German princes in their struggle for independence from the Catholic Church. It might also have contributed to the process of secularization, which meant a separation of religion from politics and the understanding of the public sphere as a secular realm governed by human reason and not by religious considerations. As Hannah Arendt has argued, secularization is a crucial factor in the phenomenon of revolution. Indeed, it might be possible to maintain that what is called revolution is precisely that transitory phase which brings about the birth of a new, secular realm. However, as Arendt also mentions, This does not mean that the Lutheran doctrine of the two kingdoms and the distinction between law and gospel contributed to the possibility of modern revolutions. Rather, it is secularization itself, and not the content of Christian teachings, that made revolution possible, because politics and government became independent of religious authority. It is also quite obvious that the intention of Luther was never to transform society into a new political and social order. Rather, his intention was to liberate a truly Christian life from the considerations within the secular realm. The Reformation, which means that the Word of God is liberated from the traditional authority of the Church, applies to all forms of secular government. Its aim was not to establish a new secular order but rather to support the prevailing political and economic structures. Resistance to revolution in Lutheran political ethics. How should we understand the relationship between modern revolutions and the Protestant Reformation? Did the Lutheran tradition in any way contribute to the possibility of modern revolutions? In order to answer these questions, we can learn from an analysis of Lutheran political ethics and its strong support of existing authorities. Here, there is a clear resistance to revolution and a legitimizing position, according to which humans have to obey the prevailing political power. From a theological point of view, this position is supported by the sharp distinction between law and gospel, which has been of great importance within Lutheran tradition. This distinction means that the law is given by God already in the creation and contains moral demands that every human being can understand, independent of Christian faith. The gospel is the message of salvation and justification by faith alone, thanks to the death and resurrection of Christ. This gospel does not contain any new moral demands, which means that the message about God's love in Christ does not make any contribution to ethical reflection. Political ethics in Lutheran tradition has often been related to the doctrine of God's two kingdoms. This doctrine is a clear expression of the ambition to discriminate between law and gospel, and it has been interpreted in such a way that it has legitimized existing social structures. According to the doctrine, God acts in two different ways with human beings. In the spiritual kingdom, he uses the gospel to promote our justification before God. In the worldly kingdom, he uses the law and the sword to promote legal and political justice. This means that worldly authorities and political power should not be dependent on the Church or any particular Christian ethic. The state should be governed by reason and natural law, which anyone can understand independent of God's revelation in Christ. The distinction between the two kingdoms is, in my interpretation, closely related to three characteristic ideas in Luther's political ethics. First, political ethics is based upon reason and natural law, as it is expressed in the Decalogue. The gospel is a message about justification by grace alone, but the content of the law can be understood independently of this gospel. All humans can attain moral insights through their practical reason, and the gospel does not make any contribution to the content of ethics. Therefore, political authorities should not be subordinated to the Church, and the worldly kingdom should not be governed by the gospel. Second, Luther defends an ethical dualism, according to which the content of political ethics is different from the Christian ideal of love, which is relevant only within private morality. There is, according to Luther, a difference between my obligations as a person and my obligations in my office. In my private relations to other individual persons, I should strive for sacrificial love in accordance with the Sermon on the Mount, but in politics and the public sphere it is necessary to use coercion and even violence to protect humans from evil. The Christian ideal of sacrificial love cannot be applied in politics. Third, Luther's view of society is patriarchal, which means that it is our duty to obey our superiors. According to Luther, justice means that there is a clear difference between the few with power and the subordinated majority. In the spiritual kingdom, there is equality between humans before God, but this has no relevance for the meaning of social justice. Equality is not a social value to be implemented in society. Political authority is given by God, and our duty as citizens is to obey our superiors. Therefore, rebellion against the prevailing political authority is never permitted. A clear expression of this patriarchal view of society is Luther's interpretation of the Decalogue. According to Luther, 3 of the commandments, the first table, clarify what it means to love God above all, while the other 7 commandments, the second table, make clear how we should love our neighbors as ourselves. Among the commandments in the second table, the fourth has priority. This command entails that we should honor our father and our mother, but Luther gives it a particular interpretation, that we should obey all those who are our superiors. He also argues that obedience is the most important virtue. Before God all humans are equal, but in society there is a clear difference between humans. Therefore, children should obey their parents, women should obey their husbands, and citizens should obey the political authorities. All of us should obey our superiors, and their task is to care for the subordinates. These 3 ideas in Luther's political ethics explain his sharp criticism of the peasants' revolt in Germany in 1524 to 1525. The leaders of this revolt wrote a manifesto in which they declared that the gospel teaches us nothing but love and peace, and in which they also expressed their vision of social equality based upon the Christian ideal of love. Luther's theological critique of this was, first, that the peasants referred to ethical conceptions that they regarded to be given with the gospel, and thereby they did not understand that political ethics should be based upon reason alone. Second, they believed that the Christian ideal of sacrificial love, as expressed in the Sermon on the Mount, could be applied in politics, which, according to Luther, is impossible. Third, the peasants tried to transform the spiritual kingdom to a worldly kingdom by striving for the kind of equality that, according to Luther, is of relevance only in our relation to God. The peasants did not understand that they had to obey the political authority. Luther criticized the princes and argued that they should not oppress the poor. At the same time, he criticized the peasants for using violence against their superiors instead of accepting their subordinated position. Only the political authority has a right to use violence, and even if the authorities commit injustice, we have no right to revolt by violent means. A clarifying analysis of political ethics in Lutheran tradition is given by Ernst Troeltsch in his classical study The Social Teaching of the Christian Churches. He argues that Lutheran ethics is of dual origin. On the one hand, there is an ideal of self-sacrificial love, but this is relevant only within individual ethics. On the other hand, natural law as summarized in the Decalogue is the norm that guides the state, the economic order, and the family. The law of nature is explained in an entirely conservative sense. It is interpreted in such a way that it glorifies power for its own sake and demands an unconditional respect for whatever authority may happen to be dominant at any given time. According to Troeltsch, Lutheran social teaching is characterized by a patriarchal principle, according to which the authorities should care for their subordinates, and those who are subordinate should respect the authority of those in power. In Lutheran ethics, increasing stress is laid on patriarchal virtues, such as care and responsibility for others, trust and reverence. As Luther maintained in his 2 catechisms as well as in his treatise on good works, the 4th commandment is the most important one and clarifies what it means to love one's neighbor. The father who cares for his children and expects obedience from them is a model for those in political and economic authority. The unconditional respect for authority as such is the reason why Luther opposed every attempt to reconstruct society. In his view, there is no room for the transference of power based upon the consent of those who are governed, nor for any right to resistance or revolution which extends further than frank criticism. As described above, Luther argued that human beings are equal before God in the spiritual kingdom, but that this equality does not have any relevance for our conception of social justice. This means that he did not embrace any egalitarian conception of human relationships. His glorification of authority means that Luther believed in non-resistance, peace, and order. He was steadfastly opposed to revolutionary schemes and the idea that progress is possible though a violent break with the old order. Instead, he favored an authority that controlled the masses, often using severe methods, compulsion, law, and domination. There is a Christian individualism and a conception of freedom in Martin Luther's theology. The freedom of a Christian means that she is justified before God not by any deeds but by faith alone. In order to attain justification, the Christian is free from the law. This individual liberty is a purely personal spirituality that is based on nothing besides the gospel. However, as soon as the Christian believer turns from this spirituality to participation in public life and the world, she is obliged to be a servant of her neighbor and to obey the law. In the worldly kingdom, she can only express her liberty through submission to the existing order, and so far as public life is concerned, the patriarchal principle remains. Here, the state has unconditional authority, and her duty is to obey her superiors. What influence has Lutheran theology had upon social history? According to Troeltsch, Lutheranism has had an important influence. This does not mean that it developed a new idea of the state or even created a new state. Lutheran political ethics never supported any social and political revolution. However, through its support for ecclesiastical independence, its deification of the government, and its loyalty to political power, it provided the most favorable setting for the development of the territorial state. It smoothed the way for territorial absolutism and self-development. Later on, Lutheran social teaching continued to represent the patriarchal principle and conservatism. Thereby, it has been inclined to support existing conditions, even those that have been opposed to the ideals of freedom and equality. A revision of traditional Lutheran political ethics. Above I have described the clear rejection of revolution in traditional Lutheran political ethics. The basis for this resistance is a patriarchal principle, according to which we are obliged to obey the prevailing political authorities. This principle is related to the doctrine of the two kingdoms, with a sharp distinction between law and gospel. According to this doctrine, the message about God's sacrificial love in Christ does not give any contribution to ethical reflection. One implication of the doctrine is also that freedom and equality are important in our relationship to God, but they are not to be regarded as social values to be implemented in society. A similar approach to political ethics was taken by several Lutheran theologians during the 20th century. One example is the influential German theologian Paul Althaus, who developed a theology of orders, according to which the state, the economy, the people, and marriage are orders given by God in creation as frameworks for human life. God has a will for these orders of creation, and they are also God's law, which makes demands upon human beings. This law can be understood by all humans, and there is no particular Christian ethics. The theology of orders is developed as a critique of modernist Protestantism, which was regarded to be too individualistic and too liberal. In his political theology, Althaus gave a strong support for the state as given by God in order to protect humans against evil. Paul Althaus was one of the leading German theologians who strongly supported National Socialism. Together with 7 other theologians, in 1934 he signed a document entitled Der Ansbacher Ratschlag zur Barmen Theologischer Erklärung, in which Lutheran theologians thank God for sending Adolf Hitler as a good leader of the German people. They write, "In this knowledge we as believing Christians thank God that he has given to our Volk in its time of need the Führer as a pious and faithful sovereign, and that he wants to prepare for us in the national social system of government good rule, a government with discipline and honor. Accordingly, we know that we are responsible before God to assist the work of the Führer in our calling and in our station in life." Another example is the German theologian Helmut Tillich, who was inspired by the theology of orders, even if he, of course, was critical of National Socialism. He argues that God has given us orders that are frameworks for human life. He also makes a sharp distinction between law and gospel and a clear discrimination between God's two kingdoms. These distinctions mean that ethics is related to the doctrine of creation, not to Christology or eschatology. They also mean that political ethics is based on human reason and that the gospel does not give any substantial contribution to ethics. From this perspective, Tillich argues that the state should be regarded as an authority that should be obeyed by the citizens. Even in a democratic society, where there is an opposition to those in power, the state should be regarded as such an authority. Tillich also develops a conception of justice that is critical toward equal distribution and is in harmony with the hierarchical view of society and the patriarchal principle. He argues that justice should take into consideration not only the equal worth of human beings before God but also the actual differences between humans in society. Tillich makes a distinction between arithmetical justice and geometrical justice. While arithmetical justice means an equal distribution of goods, geometrical justice considers individual differences regarding qualities and positions. The kind of justice we should promote is not an equal distribution but a social arrangement where the differences between superiors and subordinates are respected. As far as I can see, Lutheran theology has, even in the 20th century, often been combined with a political ethic that is uncritical toward existing power. As the British theologian Duncan Forrester has argued, there are three different ways to understand the political responsibility of the Church. One is a legitimizing position, which means that political theology supports the existing society and authorities in power. The other one is a sectarian position, which means that the Church withdraws from society and develops an alternative Christian community. The third one is a prophetic position, which means that Christian political ethics offers perspectives for social critique and a vision for a more just society. Without doubt, mainstream Lutheran political ethics has taken a legitimizing position. This is obviously the case with Paul Althus, who accepted the patriarchal principle that we should obey the prevailing political authority and who even supported National Socialism. It is also the case with Helmut Tillich, who defended a hierarchical view of society according to which the state should be regarded as an authority and equality should not be promoted. My thesis is that this legitimizing position is related to a particular theological perspective on political ethics. The doctrine of the two kingdoms and the distinction between law and gospel means that ethics is based upon human reason and the doctrine of creation. The gospel does not make any contribution to political ethics. This means that a revision of traditional Lutheran political ethics is necessary in order to make possible a critique of prevailing social structures. Lutheran ethics cannot be based upon creation and reason alone if it would like to avoid a legitimizing position. A more plausible ethical theory in Lutheran theology should also be based upon Christology and eschatology. Political ethics is related to the doctrine of creation, which means that all humans have the capacity to gain at least a partial moral insight through rational considerations. However, Lutheran ethical reflection should also be related to Christology and eschatology, which means that we need the guidance of God's revelation in Christ to acquire comprehensive moral insight. Political ethics should be based upon both reason and revelation. We have moral insights that are based on reason, but Christian faith can offer new perspectives on what constitutes a good human life and an ideal human community. Such a revision of Lutheran political ethics would make possible a prophetic position with a sharp critique of prevailing social and economic structures. First of all, Christology and the gospel can contribute to political ethics in several ways. The message about God's love in Christ is related to an idea of equality, according to which all humans have an equal worth before God, independent of their merits. This idea of equality should also be applied in political ethics, which means a sharp critique of the patriarchal principle. The gospel is also related to an idea of the freedom of the Christian, which means that she in her relationship to God is free from the law and independent of human authorities. If political ethics is informed by this idea, it would mean that liberty is also a social and political ideal. Christology as a resource for political ethics would thus mean a recognition of freedom and equality as social values. The gospel is also related to an image of God's sacrificial love in Christ, which gives a new perspective upon love between humans. This ideal of sacrificial love is relevant not only within individual ethics but also within political ethics. It is often combined with a sharp critique of the established authorities in society, as we can learn from the stories about Jesus Christ. It is also related to a theology of the cross, which means that we, like Christ, should be prepared to share the suffering of those humans who are oppressed and marginalized. The Brazilian theologian Vitor Westhelli has given a constructive interpretation of this theology of the cross in his book The Scandalous God. He argues that the death of Jesus Christ on the cross is a scandal that demonstrates the meaning of God's love. He is prepared to share the suffering of human beings. At the same time, The cross describes the conditions of all those humans who are oppressed. These conditions must be clarified in order to make possible hope for liberation. The theology of the cross is related to an attitude toward life that is similar to what Gandhi called satyagraha. It is an attitude whereby a human being is prepared to share the suffering of other beings, while she always tries to avoid actions that could result in the suffering of others. Vitor Westhelli writes, Jesus suffered because he named the cause of suffering, the law that kills. And in this naming lies the power to overcome it. The power of the cross teaches us to recognize where this meaning comes from and where we need to stand in order to exercise it, teaches us when the occasions in which this naming should happen are, when they are an effective satyagraha. Eschatology is also an obvious resource for a critique of existing social and political structures. Its primary focus is the image of an ideal human community in the future kingdom of God. This is an ethical ideal in which the needs of the poor are satisfied, there is no oppression, and all humans are living in a community shaped by peace and justice. The Sermon on the Mount can be interpreted as a way of characterizing what love between humans would mean in this future ideal community. Humans would love both their neighbors and their enemies, and they would pray for those who persecute them. No human being would resist one who is evil, but if anyone strikes a person on the right cheek, she would turn the other to him also. This ideal human community, with peace, love, and justice, can never be realized in this temporal society, but from this perspective, every prevailing social structure is regarded to be imperfect. As several Latin American liberation theologians have argued, this means that eschatology is an inspiration to continuous social critique. The kingdom of God is not a political utopia, but since it never can be realized here on earth, we should always be prepared to strive for a radical change of society. An eschatological perspective on revolution. My thesis is, thus, that Lutheran political ethics should be related not only to the doctrine of creation but also to Christology and eschatology. It should be developed within a Trinitarian framework. As a consequence, the sharp distinction between law and gospel should be abandoned as a starting point for ethical reflection, since it means that the gospel of God's love by grace alone does not have any implications for the content of ethics. The consequence of this idea is a political ethic that takes a legitimizing position in its relationship to hierarchical societies and existing authorities. Self-sacrificial love is not regarded to be relevant in political ethics, and the equality between humans before God does not apply to the secular realm. In order to promote equality and take a critical position in relation to prevailing social orders, Lutheran political ethics would need a different starting point. It would not only be based upon human reason but also inspired by the gospel about God's justification by grace alone in Christ. The gospel would give a deeper understanding of what love between humans should mean, and a perspective upon human liberty and the meaning of equality. The image of the kingdom of God would be regarded to be a vision of solidarity, peace, and equality, and this vision would make the deficiencies of the prevailing society apparent. To challenge the sharp distinction between law and gospel also implies questioning the doctrine of the two kingdoms. An important idea in Lutheran theology is that humans can attain justification before God through faith alone and not through the law. We are justified by grace alone, and human deeds are not relevant for our relationship to God. However, it would be reasonable to argue that God does not only use the law in order to promote justice in society. The gospel about justification by grace alone, as well as the eschatological perspective, is relevant within the public sphere as well. It informs us about the meaning of equality and the importance of sacrificial love. It also makes us free to criticize political authorities and participate in radical transformations of prevailing social structures. In what way might a revised Lutheran political ethics be a resource for reflection on social revolutions? There are some Lutheran theologians who have demonstrated the relevance of Christology within political theology. One of them, as described above, is Vitor Westhelli, who regards the theology of the cross to be an important approach within political ethics. Another is the German ethicist Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who was a strong opponent of National Socialism. In his Ethics, he argues that Christology is relevant also within Christian social ethics and gives a critical perspective on prevailing political and economic structures. However, I would argue that the eschatological perspective is of particular importance within a theological reflection on revolution. Lutheran theology has much to learn from both liberation theology and theologies of revolution about the significance of such an eschatological perspective within political ethics. One important Latin American liberation theologian is José Miguel Bonino, who argues that political utopias are important, since they express a protest against unjust societies, give a vision of alternative possibilities, and recommend political actions for creating an alternative society. The kingdom of God is not such a utopia, since it never can be established within history. However, eschatology inspires utopian reflection, offers perspectives that can influence the content of human utopias, and is related to a critical distance toward the prevailing society and can thereby inspire political action in order to change existing structures. A similar eschatological perspective has been important for several theologians who have reflected on social revolution. In his Theology of Revolution, the North American theologian Richard Schall takes as his starting point the eschatological perspective, according to which God acts in history with the purpose to create a completely new social order where equality and human fulfillment is possible. In this perspective, God goes ahead of us and is bringing a new future into being. God has a goal in history, which is human fulfillment, and this liberation of human beings is possible only in a new social order. Prevailing social orders must often be destroyed for the goal of history to be realized. According to theologies of revolution, the eschatological perspective has made modern revolutions both possible and inevitable. It has desacralized all institutions and awakened a concern for the reshaping of human life. Human beings are called to participate in God's action in history, to struggle for humanization by transforming society and building a completely new social order. The kingdom of God always stands over against every existing order, thus exposing its dehumanizing elements and judging it. However, this means that Christians are not afraid to participate in a permanent revolutionary process. This eschatological perspective on social revolutions has been important also within ecumenical social ethics. When the World Council of Churches had its conference on church and society in Geneva in 1966, the theme was Christians in the technical and social revolutions of our time. A major focus in the report from this conference is on the struggle for independence, economic development, and justice in developing countries. According to the report, this struggle for justice and development must be accomplished through qualitative changes in economic and political structures. These changes are revolutionary, and a violent overthrow of the existing political order cannot be excluded, even if Christians should prefer nonviolent means to achieve liberation from oppression. From an eschatological perspective, Christians should strive for a permanent revolution. The kingdom of God can never be realized here on earth, and this means that no existing social system is perfectly just. In the theological report from the conference it is stated: first, the Christian knows by faith that no structure of society, no system of human power and security is perfectly just, and that every system falls under the judgment of God insofar as it is unable to reform itself in response to the call for justice of those who are under its power. There is no divinely ordained social order, and not every change, as such, nor every status quo, as such, is necessarily good. There are only relative, secular structures subject to constant revision in the light of new human needs. A similar perspective characterizes the report from the Assembly of the World Council of Churches in Uppsala in 1968. Here a major thesis is that effective world development requires radical changes of political and economic structures at three levels: within developing countries, within developed countries, and in the international economy. This means that revolutionary changes in social structures are necessary, even if revolution should not be identified with violence. The goal is to create a worldwide responsible society with justice, political participation, and development. At the same time, churches should always be aware that prevailing social orders can never be identified with the eschatological kingdom of God. Therefore, churches should constantly evaluate political and economic structures and foster a willingness to accept change and even to promote it. My thesis is that Lutheran political theology can learn a great deal from these reflections on revolution within liberation theology and ecumenical social ethics. Of main importance is the eschatological perspective, according to which we never should be content with the prevailing political and economic structures. No social system is perfectly just, and therefore we should always strive for a permanent revolution. This means that Lutheran theology today should reject the patriarchal view of society that is a part of Luther's political ethics. Our prime duty as citizens is not to obey the prevailing political authority. Instead, we should always have a critical perspective on existing political power and be prepared for rebellion. From liberation theology and ecumenical social ethics, Lutheran political theology can also learn what justice means as the primary goal of revolution. In Critique of Hannah Arendt, I have argued that revolutions are linked not only to the idea of freedom but also to the struggle for social justice. As several liberation theologians have argued, we need to listen to those who are poor and marginalized in order to understand what justice means. From their perspective, justice means not only an equal distribution of social goods but also liberation from oppression and exploitation. Such liberation is seldom possible without a radical change of political and economic structures. This understanding of justice is quite different from the traditional Lutheran patriarchal principle and what Helmut Thielich calls geometrical justice. To strive for justice does not mean to respect the differences between superiors and subordinates, but to revise prevailing power structures in order to make possible an equal share of power, liberties, and welfare. Conclusion. Revolutions in the modern age are linked to a deep concern for freedom and social equality, and they presuppose that a fundamental change of existing political and economic structures is possible. As John Donne demonstrates in his study of modern revolutions, these are not only rapid social changes that have transformed the prevailing social order and established a new political authority, they are also attempts to embody a set of values in this new order. The most elaborated theory of revolution, the one established by Karl Marx, provided a clear account of why the proletarian revolution would establish a public order of equality and liberty. In this chapter, I have argued that revolutions are always a result of human revolt against different forms of injustice and oppression. I have also examined the resistance to revolution and the support of existing authorities within Lutheran political ethics. We have seen that the doctrine of the two kingdoms is related to a sharp distinction between law and gospel, which means that the state and political decisions should be governed by human reason alone. It is also related to a patriarchal principle according to which those who are subordinate should obey the authority of those in power. Lutheran political ethics thereby takes a legitimizing position in its relationship to the prevailing social order. My thesis is that a revision of traditional Lutheran political ethics is necessary in order to make possible a critique of existing political and economic structures. This means that Lutheran political theology should abandon the distinction between law and gospel as a starting point for ethical reflection and also abandon the doctrine of the two kingdoms. Political ethics should be related not only to the doctrine of creation but also to Christology and eschatology. From the gospel, political ethics can learn about the meaning of liberty and equality, and it can also get a deeper understanding of love between humans. The eschatological perspective will inspire a continuous critique of prevailing social structures and a willingness to participate in radical transformations of society. In this way, Lutheran political theology might be a resource of future revolutions. Of particular importance is the eschatological perspective on revolution, and here Lutheran ethics has much to learn from liberation theology and ecumenical social ethics. From an eschatological perspective, no existing social system is perfectly just, and therefore we should always strive for a permanent revolution. Here on earth, we will never reach the end of history, which means that we should always be prepared to change prevailing economic and political structures. The primary goal of such revolutions should be justice, in the sense of equal distribution and liberation from oppression and domination. Such liberation presupposes an ongoing revision of existing social orders. Return to our own, Revolution, Religion, and Culture in Amilcar Cabral and Ali Shariati Teresa Kaluert. 1. Uppsala University, Uppsala, Sweden. Teresa Kaluert. Email, teresa.kawaert@svenskakirgan.se. When writing about revolution and reformation in the early 21st century, the context is inescapably the post-colonial condition of the world. Since the meaning of revolution is to overthrow the established order, questions of revolution must relate to the present order of political, military, and economic power of the West. Moreover, revolution does not simply mean the defeat of l'ancien regime and seizure of existing power, it concerns the creation of a new order, a new society. Revolution, thus, implies not only a change of power but also a political and social transformation. In the post-colonial situation, whether on a national scale or with transnational ambitions, the context of such a transformation is the existing power structures resulting from historical experiences of colonialism and imperialism. These are experiences of economic exploitation and political oppression with their roots in foreign powers and the consequent degradation and devaluation of local cultural and religious traditions. Revolution in such a setting demands a response to cultural imperialism, which must relate to the religious and cultural traditions that have been repressed and deformed by colonialism. This brings attention to the possibility of liberation not from, but to, and through, one's own tradition, and the potential of local traditions for projects of emancipation. This connects revolution to the issue of reformation, understood as the critique and transformation of one's religious or cultural tradition. In this chapter, it is argued that reformation can be a tool that unlocks resources for revolution, both as a resource in the overthrow of the old order and as a resource in the transformation and creation of the new. Resistance built on the reformation of tradition need not be a reactionary stance, provided that such resistance does not refy the concepts of culture and religion but rather understands authenticity as constructed through a contextual and historical praxis. These issues of revolution and reformation are discussed below through the positions of two writers who have made central contributions to the topic, Amilcar Cabral and Ali Shariati. Cabral and Shariati were two men engaged in a struggle involving both revolution and reformation, both of whom died before the victory that could have made it possible to put their ideas into practice beyond what was achieved in the fervor of struggle. 1. Cabral and Shariati are part of the same era, a time where national liberation movements of colonized countries, and anti-imperialist movements of dominated regions, tried to forge their own response to forces of oppression. The Bandung Conference of 1955, which brought together African and Asian countries in resistance to colonialism and imperialism, promoting solidarity and cooperation between developing nations, and the non-aligned movement that followed in its wake in 1961, established connections between proponents of resistance against racism and foreign domination on different parts of the globe. Like many others, Shariati and Cabral were inspired by the work of Frantz Fanon and were part of a current of emerging post-colonial thought. 2. While revolutionary thinkers such as Shariati and Cabral for a while seemed obsolete in the new era of post-colonial global capitalism, the problems of poverty and dependence that they were set to address remain as urgent as ever. Post-colonial thought has repeatedly shown how the structures of economic and political power, as well as of ideational power established by colonialism and imperialism, continue to order both the material world and humanity's conceptual resources. Moreover, while the turn to tradition in Shariati and the centrality of culture in Cabral once could be seen as idiosyncrasies exhibited by thinkers too attached to their local heritage, the resurgence of religion and local identities witnessed during the new millennium points to the enduring importance of religion and culture in the creation of counter-strategies, reformations, and revolutions. Before going any further, some clarifications regarding the central concepts are in order. In the following, the concept of revolution is understood in the Marxist tradition as explicated by Michael Lowy. Contrasting the socialist revolution to the bourgeois revolution, Lowy underscores that the former is not merely a political revolution, that is, a seizure of power, but rather a social revolution, a radical reconstruction of society which entails a conscious transformation of both its economic base, its institutional structures, and of the people who are the subjects of revolution. The category of revolutionary praxis assumes central importance in this understanding. Praxis is where Marx's theory of revolution transcends the dichotomy of mechanistic materialism's claim that people are shaped by circumstances, and the voluntarist notion that circumstances are shaped by people. In praxis, the changing of people and the changing of circumstances coincide and are linked in dialectical reciprocity because in the struggle against the existing state of affairs people transform both society and themselves. The struggle develops their consciousness and they become capable of building a new society. This is a practical critical activity that affects self-transcendence. Praxis thus objectivizes itself. Importantly, revolution as understood by Lowy requires confidence in the spiritual capacity of the masses because the basis for revolt depends on their consciousness. The people are in a condition of debasement, dehumanization, and poverty, but through the consciousness of this condition, the condition can be abolished. The revolution is in Marx's understanding the self-emancipation of the proletariat, which, argues Lowy, means that the masses are coming to consciousness not through instruction from without or by being inserted in perfect circumstances established by an elite, but rather through the self-education of concrete and practical struggle. It is the experiences of struggle that enable the workers to become a class for itself. 3 While the applicability of the term proletariat for the post-colonial situation, and for the 21st century generally, can be debated, the understanding of revolution as the self-emancipation of the masses of wretched of the earth, coming to consciousness in the midst of struggle against dehumanizing conditions, still has bearing on the contexts at hand. Importantly for the purposes of this chapter, an understanding of revolution that is contextualized in a post-colonial world and built on a revolutionary praxis that is a self-emancipation of the oppressed means that revolution cannot be built without confidence in and self-reliance among the oppressed. Since colonial and imperialist oppression is perpetuated by the material and internalized debasement of and contempt for local traditions, cultures, and religions, there is a tension between how a revolution is conceptualized in such a situation and the main current of Marxist thought, which, in accordance with liberal humanism, tends to regard liberation as freedom from tradition. The figure of the colonial West as the bringer of enlightenment and freedom from local barbaric traditions has been a main justification of colonialism and remains an important argument in the public today. The concepts of colonialism and imperialism are used interchangeably in this text. Although there are, of course, important material differences between colonialism understood as military conquest followed by political and economic administration, and imperialism as a global force of economic and political domination backed by military threat, these are not of central importance for the purposes of analyzing the pressures that Cabral and Charioti were responding to when developing their ideas about the transformative potential of culture and religion, respectively. Strategically and militarily speaking, there is of course a huge difference between mobilizing an armed insurrection aiming for national liberation from colonial administration and organizing political opposition against a local dynasty backed by foreign powers. However, in terms of what Cabral called the weapon of theory, the need to develop ideational resources to articulate the aspirations of such a movement, to justify its actions, and mobilize support for its cause, the opponent of colonialism or imperialism plays similar roles in the material studied in this chapter because they both rely on the same ideational structure of racism. While recognizing this, it will also be evident below that important differences remain between what can be achieved when fighting occupation as compared to fighting imperialism as a global force. The notion of culture can be used in many ways. In the following, culture is used in the way Cabral understands it, as specific material and social practices in a certain limited historic and geographic context. Culture encompasses not only such things as art, oral and written traditions, music, dance, and stories, but also the values, beliefs, practices, and worldview implied and inscribed in economic, political, and social structures. This means that culture intersects with religion and, indeed, in certain contexts, is inseparable from religion both materially and conceptually. Culture as used in this chapter does not presuppose that there is a single culture in any given context, rather, Culture is understood as a varied and dynamic phenomenon in any given location where different cultural expressions can coexist and interact. Introducing Cabral and Shariati. Amilcar Cabral was an intellectual and the leader of PAIGC, the liberation movement and party that fought Portuguese colonial rule in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Born in 1924 to Cape Verdean parents in Guinea-Bissau, he founded PAIGC in 1956. The movement declared independence in September 1973 and finally achieved it in 1974. Cabral was murdered in January 1973 by an internal conspirator with the backing of PIDE, the secret police of Portugal. While Cabral was a hero for many of his contemporaries, combining successful struggle, innovative guerrilla tactics, participatory governance structures, and intellectual acumen, his legacy has also been referred to as forgotten. However, Cabral made important intellectual contributions to anti-colonial revolutionary thought and practice, recognized by, for example, Edward Said, and Cabral's thought can be said to have experienced a renaissance in later years. Cabral famously claimed that national liberation is an act of culture, and it is this aspect of his thought that is relevant to the present study. Although materialist in his analysis of culture, Cabral nevertheless retained a notion of the potential of culture to be a vehicle of social transformation, of revolution, which, in turn, presupposed a constructive and selective effort to reconfigure culture, a reformation, if you will. This notion makes it interesting to bring him into dialogue with the other thinker I aim to examine in this chapter, Ali Shariati. Ali Shariati, born in 1933, was a Shi'i Muslim intellectual and public lecturer who played an important role in the critique of the repressive Pahlavi state in Iran. The authoritarian regimes aimed to forcibly westernize and secularize Iranian society, and its installment and support by the United States sparked resistance and struggle that took both Islamist and Marxist forms. Shariati was part of several of these movements, but he was first and foremost an independent theorist activist, influential as a political thinker, as well as a religious reformer and a mystic. His work as a lecturer and public intellectual was considered a subversive and radicalizing influence, and during his active years he was under constant surveillance and subject to frequent interrogations from Savak, the Shah's secret police. He was eventually imprisoned, placed under house arrest and, finally, exiled to London, where he died in 1977. The circumstances surrounding his death were considered suspicious, and in the Iranian Revolution that followed 2 years later, he was hailed as a martyr and an icon. Shariati's political and theological ideas should, however, not be equated with the system of government installed in Iran in 1979 following the model developed by Ayatollah Khomeini. To Shariati, Islam is the ideology that will enable the people to rise from dependency and poverty and forge a new and just society. Through a reinterpretation of central Islamic concepts and a rereading of Islamic history and its central characters, Shariati proposed understanding Islam as a revolutionary force with the capacity to articulate the values and goals of human liberation and mobilize support in them, among both westernized intelligentsia estranged from its heritage and the rural poor locked in conservatism and reaction against a forced modernity. Tradition and liberation. The focus of this chapter is to juxtapose the role of culture in Cabral and the role of religion in Shariati as vehicles for transformation, specifically as parts of a struggle to create a counterforce that could reverse the devaluation of colonial subjects and their culture and religion. I would suggest, following my material, that a productive lens through which to analyze the importance of culture and religion in thinkers and movements such as the ones of Cabral and Shariati is to understand it as a response to the devaluation of the colonized person, including her social world, religious tradition, cultural expressions, and so on, and the consequent need for strategies that can address the internalized oppression and devaluation of one's own culture, religion, and language. The intention here is not to deal with these processes from a psychological standpoint but rather to see what theoretical, theological, or ethical positions are actualized in response to these questions. It might be that, sociologically speaking, humans cannot do without a sense of belonging, the specific, the historicity of a certain time, place, story, or tradition. That while, in some respects, autonomous and rational, and bearers of universal values, humans also need the traditional and the contingent in order to express, interpret, and discuss such universal values. Even if that were not so, there is an imbalance created by the fact that the universal story so often is the story of the West, and that those who are expected to stop clinging to their local traditions in favor of the universal are the same people and the same traditions that have been systematically destroyed, repressed, and devalued by the supposedly universal West. As Swedish ethicist Elena Namli has repeatedly pointed out in her analysis of human rights, in order for values to be truly universal, they must allow for interpretation in different contexts, and the understanding of them should be enriched by how they are developed and expressed in different traditions. Otherwise, what we have is not an aspiration to universality but rather the predictable monopolizing of the correct understanding of truth, humanity, and freedom by the same powers that hold the economic and political power in the world, in itself an epistemologically violent claim that ends up justifying material violence as well. That being said, the return to one's own often seems to end predictably in parochialism, reactionary politics, and violence against others. That is why I turn attention to two thinkers for who culture or religion was central to their revolutionary enterprise, to a fundamentally progressive move, which nevertheless did not aim to take them out of tradition, but which they consciously understood as a development of tradition. Shariati and Cabral, like Fanon, both emphasized the cultural aspect of colonial domination and imperialism. Dehumanization and devaluation of the colonial subject must be fought in order for liberation to be achieved. The affirmation of identity, whether cultural or religious, was necessary to counteract the acceptance and normalization of the injustice with which the people of the colonies were treated. The mind must be decolonized, emancipated from an ideological prison. It must, in Cabral's words, be re-Africanized. Consequently, an effort to return to one's own culture or religion is for them an essential step toward freedom from domination of all kinds. We are fighting, wrote Cabral, so that insults may no longer rule our countries, martyred and scorned for centuries, so that our peoples may never more be exploited by imperialists. To him, material exploitation and scorn are intertwined to the point at which resistance to the latter necessarily destabilizes the former. What makes the contributions of Cabral and Shariati particularly interesting is that while they both in some sense call for authenticity, for a return to what is authentically part of one's heritage, neither had an essentialist, monolithic view of their culture or religion as an unchanging entity that could or should be returned to. Rather, they both wanted their culture or religion to develop and to be interpreted in new ways. Still, it was central for them that the entity so developed and interpreted in some way remained part of what was, somehow, one's own. A tension becomes apparent in their works between conceptualizing a return to one's own as a pragmatic move toward an imagined tradition to access or even build certain resources, and as an idealist move toward an authenticity imagined as completely retrievable from the past. The latter is problematic primarily because it seems impossible, given the extent of destruction wreaked by colonization. In the context of post-colonial thought, the possibility of retrieving a subaltern subjectivity has been thoroughly problematized as utopian at best. 5 On a general level, the problem with the idealist understanding of the return is also that it fails to account for the sheer entropy of time, relying as it does on a monolithic and static idea about culture, religion, and tradition. Finally, such a position seems potentially violent in its epistemological absolutism and assertion. However, the tension cannot be completely resolved because the more pragmatic position with its more dynamic concept of tradition and allowing for the return to be imagined and constructive might, to a certain extent, rely on an element of ideal authenticity. That is, the pragmatic and the ideal return might not be entirely separable because in order for the idea about the wrongness of cultural domination and the possibility of a return from it to work at all, the idea of authenticity cannot be completely dispensed with. Rather than discarding the idea of authenticity and return, it would be fruitful to retain them while carefully destabilizing and deconstructing them so that the claims made are less violent but also more plausible, given a dynamic concept of tradition, religion, and culture and a more realistic appreciation of the consequences of colonial domination. Two aspects are vital to such a strategy: the need to, in one's intellectual enterprise, build on and maintain a certain loyalty to or confidence in the tradition, or in some kind of telos or soul of that tradition, and the simultaneous need to retain a critical edge toward tradition and transform, reform, or reinterpret it. A central question, then, becomes how to justify such a reinterpretation of tradition, what authority it rests on, and what methods are used to enhance its legitimacy and retain its identity. Cabral and Charioti both rely on some idea of a vanguard or organic intellectuals that are central to rethinking the inherited traditions of culture or religion. In Gramsci's sense of the term, organic intellectuals direct the ideas and aspirations of their class. They are responsible for the development of an organic ideology that serves as a common worldview and cements the leadership of a class that aspires to hegemony. Such an organic ideology can serve to create awareness of oppressive realities and make resistance to them possible. The rethinking of culture or religion can thus be understood, in affinity with Gramsci's understanding, as a reformation aiming at establishing a traditional worldview as a progressive ideology. Both Cabral and Charioti situate the struggle for reformation in the struggle for revolution, that is, the rethinking of tradition is to happen as praxis, as a reflection born out of the circumstances of struggle against colonial power or dictatorial regime with imperialistic support. It is in that context, and in the coming together in a struggle of different strata of the population that are all subject to the same colonial or imperialist oppression, that Cabral and Charioti imagine that the reinterpretation of local culture or religious tradition is to be done. However, there are also some important differences to their approaches that could be used to further the understanding of their questions and to discuss the potential of local cultures on the one hand, and a universalist religious tradition on the other, for reformation and revolution. Before turning to these issues, a closer examination of the ideas of the respective thinkers will deepen the analysis. Culture and history. Cabral famously claimed that national liberation is an act of culture. National liberation was not only a question of a native ruling class taking political power over the national state. Rather, national liberation entails the colonized society as a socio-economic whole rejecting the usurpation by the colonial power of its historical process. To detangle what he meant, it is necessary to look at Cabral's conception of history. Cabral is sometimes understood as the most important theorist to extend the work of Marx and adapt it to African realities. To Cabral, it was central that history does not start with class struggle, since for him that would imply that his people were brought into history by colonization. Cabral expanded the Marxist notion of history from a post-colonial perspective, claiming that the mode of production, that is, the level of the productive forces and their patterns of ownership, were the driving force of history, thus being able to claim that history preceded class struggle and that history would continue to be made after the advent of socialism. Cabral thus conceives of colonization as an interruption of the history proper of the colonized peoples, a history the national liberation struggle is aiming to return to through the destruction of imperialist domination. Colonization is understood as something that retards development, undercutting the legitimizing ideology of colonialism as the bringer of progress. Cabral wrote, "We are African peoples, we have not invented many things, but we do have our own hearts, our own heads, our own history. It is this history which the colonialists have taken from us. The colonialists usually say that it was they who brought us into history. Today we show that this is not so. They made us leave history, our history, to follow them, right at the back, to follow the progress of their history. Today, in taking up arms to liberate ourselves, we want to return to our history, on our own feet, by our own means and through our own sacrifices. We are in the process of proving that peoples such as ours, economically backward, living sometimes almost naked in the bush, are capable, by means of their sacrifices and efforts, of beating an enemy who is not only more advanced from a technological point of view but also supported by the powerful forces of world imperialism. Thus before the world and before Africa we ask, were the Portuguese right when they claimed that we were uncivilized peoples, peoples without culture? We ask, what is the most striking manifestation of civilization and culture if not that shown by a people which takes up arms to defend its right to life, to progress, to work and happiness? Cabral's concept of culture is complex, since he understands it as simultaneously the fruit of history and a determinant of history. It is determined by history because he understands it as the result of economic and political activities, the more or less dynamic expression of the type of relations prevailing within that society. Culture is the vigorous manifestation, on the ideological or idealist level, of the material and historical reality of the society that is dominated. At the same time, in Cabral's thought, culture is able to serve as an entry point for social change. To Cabral, culture was the foundation of the liberation movement, and he held that only societies who preserve their culture could mobilize their people, organize themselves, and fight against foreign domination. For Cabral, the material domination of imperialism was maintained by organized repression of cultural life, and the strength of the culture of colonized peoples remained a constant threat to domination because cultural resistance could take on new forms, such as political or armed resistance. Cabral wrote, African culture, though repressed, persecuted and betrayed, survived all the storms, by taking refuge in the villages, in the forests and in the spirits of generations who were victims of colonialism. 6 Cabral understands culture to be a receptacle of heritage and a factor of identity, and, consequently, it is a means of unleashing resistance against imperialism. Again, this is linked to Cabral's understanding of history. It is because they are deprived of their history by colonialism that people resist the imposition of alien economic and political forms by clinging to their culture. It is by restoring pride in that culture to which the colonized people cling that resistance to colonialism acquires force and the liberation movement gets a base from which to mobilize support. As noted by historian Basil Davidson, the greatest challenge for the liberation movement in Guinea-Bissau was the issue of mobilization and the lack of belief among the rural population in their own abilities. In Marxist terms, the problem was that PEG attempted to create class consciousness, enable the downtrodden to become a class for itself, in a country without a working class. According to Cabral, culture was the solution to this problem because culture is for the people an inexhaustible source of courage, of material and moral support, of physical and psychic energy, which enables them to accept sacrifices and even to do miracles. Restoring pride in the cultures of the oppressed also addressed the social gap and cultural alienation between local intellectuals and the popular masses produced by the assimilation of indigenous elites to the colonizers' culture and mentality. While Cabral recognized that the contempt for and ignorance about local culture among the colonized elite was tied to the privileges they enjoyed, he still asserted that it could be changed through a reconversion of minds which would be achieved through the communion of sacrifice which the struggle demands. The heavily religious language here is particularly interesting. The notion of conversion, and of a communality that breaks loyalties stemming from material determinants, is here used by Cabral to designate the force that will break through the consciousness determined by material privilege and manage to create solidarity. In Cabral's analysis, the power that colonial domination wields over the mind is such that a counterforce appears revelatory or even religious. Reformation and culture. Uniting and liberating the colonized people was not the ultimate goal for Cabral. National liberation and resistance to colonialism was in his agenda to be completed by a social revolution. Even if culture could work as a tool for mobilizing support, it risked becoming a reactionary force in the liberated areas and in the aftermath of military victory. Moreover, there was a plurality of local cultures and traditions to take into account. 7 All cultures, according to Cabral, have virtues and defects, factors for progress, stagnation, or regression. While subjection to other cultures must end, harmful influences in local cultures must also be recognized and negated. The liberation movement must therefore be able to discern the positive from the negative, the progressive and the reactionary, the strengths and the weaknesses of cultural resources as tools both in the national liberation struggle and in building the post-colonial society after liberation. Thus, it was essential that the liberation movement had profound knowledge of the local cultures and was able to appreciate them without complexes or underestimation. The liberation movement must undertake a selective analysis of culture, and act to develop the progressive elements and combat with rigor but also with flexibility the reactionary, such as nepotism, gerontocracy, and the subjugation of women. For example, Cabral remarks that he is proud that the party had not forbidden the use of fetishes, amulets, and such things among the guerrilla fighters, and generally avoids all hostility toward religious beliefs, while resolutely opposing anything that goes against human dignity. This selective development of culture or reformation, if you will, is necessary in order to create a moral and political unity around common objectives in the liberation movement and in the post-revolutionary society. Cabral's concept of culture is, thus, dynamic. Culture to him is not a perfect, finished whole, but rather an expanding and developing phenomenon with reciprocal linkages to social and economic reality. Cabral crafts an interesting position in the previously described tension between a pragmatic and an idealized return. It is a position that addresses the problem of the traditions of the colonized in many cases being lost, destroyed, and manipulated, and thus irreversibly changed by the experiences of colonialism. An idealized return is, therefore, not possible. However, by understanding cultural identity as a process in the making, Cabral could avoid the aporia between, on the one hand, a lost tradition and, on the other, complete adoption of foreign values. Instead, the road was open to understand culture as a potential force of development. However, such reformation requires an agent. In Cabral's theory, it is the liberation movement that should discern the direction of history and, consequently, sift through tradition, determining what elements of the many local traditions held potential and what must be left behind. The question then becomes by what authority the local cultures and traditions are reformed, and how such reforms are justified to the people expected to change. As Antonio Tomasz, biographer of Cabral, has remarked, people might fight to keep their practices even if they are deemed negative by the party to which they adhere. To Cabral, this was not the centralized process that Tomasz's use of the word party might imply. Rather, the process of cultural discernment would happen through praxis. He claimed that in the guerrilla struggle, intellectuals and village people come together, become allies, share stories, learn from each other and share the same experience of military and political strategy, and there they can creatively forge a common cultural identity from elements of the old, determined by the circumstances of struggle. To Cabral, the mobilization needed to take into account social characteristics, traditions, religion, all the customs of our peasant population. In our new mobilization we avoided all generalizations because we started from the concrete reality of our people. According to Cabral, there is a need to respect the tribal structure as a mobilizing element in the struggle, especially its cultural aspects such as language, songs, dances, and other customs. This respect is not merely a means for gaining the trust of the rural population, rather, it is the foundation of the cohesion of the liberation movement and also instrumental in cementing the conversion of the intellectuals of the movement. In the struggle, claims Cabral, the intellectuals discover the richness of their culture and its philosophical, political, artistic, social, and moral values, and they acquire an understanding of the realities, sufferings, and hopes of the people. At the same time, the peasants break the bonds of the village universe and acquire new knowledge and political awareness. They will come to realize, Cabral contended, that the trench is the best amulet. It is in this moment of mutual recognition and appreciation of the knowledge of the other that cultural discernment reformation becomes possible as a common undertaking of the liberation movement. National liberation is a project entailing both liberation and reconstruction of society and, through society, culture. Praxis is a concept of central importance to understand Cabral. To Cabral, and in the praxis of Paik, Armed liberation entailed the practice of democracy, of criticism and self-criticism, the growing responsibility of populations for the management of their life, literacy teaching, the creation of schools and healthcare, the training of cadres. We should thus find that the armed liberation struggle is not only a product of culture but also a factor of culture. This seems like an idealization of what happens in a guerrilla war. Certainly, there is a temptation to downplay the brutalizing influence of the use of violence itself when it comes to the wars of national liberation because they seem to be morally justified. In addition, in the writings of the period of, for example, Frantz Fanon and Escobedo Guevara, there is a tendency to believe in the immediate materialization of the new man after the revolution. Violence is then understood not as an inevitable but self-perpetuating problem in that the post-revolutionary society is burdened and scarred by the violence it has undergone, but rather as constitutive to the self-respect and subjectivity of the liberated. While Fanon's argument has both strengths and problems, and has often been made out to look considerably more violent than it is, the important point for my purposes here is that this is not what Cabral is describing. While he agrees with Fanon that the taking up of arms in self-defense is essential to turn from self-loathing and self-contempt, the new person of Cabral's imagination is built less poetically and grand, more piecemeal, and through concrete actions determined by local circumstances and material reality, schooling, discussion, solidarity, and struggle. It is a project, rather than an advent, and must be made subject to questioning and multiple influences. Historian Alexis Wick understands this as a consequence of Cabral's radical materialist realism. However, it is also, as I understand it, a consequence of his focus. In Fanon's understanding, the new man would rise from the ashes of the local elite, self-alienated people who have managed to turn to violent struggle despite being assimilated to colonialist self-loathing. But Cabral's loyalty is with the non-assimilated rural poor, who still have something of real value left to build on, although it must be sifted through. Cabral thus both affirms the material existence of cultural identity and maintains its fluidity. It is neither immutable nor a simple invention, and should not be negated nor reified. However, there remain two important problems. One is pointed out by Wick, who contends that Cabral's reformation of culture rests on a fundamentally paternalistic premise, that elite are the keepers of knowledge and that they, however devoted to the cause of the popular masses and their cultural expressions, will eventually be arbiters of what is good tradition. This paternalism is rendered less blatant in that Cabral assumes that the authority of such leadership is conditioned by its reception on the local level and depends on the practice of participatory democracy, but it is still there. The second problem is that the reformation or development of tradition is subject to a certain arbitrariness that seems to contradict the devotion to tradition that is central to the aim of the enterprise, which is the revaluation of local culture. The Reformation lacks a method that is validated by the tradition itself. That is why I now turn to Ali Shariati. Interpretation and liberation. Ali Shariati is a multifaceted and creative thinker whose work spans many areas such as theology, politics, philosophy, and mysticism. The presentation given here is limited and concentrates on the implications of his ideas for the revolutionary potential of reinterpreted religion and the implied notion of authority of tradition because that is where Shariati's thought can fruitfully be brought to bear on the issue raised by Cabral's project, the plausible validation of reinterpretation. 8 Ali Shariati, who lived and worked during the rule of the Pahlavi dynasty in Iran, wanted the Iranian people to break free from the imperialist domination, economic exploitation, and political repression of the Shah's rule. In his analysis, the central problem to be overcome was the bifurcation of the people suffering from imperial domination into an intelligentsia characterized by the alienation from their tradition, and a people stuck in reactionary religion that had ossified from the pressures of imperialism and through clerical misguidance. In Shariati's view, cultural imperialism was consciously aimed at crushing resistance and independence by stripping people of their spiritual, religious, and historical identities. Shariati's answer to this situation is to be found in Islam. Through a return to Islamic tradition and its resources in terms of values, practices, guiding figures, and perspectives, the bifurcation of Iranian society would be healed, the people would regain their pride and confidence, and resources would be uncovered to enable a revolution that would be both truly progressive and authentically Islamic, in the sense that it would not be an imitation of Western development resulting from an inferiority complex. In Shariati's thought, progressive religion is the worst enemy of imperialism. By developing resources from the intellectual history of the colonized and using them for analytical and visionary purposes, it not only gives the people tools to understand and reject the oppression and poverty they are subject to, but also simultaneously instills a sense of independence and of identity in its adherents. Shariati claimed that material circumstances condition the possibilities for thought and that social being determines consciousness, rather than the other way around. This means that material and cultural oppression mutually reinforce one another. However, according to Shariati, religion is an instrument that can break this vicious cycle, since Islam already commands the allegiance of the people while simultaneously carrying, like contraband, the insights that are required for translating the existing conflict between the oppressors and the oppressed into the awareness and consciousness that can mobilize the latter for struggle. To Shariati, Islam not only carries the potential to mobilize the masses, but is in itself an ideational resource in which values such as justice and leadership receive their most lucid and compelling articulation. He contends that through the prism of Islamic thought, society can be analyzed, criticized, and revolutionized. This is possible because he conceives of Islam as an ideology in the Gramscian sense, as a worldview with the power to demystify oppressive relations and make resistance possible. He proceeds to show how there are social implications and critical resources in the central practices of Islam, such as the payment of zakat, or in the exemplary models of Islamic community held forth by the tradition. The numerous exhortations of the Quran regarding justice and social life and the example shown in the life of the Prophet and the first Muslims are also resources to him. Working under repression, and in many cases developing his ideas in lectures in a poetical or dramaturgical fashion, Shariati often relied on the familiarity of the audience with the stories or practices he alluded to, and the ability of people to infer and draw conclusions for their contemporary political situation. In that sense, he used the method he expounded, drawing on Islam to articulate a critique and establish a common worldview with potential for resistance. Shariati wrote, "Islam is what we must return to, not only because it is the religion of our society, the shaper of our history, the spirit of our culture, the powerful conscience and the strong binder of our people, and the foundation of our morality and spirituality, but also because it is the human self of our people when trying to stand on our own feet and build our own human awareness and revive our own historical culture and intellectual authenticity, we must return to Islam." However, Shariati was also a vigorous critic of religion. In his view, the religious authorities of his time were not faithful to what he claimed was the essence of Islam, the revolutionary message of justice and the dignity of the oppressed, instead turning Islam into a legitimizing ideology for the powerful. In his lectures, Shariati developed an analysis according to which religion in all of history, most notably in the history of Islam, has consisted of two diametrically opposed tendencies, one revolutionary and one pacifying. He weaves this conviction into popular and familiar themes for his audience, such as the resistance encountered in Mecca by the Prophet Muhammad at the beginning of his prophethood and the martyrdom of Imam Hussein at the hands of a Muslim dynasty. In this way, he is able to incorporate a Marxist critique of religion as a reactionary force, without accepting that this insight entails a condemnation of the tradition he champions. In his effort to bring to light the revolutionary current of Islam from obscurity, Shariati proposes what he calls an extraction and refinement of cultural resources. Shariati perceives the self-confidence of the people to be central to his efforts, and in this respect it is important to him that Islamic tradition contains its own tools for distinguishing the progressive elements from the stagnated. This brings him to the concept of ijtihad. Ijtihad is traditionally understood as a tightly circumscribed system of reasoning applicable to certain parts of Islamic jurisprudence, fiqh. Where ijtihad is applicable, it allows the interpreter certain freedom in ascertaining what the proper action for a Muslim is in a given situation. However, there is also a tradition, going back at least to the Islamic Renaissance, of understanding ijtihad more in the way Shariati does, as a concept entailing more generalized independent reasoning starting from Islamic concepts and sources. Shariati takes this tradition one step further, claiming that ijtihad implies a permanent revolution. This means that, starting in the direction indicated by the revolutionary core of Islam, society and consciousness should proceed to ever higher levels of development. From this redefinition of the concept of ijtihad and of the mujtahid, the person qualified to exercise ijtihad, Shariati seeks to ground his reformulation of authentic Islam firmly in traditional authority. Although Shariati often claims that every Muslim who is committed and knowledgeable in Islam should practice ijtihad for himself, he also develops the idea of a special figure of authority, the enlightened thinker who should shoulder the responsibility for retrieving and developing the resources of original Islam in order to awaken both the elite and the poor to its importance. No doubt Shariati saw himself and his students as fulfilling this role, as scholars versed in both Western and Islamic tradition, engaged both in study and in struggle. There is a close relationship, according to Shariati, between jihad and ijtihad, between combating oppression and injustice and understanding the meaning of religious tradition. His Reformation, then, is also born in a special kind of praxis, one that entails education and instruction of the poor but which starts out from their own tradition, from their practices, and leads to resistance and struggle. Shariati himself was active as a lecturer and a teacher, and made plans for the dissemination of revolutionary knowledge throughout the poor population. It encompassed itinerant libraries traveling the Iranian countryside, the development of traditional Quranic schools, madrasas, into schools of activism, and using the religious centers for mourning of the martyrdom of Hussein as a network for political work. While the level of political and religious oppression during his life was such that most of these plans did not come to fruition, Shariati's own Islamic Institute was seen, at least by Iranian authorities, as a breeding ground for political activism and a recruiting field for guerrilla organizations. Although quite unorthodox in many of his interpretations, Shariati claimed to be operating according to a higher order of faithfulness than the formalism and ritualism of the religious authorities of his contemporaries. He justified his interpretive method by claiming that it was mandated by tradition itself, by grounding his method in the concept of ijtihad and by connecting his ideas to traditional stories and practices. The central concept of Shariati's thought, Tawhid, is the central dogma of Islam itself, the unity of God, or monotheism. In every instance, Shariati took pains to show how adherence to Tawhid demanded the interpretation he was making, and how submission to God alone required revolt against all the earthly powers that seek domination. These powers had failed in their duty to establish Tawhid in society, which, in Shariati's understanding, would entail a classless society, an economy without exploitation and the realization of human dignity implied by the Islamic duty to show solidarity. Revolution and Reformation. There are several points where a juxtaposition of Cabral and Shariati can lead to productive questions. Cabral's practice of participatory democracy as the legitimizer of cultural development could be compared to Shariati's notion of every Muslim as a mujtahid qualified to make his or her interpretations. The discourse of national unity in their respective projects could be tested both against their Pan-Africanism/Pan-Islamism, but also against their potential to address their country's cultural and religious diversity constructively. The theme of nationalism in Cabral could also be questioned from the perspective of Shariati, who articulated his position in opposition to the Shah's reactionary nationalism built on pre-Islamic themes. Point 9. The concern here is the relation between Reformation and revolution, the role of spiritual elements in revolutionary practice, and the transformative potential of religion. The perspective adopted in this chapter implies that revolution should be understood as a self-emancipation carried out through political praxis, that is, a practice in which the circumstances and the people engaged in struggle are transformed simultaneously, as a consequence of that struggle. Such an understanding of revolution implies confidence in the masses' ability to acquire the consciousness and insight required to critique, overthrow, and replace the old order. When the order to be overthrown is one that has relied on contempt for and repression of local culture and religion, it can be resisted and combated through a return to these sources. The aim then is not liberation from tradition, since tradition and identity are part of what has been oppressed and devalued, but rather through and to tradition. Jewish philosopher Michael Walzer argues that although liberation is a universal aspiration, every people, every group, must iterate liberation differently, according to their understanding and tradition, but that it can still be recognized as liberation. The position, I argue, is less generalized and more contextual. In the specific situation of liberation in the post-colonial context, the political, economic, and military aspects of oppression are intertwined with dehumanization, and internalized contempt for one's identity and tradition to the point that it seems that liberation from one of these clusters necessarily means dealing with the other in some way. There might be many ways to address this problem, but the one analyzed with the help of Cabral and Charioti seems worthy of exploration for several reasons. First, it seems that religious or cultural traditions do carry resources for both liberation and revolution. This is partly because the project of imperialism and domination has relied not only on the material oppression of economic, political, and military kind, but also on ideational devaluation such that resistance can be formed in the gap created by the dissonance between devotion and contempt. Not only was this the case in the 1970s, it is all the more obvious today. Point 10. The resources for liberation found in local cultures and religions are tied to the issues of mobilization and establishment of consciousness. By restoring pride in local traditions, identities, and values, the injustice of their continued debasement and the concomitant dehumanization is established. Solidarity between different segments of the oppressed can be built on the awareness of a shared identity and heritage that is subject to unjustified contempt. There is also another kind of resource, however. Cabral and Charioti argue that in the return to one's own, there are also resources for revolution, for the transformation of society that is the ultimate aim of liberation. Whether this is the case with local traditions generally can, in a way, not be answered in the abstract, but the point can be made in a different way. If human material existence, concrete history, and social formations are regarded as rich, diverse, and varied, it seems plausible that imposed cultural uniformity and the vilification and contempt of other forms of life, simply on the basis of another's contingent military and economic superiority at a certain point in time, is an arbitrary measure of what can be a resource for imagining human existence. To articulate what is wrong with cultural imperialism, one must assume that other human social formations than those in the West also have valid perspectives on human sociality. While there is always a danger of romanticizing and imagining a perfect past to return to, it is also problematic to continue to ignore that there have been concrete historical experiences of societies crushed by colonialism, societies with traditions of communalism, discourses on amicable egalitarian coexistence, desires for freedom and rituals enacting justice. 11. Secondly, the strong emphasis on critically assessing cultural heritage in Cabral and on refining and reinterpreting Islam in Charioti is necessary if such a return to religious or cultural tradition is not to end up being a turn away from revolution and an open future. Critiques of tradition, culture, or religion as reactionary, conservative, or pacifying are not without merit. In order for tradition to be a vehicle for transformation, it needs the impetus of reformation of some kind. However, in order not to betray the love for tradition that is the very foundation of it being a transformative resource at all, such a reformulation of tradition must be conceived from within, not only in terms of agency but also in terms of how it is authorized. This is perhaps the most striking difference between Cabral and Charioti. While they both act with profound respect for inherited tradition and aim to restore pride in it, Charioti, to a greater extent, anchors his reinterpretation of tradition in the methods of tradition itself. In this, he secures the justification of his Reformation in the same revaluation of tradition that is the principal reason for the Reformation itself. There are several factors that can account for this difference. A universalist and text-based religion such as Islam necessarily contains methods for interpretation and enculturation, methods that can be expanded, turned around, reinterpreted, and refined. While a portion of the Guinean people were Muslim, most of Cabral's army and the issues he discusses are related to what could be called, for lack of a better word, animist beliefs. These religions do not lack ideas about interpretation and authority, of course, but are part of an oral tradition operating according to other rules than the hermeneutics of texts. The involvement of Homi Garandi, the elders, into Cabral's structures of participation reflects that Cabral was well aware of the need to incorporate traditional authority in the Reformation, but that in his context, authority resided in persons rather than interpretative methods. In addition, Cabral chose to relate to the tradition he wanted to return to as culture, artistic expression, and societal organization, and not principally as religious belief. This, in a way, deprived him of one route to traditional authority, although it probably opened others. On a philosophical level, there might be an advantage to justifying revolution through reformation of religious thought rather than through cultural discernment, precisely because religious traditions generally contain methods of interpretation. Such methods can be used to reform and reinterpret tradition without endangering the reverence for tradition that is precisely what makes it an important factor. However, for both Cabral and Charioti, praxis plays a central role in the Reformation. This is more obvious in Cabral, which could be a result of a lack of traditional methodology with which to seek authority. Another way to look at it is that praxis is equally important to Charioti, but he had considerably less space to develop it because, in contrast to Cabral, he had no liberated areas in which to start realizing the revolution. Cabral's movement gradually had liberated increasing areas of the countryside and could start building village councils, schools for cotters and for children. Even before having any liberated area, Paik started training and schools in neighboring liberated Guinea-Conakry. Charioti, on the other hand, had to work clandestinely to the very end, attempting to build both Reformation and Revolution without appearing to do so. He had suggestions for itinerant libraries that would spread knowledge to the countryside, for turning every madrasa into a school for activism and religious centers into cotter education, but these plans were not put into action on a larger scale. Not only was the possible praxis in Charioti's context of political repression very limited, there was also a good reason not to reflect too openly on the praxis actually taking place. The centrality of praxis to Cabral and Charioti means that they should be understood as claiming, in a way similar to Marx himself, that historical determinism can be transcended through praxis and the consciousness that praxis builds. The original aspect of the contributions of Cabral and Charioti is that in both cases, praxis takes as its starting point, as its material and as a central aspect of its ultimate objective, a religious or cultural tradition. In Charioti's thought, Islam is not only a vehicle for transformation but also a defining aspect of the post-revolutionary society. As a religious political thinker as well as a mystic, he visualized material reality as a ladder to spirituality. That is, the just society meant the elimination of both the misery of poverty and the emptiness of consumerism. It enabled human solidarity and made possible the ultimate purpose of life, the search for closeness to God. In Cabral, the role of culture in the post-revolutionary society is less absolute and also less articulated due to his description of post-liberation society as a project, achieved only piecemeal and through participation. Far from being a concession that cultural expressions are mere tools and lack lasting importance, this should be interpreted as a consequence of his essentially pragmatic understanding of the return to one's own. The history that was forcibly abandoned with colonization can be returned to, not as a pre-established telos to which that history was headed all along, but rather as a deconstruction of colonial reality and a project to be built by the movement's own means and sacrifices. In an article about remembering Cabral in the 1990s, Basil Davidson wrote, "It becomes tempting to wonder, in this period of moral reduction and political decline, just what it is which causes positive change to begin, and then enables this change to become a route of escape so manifestly valid and worthwhile that persons, ordinary persons, everyday persons, persons such as myself will follow that route as though it might be as dear as life itself." If the ability of universal values to command such allegiance is dwindling because of the resurgence of local identities and because the universal all too often is unmasked as Western, then thinkers that make tradition part of a progressive move are worth studying, and the possibility to out-tradition the conservatives is a route to explore. Although religious thought is quite obviously not inherently radical, nor is it essentially or authentically progressive in the way Shariati claims, religion and culture as conceived by Cabral and Shariati potentially contain resources that can resist the dehumanization that results from racism and imperialism in its own particular way, adding something to that resistance which universal ideas cannot, in terms of not only legitimacy and credibility among those to whom secular ideals have long been tools of oppression, but also in terms of presenting avenues for thought and methods for reformation that might lead one to discover new things about being human. Shariati and Cabral can be understood as precursors to the radical theologians or Islamic intellectuals of critical, feminist, and queer thought who insist on positioning themselves, not outside tradition as its critics, but rather inside it, reclaiming tradition and insisting that reinterpretation and reformation entails a greater faithfulness. I would suggest that their call not to vacate the battlefield of theology be heeded. However, in order not to lapse into incoherence and a purely instrumental approach to the traditions concerned, a tradition's method, Geist, or telos must somehow be treated with respect, and the authority of reformation internally justified. This means that an engagement with tradition for revolutionary purposes must remain open-ended, accepting that the outcome of reformation cannot be completely controlled from without and made to conform to external criteria of progressiveness. However, such openness is also what makes the engagement a worthwhile enterprise. Revolutions, history teaches us, are always surprising. Fatalism and subjectivism are both transcended by a notion of praxis that allows for not only discernment of circumstances, but also the creation of new conditions. While the sheer power of the current world order might seem to preclude any real change, the struggles against racism and colonial structures are ongoing in different contexts and traditions, with unforeseeable consequences for both thought and history. The parallel power system as an alternative to revolution and passivity. Mohammad Fazl Hashimi. 1. The idea of the parallel power system within Shiite political thinking emerged during the 16th century, when worldly rulers offered the Shiite legal scholars influence on the judiciary, education, and social welfare. In exchange, they wanted religious legitimacy for their worldly power. The parallel power system was viewed as a compromise in Shiite political thinking that found a model for cooperation with worldly power, as a third option between political passivity and quietism, on one hand, and revolutionary ideas based on judicial and theological arguments on the other. This power distribution system lasted for 400 years but was abandoned during the interwar period in the early 20th century. This abandonment was one of the main reasons behind the revolution in Iran in 1979. The purpose of this chapter is to show how this compromise was formed, what theological and judicial arguments Shiite legal scholars used to legitimate their cooperation with worldly rulers who did not fulfill their ideal, and how its abandonment led to the Iranian Revolution. This chapter concludes with an overview of the religious criticism directed at the revolutionary model that replaced the parallel power system. Background: an alliance of a number of Turkmen tribes succeeded in establishing the Safavid kingdom in the early 16th century in Western Asia. The Safavid kingdom stretched over much of the ancient Persian kingdom that existed before the Arab invasion of the 650s, and included parts of the Caucasus, East Anatolia, Persia, and most of today's Iraq and Afghanistan. The origin of the Safavids went back to a Sunni Sufi congregation founded in the 13th century by their ancestor Safi al-Din in the city of Ardabil in what is now Iran. Even if the founder of the Sufi congregation was Sunni, the Safavids who seized power in Persia proclaimed Shia Islam as the state religion in their kingdom. The Turkmen Kizilbash tribes had converted to Shia Islam already in the 14th century as they were under the domination and protection of the Shia dynasty Karakoy-Unlu. The founder of the Safavid dynasty, Shah Islam Ali, and his successor, Shah Tahmasp I, invited Shia legal scholars from Jabal Amil, from northeast Hijaz and Mesopotamia. The Shia legal scholars were offered a unique opportunity to take an active part in the administration of the Safavid kingdom. They gave the Shia legal scholars a free hand to spread Shia Islam in their kingdom and to take care of the legal/judicial, social welfare, and educational systems of the Safavid kingdom. In return, they demanded that the scholars bless their political status, thereby granting them religious legitimacy, which was an important ground for political legitimacy in pre-modern times. The Safavids needed religious legitimacy in their struggle against their rivals in the region, the Ottomans in the west and the Turkish-Mongolian Uzbeks in the east. They were also aware that Sunni scholars would not bless their political status, because the Safavids were Shia and because Sunni scholars had already blessed and were allied with the Ottomans. It was not just the Safavid kings who needed support from the Shia scholars. The interest and dependence was mutual. Shia scholars would not only be protected from Sunnis and attacks from Ottomans and Uzbeks, but it was also a golden opportunity to safeguard the Shia minority, to develop Shia theology, jurisprudence, and educational and social welfare systems, and to be involved in the management of a Shia kingdom, which had never happened before. The collaboration of the Shia legal scholars with the Safavid kings can be compared to a forced marriage in which the two parties are not so fond of each other but have to be married because they are mutually dependent. The Safavid kings relied on the blessing of the legal scholars because this could give religious legitimacy to their kingly power. The collaboration also had its disadvantages. The royal house risked limiting its freedom of action by making itself dependent on the religious leaders. The legal scholars were dependent on the royal house, which could help them to consolidate their position by strengthening their institutions and extending their jurisdiction. There were, however, some theological obstacles to the collaboration of the legal scholars with the royal house. For the religious leaders it was a problem that the collaboration with the royal Safavid house was not only a departure from fundamental theological and political stances, but also a blatant breach of Shia ethical norms. According to standard perceptions, the Safavid kings lived a life that was in sharp contrast to the moral rules of Shia Islam. Many Safavid kings suffered from chronic alcoholism and drug abuse, both of which were forbidden under Islamic Sharia law. Several Safavid kings died of diseases caused by their overconsumption of alcohol and drugs. Life at the Safavid court, in other words, was anything but Islamic. Another problem was that all power and glory, according to Shia theology, was supposed to be in the hands of the scholars while the Shia awaited the return of the occulted Imam al-Mahdi. According to Shia belief, the last Shia Imam Muhammad ibn al-Hassan, known as al-Mahdi, began an underground life in the mid-870s to escape persecution from the Sunni Abbasid Caliphate. According to Shia belief, this Imam has not died, but lives in occultation ever since the 870s, though the life in occultation will not last forever. The beliefs around al-Mahdi's emergence from his life in occultation are closely interwoven with eschatological beliefs. According to the Shia, al-Mahdi will make himself known whenever the time is right and lead humankind toward its ultimate destiny, saving humankind and freeing the world from all evil. Al-Mahdi is not alone, Jesus Christ will reinforce him. Under the guidance and direction of al-Mahdi, humankind will reach salvation and he will create a kingdom of justice before the world and all creatures of God are annihilated, followed by resurrection and judgment by God. These eschatological beliefs, especially those about al-Mahdi's worldly leadership, have shaped the political rhetoric of Shia legal scholars, but they have used them in highly varied ways. In certain periods, they have been used to guard against any involvement in secular politics. Issues concerning political power were believed to be the responsibility of the occulted Imam. In other periods, the same beliefs about al-Mahdi were used to justify active intervention in secular power. A revolutionary ideology that urged people to fight and rebel against those in power proceeded from this belief. A third stance advocated more pragmatism, something between the revolutionary strategy and political abstinence while passively awaiting the return of the occulted Imam. Shia legal scholars who lived during the Safavid era chose the third option, but the collaboration with Safavid dynasty meant that they abandoned their beliefs that it was they who should have power while they were waiting for the occulted imam. Instead, they were now blessing kings who were regarded, by definition, as being illegitimate in strict religious and theological terms. For the legal scholars, there were weighty reasons for overlooking their own theological misgivings. This was the first time a royal power with the dignity of the Safavids extended a hand of cooperation to the Shi'i scholars and also declared themselves willing to proclaim Shi'i Islam as the state religion. It was thus a very tempting offer. The first Shi'i scholars who accepted the invitation viewed it as a golden opportunity for them to escape from their hitherto vulnerable position as a persecuted minority. They also saw great possibilities for using the support of the Safavid kings to promote the mission of Shi'i Islam in a larger, cohesive kingdom. The willingness of the Shi'i leaders to enter this alliance, however, required new theological thinking to open the way for a reformed political doctrine. The involvement of the Shi'i legal scholars in the governance of the Safavid kingdom laid the foundation for a management system that could be called a parallel system of government. It meant a division of power between the legal scholars and the Safavidi kings. The legal scholars were granted power over the judiciary and the educational and social welfare systems. They became free to promote Shi'i Islam in the Safavid kingdom, which initially was dominated by Sunni Muslims. They also got the right to tax collection for religious purposes. The Shi'i scholars built up an organization that could perform the duties they had been assigned. All other worldly power was in the hands of the Safavid kings. The parties undertook not to interfere in each other's power domain. For the Shi'i legal scholars, this development was a major change of scene in an advantageous way. From being a very vulnerable and persecuted religious minority, Shi'i Islam was elevated to a state religion. At the same time, the scholars received a prominent position in the social hierarchy as the actor who gave the royal authorities their religious legitimacy. Conditions for collaborating with illegitimate rulers. One who collaborated with the Safavid kings was the legal scholar Kariki. His most important action, apart from granting the Safavids their longed-for religious legitimacy, was the compilation of Jami al-Maqasid, a book of legal exegesis. The work served several purposes. It functioned as a source for interpreting the law during the Safavid era, thereby creating clear judicial structures. It set a Shi'i stamp on the judicial tradition and counteracted the arbitrary behavior of the autocratic kings. The Safavid king Tahmaspi declared in a letter that he regarded Kariki as the representative of the 12th Shi'i Imam, al-Mahdi, and himself as Kariki's representative. It is interesting to note that Kariki, despite his close collaboration with the Safavid kings, considered them illegitimate, even though he blessed their power and their right to collect tax from their subjects. One may ask how he could reconcile these two opposing stances. Kariki maintained that it was forbidden to assist evil and repressive rulers. If it turned out that the collaboration resulted in an evil ruler consolidating his position, then one was guilty of an impermissible act, in his opinion. But if one could ensure that the cooperation made it possible to achieve good things in society, there was nothing to prevent cooperation with the king. According to Kariki, through such collaboration one could fulfill the Quranic principles of enjoining what is right and forbidding what is reprehensible. The only thing to be wary of was complicity in sin, oppression, and murder. From this perspective, collaboration with illegitimate secular rulers was not intrinsically evil. The crucial point was the purpose of the collaboration, and a secondary consideration was the circumstances that enabled collaboration. A legal scholar who enters an alliance with an unrightful king with the aim of reforming and rectifying things of doing Islah does so with good intent. A legal scholar should be regarded as the representative of the occulted Shi'i Imam, al-Mahdi, and not as the king's man or someone obeying the king's orders. It is the occulted Imam who is the lawful ruler, and it is he who appoints the legal scholar as his agent. The elevation of the legal scholars to the position of representatives of the occulted Imam meant that their powers were not confined to the religious sphere. Like the occulted Imam's own jurisdiction, theirs would also comprise all spheres of society. The power position of the Safavids was based on their military strength. Their desire to gain religious blessing was necessary for secular rulers during this historical period. Religious legitimacy raised the Safavids to the same level as their Ottoman rivals. Shi'i legal scholars were well aware of this and had different alternatives to choose among. Refusing to give the Safavids the coveted religious blessing was one alternative, but it would mean gambling away their historical opportunity to exert influence in the corridors of power. This was the factor that made a group of senior Shi'i scholars choose to collaborate with the Safavid kings. To begin with, the Shi'i scholars viewed their task from an ethical perspective. Their duty was to urge the king to reform the realm in accordance with Islamic ethics. They cited support for their action in concepts such as Islah, putting things right, in the Quran. Acting in accordance with the concept of Islah proved to be something that could vary depending on prevailing circumstances. In times when the king was strong and the maneuvering space of the legal scholars was limited, the latter interpreted Islah to mean that they should provide the king with an ethical frame of reference. There was no consensus among legal scholars about how to legitimize collaboration with the Safavid kings. The jurist Mullah Muhammad Bakr Majlisi chose to attribute the legitimacy of the Safavid kings to their alleged kinship with the Shi'i imams and ultimately with the Prophet himself. This basis for legitimacy meant, according to Majlisi, that there were important obligations for the Safavid kings. They were supposed to follow in the footsteps of the Shi'i imams and the Prophet, to live an orthodox life and act righteously. Majlisi asserted that God had chosen to give royal power to the Safavid kings so that Shi'i Muslim subjects could live in security in the kingdom of the Safavids. Majlisi's legitimization of Safavid power can be regarded as a pragmatic adaptation of the fundamental Shi'i tradition to prevailing conditions. It can simultaneously be seen as a constructive approach to the question of a legitimate secular power during the absence of the hidden imam. Majlisi enjoined the king to satisfy a series of criteria based on the Shi'i religious tradition. He did not go so far, however, as to raise the Safavid kings to the level of the hidden imam or to see them as his deputies. The most important reason for this was that the Safavid kings, despite all their services to Shi'i Islam, and despite their alleged kinship with the Prophet's descendants, could not be classed as free of sin, ma'sum. This was reserved solely for the 12 Shi'i imams. Majlisi's support for the Safavids was, however, founded on his genuine religious conviction that the era of the Safavids was a preliminary stage in the return of the hidden Imam al-Mahdi. The legal scholar Sheikh Baha'i legitimized the power of King Abbasi for a different and even more pragmatic reason. The legitimacy was valid as long as the king, in his public actions, followed the principle of justice and continued to defend 12 Shi'i Islam. Since Sheikh Baha'i did not elevate the Safavid kings to the level of the Shi'i imams, obedience to them was not equated with obedience to God and crimes against them could not be regarded as crimes against God. The legal scholar Sabzavari listed in his King's Mirror the properties a king must have if he is to earn religious legitimacy in a Shi'i kingdom. These properties include probity, following the tradition of the hidden imam, protecting Shi'i Muslims from danger and infidels, protecting the Shia, and so on. By enumerating the properties of a Shi'i king and the demands made of him, the legal scholars are released from the duty of dealing with this task themselves. The scholars pursued their demand for the rule of law in society. This applied in particular to legal security in economic matters. The lack of this form of legal security meant that anyone could fall into disfavor with someone in the power hierarchy and thereby lose his fortune. The legal scholar Ardabili argued in favor of pragmatic cooperation with power on the basis of the idea that necessity permits digressing from high principles. Ardabili was very clear in stating that the Safavid kings were illegitimate rulers, but he observed that their military power and their brutality are on such a scale that they had succeeded in frightening the people into obedience. Ardabili's pragmatic stance was that it was permissible to collaborate with rulers who pledged to protect the lives and faith of Shi'i Muslims and guard them against attack from Sunni or others. Collaboration with the kings, however, was not to be interpreted as approving of everything they did. It was rather a matter of not opposing the kings as long as they protected the Shi'i Muslims. Ardabili is careful to underline that collaboration with the illegitimate kings does not mean giving them carte blanche. Scholars should not, for example, assist or legitimate the king in criminal acts. He mentions in particular actions that put people's lives in danger. On the other hand, it is permitted to accept gifts from them and to use these for the good of Shi'i Muslims. He also sets limits to what legal scholars may or may not do in the absence of the 12th Imam. They may not, for example, declare a war of aggression, jihad. On the other hand, it is permissible to urge people to participate in another form of jihad, a war of defense, which means defending the kingdom if it is subjected to armed attack. Scholars should also take part in the work of drawing up peace treaties when wars end. Nor should the fact that Ardabili allowed the possibility of collaborating with the king be interpreted to mean that he demanded nothing in return. He expected that the scholars should be able to determine the prices of goods which had been hoarded and kept away from the general public. Scholars would have the sole right to collect religious taxes and decide what they would be used for. Among other powers that he wanted to give the scholars was the right to supervise the compulsory administration of agricultural land and property. The yield and income from these properties were to be used for the benefit of the entire Shi'i Muslim population. Like other Shi'i scholars, he wished to keep power over the judicial system in the hands of the religious leaders. They would be the only persons authorized to mete out punishments and prison sentences. Pragmatism, the benefit of kings, and public interest. It was not only the Shi'i legal scholars who participated in the debate on pragmatism. Some Shi'i philosophers who lived during the Safavid era made significant contributions to the discussion. One of them was the Shi'i philosopher Mirfendereski, who introduced a new principle for collaboration between Shi'i scholars and Safavid kings. He developed a kind of pragmatic approach, which can be interpreted as a forerunner to utilitarian ethics, whereby the right action is the one with the greatest benefit. Mirfendereski differentiated between different groups in society, each benefiting the community in its own way. He compared one group to sheep and cows. This group of people considers nothing but their own interests, but even though they only think of themselves, they are of great utility for humankind. The characteristic trait of sheep and cows is that they are wholly obsessed with eating, drinking, and satisfying their other needs. They have no thought of being of use to anyone but themselves, whether animals or humans. Despite this, they are of great benefit to humans, who can make use of these animals by eating their meat, drinking their milk, using their hides, and a number of other products that can be extracted from them. Mirfendereski thought that the Safavid kings resembled livestock in that they had no thought of being of any use to human society. Their main motive was to benefit themselves and safeguard their own interests, but despite this, they were useful to the community. Legal scholars were to consequently find constructive and pragmatic methods for society to achieve the maximum benefit from the king's merits, Mirfendereski wrote. The king's struggle against corruption or other injustices in society benefits society even if the primary intention is an increase in royal power. According to Mirfendereski, the Safavids made Shi'i Islam the state religion, not out of concern for Shi'i Islam, but for the simple reason that it served their interests. After having clarified the character of the Safavid kings and their true intentions, Mirfendereski wrote that legal scholars should seize this excellent opportunity for increased influence regardless of the reason for the Safavid invitation. Collaboration with the Safavid kings was, consequently, in line with the utilitarian thinking Mirfendereski presented in his book. The alliance was of benefit to the king and the Shi'i scholars alike. It helped to protect the status of Shi'i Islam and the interests of the public. He limits the role of religious leaders to providing the king with ethical norms for establishing order in society. Giving the king ethical guidelines from the Shi'i tradition would benefit the people, who would also become faithful to the ethical norms of Shi'i Islam, he wrote. Pragmatism was Mirfendereski's chief guiding star. He wrote that one must distinguish between what is permanent and what changes. What is regarded as just can consequently change depending on circumstances in time and place. A doctor prescribes medicine depending on the patient's status and not on the basis of a fixed template. According to Merfendereschi, it was this aspect of changeability that led the divine prophets to adapt their message to the spirit of the time. His concept is a combination of utilitarian thought and a pragmatic interpretation of justice. The latter makes it possible for him to arrive at the view that the two main actors, the king and the scholars, must cooperate, since such a cooperation causes the greatest utility and lay the foundation for a more just society. For Merfendereschi, this collaboration is essential in establishing order in society, and to prevent chaos and injustice. The parallel power system and ethics. The Shi'i legal scholars in the Safavid era tried to justify the parallel power system by balancing between two dimensions. One dimension was the grounds on which they were to grant religious legitimacy to the Safavid kings. The other concerned the ethical justification of their own collaboration with the royal house. The scholars' close dealings with the Safavid kings were to go hand in hand with a resolve never to compromise their high ethical norms. They risked being dragged down into the corruption and abuse of power that were rife under the autocratic kings. The most important issue was, thus, how they would retain their credibility in a situation where they were well aware that the Safavid kings were not in any way loyal to the religious and ethical ideals of Shi'i Islam. One of those who explicitly addressed this problem was the aforementioned legal scholar Sheikh Baha'i. In his writings, Sheikh Baha'i was anxious to explain that he gave his support to the Safavid royal house because he was concerned for the security of the Shi'i civil population. He wrote about the recurrent attacks and harassment to which Sunni rulers subjected Shi'i scholars and civilians, and the support these rulers received from Sunni religious leaders. Regardless of how disloyal the Safavid kings were to the rules of Shi'i Islam on the level of personal morality, they guaranteed the safety of the Shia. Sheikh Baha'i was very explicit in declaring that it was unthinkable to collaborate with wicked secular rulers who subjected Shia to repression. Supporting an evil ruler could be equated with trusting a wolf to look after a herd of sheep, in his opinion. I would not even wish to tie the shoelaces of a ruler, or touch the smallest of his possessions, even if he were to give me a whole city as a reward. Those who collaborate with wicked rulers will taste the torment of hellfire, he writes. Sheikh Baha'i was also highly restrictive about the conditions for collaboration with the Safavid royal house. In his collection of poems Mathnavi Nan Va Halva, he issued sharp criticism at scholars who allowed themselves to be bought by the Safavid kings with no misgivings. He went as far as to view these dealings as harmful for the faith. In his poems, he accused the scholars of selling their souls and the faith for money. Sheikh Baha'i is severe in his assault on the easily purchased and easily controlled scholars, whom he denounces in a combination of sarcastic and condemnatory attacks. He made these unrestrained criticisms at the same time as he himself was closely collaborating with the royal house. This might appear to be a contradiction, but he makes a distinction between good and unsuitable advisors. He compares the latter group with the pharaoh's courtiers who prevented him from accepting Moses's message. This was a fatal mistake that led the pharaoh and his people to their destruction, Sheikh Baha'i writes. Sheikh Baha'i viewed himself as the good counselor who would lead the autocratic Safavid king in the right direction. The good counselor emphasized the importance of righteousness and always acted in the best interests of the people. To underline this, he referred to a statement ascribed to the Prophet of Islam, Muhammad. He is reported to have said that he was born during the reign of the Persian king Anushirvan, who had the epithet the Just. This statement has provoked many questions, chiefly because Muhammad appears to be painting a highly positive picture of the Persian king, and it looks like a happy coincidence that he was born during that king's reign. It has been asked how the Prophet of Islam could boast that he was born in a time when the neighboring Persia was ruled by a king who, although famed for his justice, was nevertheless a ruler in the pre-Islamic era. The period was perceived as an era of ignorance and godlessness. Moreover, the Persian king has been assigned to the categories of kafir or mushrik. In the Quran, both these groups were regarded as having consisted of sinful people who subjected others to evil and oppression. Sheikh Baha'i's handling of this dilemma is very interesting, giving a clear indication of his pragmatic stance. He believed that the prophet's praise of the Persian king carried a clear message. It is to be interpreted as saying that one must distinguish between the ruler's personal and private faith and how he treats his subjects. Sheikh Baha'i could not deny that the Persian king was classed as an infidel or an idolater, but he thought that the Persian king's lack of the right faith was a matter between the king himself and God. It should not be laid in the balance when judging a ruler. Sheikh Baha'i distinguished between what he calls injustice to oneself and injustice towards subjects. In the case of the Persian king, the situation is that he lacked the right faith and, thus, exposed himself to injustice. The same king had acquired such a posthumous reputation that even the Prophet of Islam mentioned him for his justice. This, according to Sheikh Baha'i, is because he was righteous toward his subjects. Sheikh Baha'i also writes that public justice is extremely rare and that the order of the universe is maintained because of it. The main achievement of the Persian king was, thus, that he had been able to uphold public justice. From this, Sheikh Baha'i drew the conclusion that the Safavid kings were allowed to subject themselves to as much unrighteousness as they like. They may have lived in total sinfulness and commit any immoral deeds they cared to. Their personal and private behavior concerned their own relationships with God, and they would be made to answer for these deeds on Judgment Day. If they wanted to have a posthumous reputation as positive as the Persian kings, which led the Prophet of Islam to praise him, they must follow his example and choose him as a model. They must, therefore, be just and treat their subjects in the way for which Anushirvan became famous. Sheikh Baha'i's defense of the parallel power system is justified by his pragmatism. Shi'i legal scholars were advised to turn a blind eye to the moral vices of the Safavid kings and their court dignitaries, but without becoming a part of their immorality. In many cases, the Safavid kings did not adhere to the Shi'i moral laws, and the legal scholars could not do anything about that. They had to accept that the Safavid kings' affection for Shi'i Islam's moral laws were not deep. Sheikh Baha'i sent a clear signal to the royal house that he was prepared to ignore the private life of the Safavid kings, even though their moral lapses ran contrary to the ideals, virtues, and moral Islamic/Shi'i norms. The most important thing was that the Safavid kings treated their subjects fairly. By distinguishing between what Sheikh Baha'i calls private and public justice, the personal conduct of the Safavid kings was no longer of any importance. As a legal scholar, Sheikh Baha'i could still grant religious legitimacy to the Safavids. He signaled that he could turn a blind eye to the king's deviations as long as the kings in their public undertakings followed the principle of justice in relation to their subjects. It was also from that point of view that he held up the Persian king Anushirvan, his just treatment of his subjects and his righteousness. For him, it was of the utmost importance to protect the lives and security of the people. However, if the Safavid kings did not treat their subjects fairly, the legal scholars did not possess any noticeable measures or significant sanctions to impose on the kings. The scholars saw themselves as a kind of moral compass for the Safavid kings and, thus, hoped to gain some kind of influence over them. They were, however, aware of that this hope was very fragile, so they tried to build a sustainable legal system based on the foundations of Shi'i jurisprudence. This was a way to ensure the legal scholars that they possessed some kind of impact on the Safavid kingdom. Institutionalization and changed roles. The Safavid kings knew absolutely nothing about 12-er theology. The legal scholars had unrestricted jurisdiction over religious and judicial matters. However, in order to ensure their power over the religious institutions, the kings appointed leaders of the religious institutions. They were selected with great care from among those who were most loyal to the crown. This could, in turn, create disruptive disputes between parts of the ordinary religious community and the royal house. The Safavids exercised rigorous supervision over the Shi'i religious institutions. The king appointed, for example, the Shi'i legal scholar who acted as head of all Shi'i legal scholars. This man, who was called Molla Bashi in the Safavid era, was the highest religious authority and the link between the king and the legal scholars. The royal house also appointed an administrative leader, designated as Sadr. The duties of the Sadr included appointing religious judges, those who were to take charge over religious endowments, appointing prayer leaders, leaders of religious schools and mosques, and various other religious offices. By leaving such religious matters to an official religious leader appointed by the Safavid court, the king could effect developments and supervise various religious activities. The office of Sadr filled yet another important function in the dissemination of Shia Islam. The Safavids proclaimed Shia Islam as the state religion in a kingdom where the majority were Sunni Muslims, and they thus had the duty of ensuring that people in the realm of the Safavids would convert to Shia Islam. Yet another office of great significance in the Safavid era was Sheikh al-Islam, chief among jurists, the representative of the hidden Imam, whom all Shia Muslims were bound to obey, and whose tasks included crowning the king. At the same time, it was the king who chose the man who would bear the title Sheikh al-Islam. When the Safavids fell from power in 1736, the situation of the Shia legal scholars changed dramatically. It did not just mean that a Shia dynasty was overthrown and that the Shia legal scholars lost the support of the crown. The Shia legal scholars were also subjected to severe harassment for having given their blessing to the Safavid kingdom and for their participation in the Safavids' policy of consolidating Shia Islam in their kingdom. The new rulers regarded the Shia legal scholars as a religious and political obstacle to be removed. The fall of the Safavids was accompanied by political unrest, war, famine, and diseases, and a share of the Shia people were taken away to be sold into slavery. The population in the former kingdom of the Safavids was reduced by about 1/10. When a new dynasty, the Qajars, took over the power in Safavid's ancient kingdom, the parallel power system experienced a renaissance. The new rulers wanted to continue the Safavids' policies. The difference was, however, that they were not as powerful as the Safavids. As a result, the legal scholars moved forward in their positions and demanded new privileges from the worldly rulers without wanting to change the parallel power system fundamentally, by challenging the position of the worldly rulers, for example. The attitude of the Shia scholars to political matters changed during the 19th century, when more and more legal scholars were drawn into discussions about the intellectual tradition of constitutionalism and the nascent constitutional movement that was sweeping over several Muslim countries, especially in the Shia-dominated Persia. It was, thus, a consequence of the increasingly close contacts of Shia scholars with European ideas about constitutional government that more and more scholars were involved in the political debate and new political theories and doctrines were elaborated. Among the issues discussed was the adoption of a constitution, the abolition of despotism, the introduction of parliamentarism, holding general elections, electing or becoming a representative for a constituency/guild/estate, separating executive, legislative, and judicial powers, passing laws to guarantee basic civil rights and freedoms without regard for religious affiliation, birth, or social status, and determining the right of citizens to control political power. The reactions of legal scholars to these issues can be roughly divided into two categories. One proceeded from a quietist attitude, advising legal scholars not to intervene in secular matters. This was a sphere that also had to be regarded as reserved for the hidden Imam. The other attitude broke with the traditional view and recommended a model according to which legal scholars should take an active part in a transition to a constitutional form of government under the supervision of the highest legal scholars. Naney advocated this model, believing that legal scholars could sit in parliament and ensure that the laws passed there were not in conflict with Shia Islam. Demands for political and social reforms during the 19th century occurred in the same period in which the art of printing reached many Muslim countries. It meant that these new ideas and demands could reach greater numbers of people through printed books and newspapers. The changed situation meant that there were increasing demands on legal scholars to pronounce verdicts on various social and political matters. An illustrative example is the tobacco uprising in Persia in 1892. When the highest religious leader Mirza Shirazi uttered his famous words about the use of tobacco being an act of war against the hidden Imam, the statement had such a huge impact among the general public that the reigning king, Nasir al-Din Shah, was forced to annul the concession that he had granted to the British officer Major G. F. Talbot, that gave him full monopoly over the production, sale, and export of tobacco for 50 years. The response also made the legal scholars aware of their own power. Toward the end of the 19th century, a growing number of Shi'i legal scholars were speaking about the rule by foreigners in Shi'i-dominated areas. This coincided with the weakening of central government, wars enforced by European colonial powers, and the increasing influence of Europeans over the politics, economics, and social and cultural lives in Muslim countries. This was viewed as a serious threat to the Islamic identity and national culture that had to be combated. When the secular rulers were unable to resist this external threat, the legal scholars saw it as their duty to use their influence to mobilize the public against it. Abandonment of a 400-year agreement. Although the Shi'i legal scholars had moved their positions forward, it would take a long time before they began to speak about taking over the state power themselves. Up to the beginning of the 1960s, they accepted the division of power that had been founded in the era of the Safavids. For a long time, the politically active Shi'i leaders worked to preserve the status quo. Many of them acted behind the scenes in order not to upset the division of power. After several unsuccessful attempts to introduce a constitutional form of government, however, and after new secular rulers disturbed the parallel power system, some voices called for the introduction of a completely new form of government in which power would lie in the hands of the highest religious jurists. The reaction of the legal scholars came after a series of political decisions that were interpreted as outright breaches of the parallel power system. Legal scholars were purged from the judicial and educational systems in the interwar years. At the same time, the new rulers in Persia/Iran, the Pahlavi dynasty, started campaigns of modernization and secularization aimed against Islam as the dominating religion in the country and the legal scholars. The new rulers imposed modernization programs that lacked the most vital parts of modernity, namely democratic reforms and civic rights and freedoms. Modernity was confined to modern infrastructure, modern weapons, modern technology, and selected parts of Western culture that did not threaten the concentration of the executive, legal, and judicial power in the hands of the king. Despite Iran's modern appearance under the Pahlavi dynasty, the democratic deficit was blindingly obvious. Systematic violations of human rights, political oppression, widespread corruption, and economic distortion were the main characteristics of a state that pretended to be modern. All forms of political opposition were banned, and, during his last years of power, the last king of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, turned Iran into a one-party state in March 1975. All parties, even regime-friendly ones, were banned, and those who opposed this were either imprisoned or encouraged to leave the country. The last king was openly sarcastic and condescending toward democracy and deliberately presented and compared democracy with anarchy. He pointed out that Iran was a country with more than 2,500 years of royal tradition, and stated that he was like a shepherd to his people and that he had received his power from God. A number of prominent legal scholars declared that the Iranian king and government had broken the parallel power system agreement. The scholar who expressed the most radical critique of the developments was Ayatollah Khomeini. He declared that legal scholars were no longer bound by the agreement with the state authorities because the state had already abandoned the agreement. At the start of the 1960s, he launched a vehement attack on the king, whom he accused of not complying with any part of the agreement. He accused him of being hostile to Shi'i Islam. He also questioned the king's sovereignty and blamed him for having paved the way for foreign rule by conceding to alien powers. Ayatollah Khomeini said he wanted to introduce a new form of government based on Shi'i Islam, which, in his view, included a complete plan for society, comprising everything from political and economic to social and cultural matters. There was no consensus on this matter, however. Ayatollah Khomeini represented, in fact, a minority view among Shi'i legal scholars. His political doctrine, Vilayat-e-Faqih, the rule of the jurists, lacked support among the leading grand ayatollahs in the main institutions of Shi'i theology and jurisprudence in Najaf and Qom. They stated that his doctrine had no basis in Shi'i sources or the Quran. The criticism against Ayatollah Khomeini's political doctrine came from different directions. The famous Shi'i interpreter of the Quran, Ayatollah Tabatabai, believed that legal scholars lacked knowledge in secular affairs and, therefore, that God could not have intended this group to lead the Muslim community. They would not be able to contribute anything with regard to political and secular affairs. Tabatabai added that their lack of knowledge might even result in fatal consequences for the Muslim community. The son of the founder of the Shi'i religious seminary in the city of Qom in Iran, Ayatollah Mehdi Hari Yazdi, argued that the legal scholar had no knowledge of worldly politics and that Ayatollah Khomeini's doctrine, the rule of the jurist, lacked support in the Quran. He believed that the Quranic verse 1 that Ayatollah Khomeini used to support his doctrine could in no way refer to the legal scholars. According to Hari Yazdi, the legal scholars' religious knowledge did not make them suitable for worldly policies. Another criticism came from a number of grand ayatollahs in high office in the main religious seminary in the holy city of Najaf in Iraq. They held the post of the so-called Marja'i Taqlid. The grand ayatollah Alkhoy, who belonged to the classic quietist tradition and was one of the most respected Shiite leaders during his lifetime, believed that the legal scholars, fuqaha, should abstain from all direct involvement in secular politics in the absence of the hidden imam. The only conceivable area for legal scholars to involve themselves in secular affairs was confined to that of social welfare, as laid down in the Quran. However, even this safety net could be run by all believers, according to Alkhoy, and does not require the direct supervision of jurists. Proper tasks to which the legal scholars should devote themselves included religious instruction, imposing what was proper and dissuading against all that was improper in accordance with religion, exercising judgment in accordance with Sharia law, collecting religious taxes and distributing them among specified objectives, and administering religious fees. In any case, the Grand Ayatollah Alkhoy was careful to emphasize that the sources referred to by Ayatollah Khomeini in support of his theory on jurist rule were flawed. For example, he emphasized the fact that the Shiite traditions containing statements used by Ayatollah Khomeini for reference were not reliable, and that the conclusions the latter had drawn in his interpretation of some of the Quranic verses were based on unsound reasoning. Another Grand Ayatollah, al-Hakim, who also was the highest Marja'i Taqlid in Hawza in Najaf, declared that worldly issues such as government and defense of the realm, and determining the lives of its subjects and property and so on, lay beyond jurist authority. Grand Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani, who is now the highest Marja'i Taqlid in Hawza in Najaf, follows the same approach as his predecessors, Alkhoy and al-Hakim, that is, the quietist tradition. In connection with the revolution in Iran in 1979, the doctrine of the rule of the jurist became the state-bearing ideology. The shortcomings of the doctrine were exposed even more after this transition. In addition to the quietist critics of the doctrine, more and more senior legal scholars who had previously supported the doctrine joined in the critique. One of the foremost defenders of the doctrine, the Grand Ayatollah Montazeri, turned his back on it in the mid-1980s. He was troubled by its shortcomings, and by the totalitarian elements in a theocratic form of government. He had concluded that this form of government was afflicted by the same failings as those for which the jurists had once criticized the former secular regime. Montazeri criticized totalitarian features such as the violation of human rights and the obstacles raised to thwart the progress of democratic civil society in Iran after the revolution. He criticized, for instance, the mass trials of political opponents, the mass executions of political prisoners, state intervention in the private lives of its citizens, and the curtailment of fundamental political rights and freedoms such as freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and the right to establish political parties, trade union organizations and a free press. However, Montazeri's criticism was aimed not only at injustices such as these but just as much at the judicial grounds for the doctrine of jurist rule. One field in his line of fire concerned the status and role of the jurists during the absence of the 12th Shiite Imam. The Ayatollah Khomeini's view was that during this period the supreme jurists were to act as the hidden Imam's representatives. This meant that, in their capacity as the representatives of the hidden Imam, they should assume religious and worldly powers in anticipation of his return. Montazeri objected to this, however, by stating that no convincing and reliable evidence in Shiite sources could be found corroborating the giving of such status to the supreme Shiite jurists. A consequence of this was that jurists could not lay claim to political power by referring to religious sources. He went so far as to say that he believed jurists lacked the right to wilaya, worldly rule, during the hidden Imam's absence. This right had been conferred on the people, and it was only if and when by way of free elections they placed their confidence in the supreme jurist that he would be entitled to wilaya. The most important component in Montazeri's new theory was that the legitimacy of the state had been taken from the people during the absence of the hidden Imam, al-Mahdi. It was the citizens who, by way of general and free elections, could decide which form of government they would like. He emphasized that even if the citizens chose a form of government that was not Islamic, or voted to abolish Islamic Sharia law as the basis of their country's judicial system, those in power were to respect the election results. Montazeri asserted that possession of power in all its forms had to be based on the confidence of the community. He went so far as to say that he believed not even the Prophet himself could have established his rule without the trust of his believers/people. The difference between the Prophet's times and the modern day was that such trust was then demonstrated in the form of a handshake, whereas today it takes the form of general and free elections. The novel points of view expressed by Montazeri regarding the legitimacy of power and the role of the people created quite a sensation. He was confronted with questions as to how jurists or Muslim believers should act if a majority of the electorate were to vote for secular government, or if a majority were to state in a referendum that they did not want Islamic laws introduced in society. His answer was that neither Muslim believers in general nor jurists in particular had any obligation to introduce or implement Islamic laws that went against the wishes of the electorate. Those wishing to introduce Islamic legislation were, however, free to lobby and work toward attracting voters to their cause. It was only when they received the majority vote that they could introduce Islamic legislation. In any event, Montazeri felt that those supporting Islamic legislation were to refrain from violence or other coercive measures in putting across their case. Conclusions: the parallel power system came after the Safavid kings offered Shia legal scholars a deal that gave them access to power. The Shia legal scholars did their utmost to give this agreement religious justification. The agreement was viewed as a pragmatic model for cooperation between worldly rulers and the Shia religious representatives for nearly 4 centuries. In the beginning of the 20th century, the new worldly rulers broke the agreement in their endeavor to modernize Iran. It was a move that counteracted pragmatism and paved the way for revolutionary development. The developments were further complicated by the fact that the modernization program that would be implemented lacked such crucial elements of modernity as respect for human rights, democracy, and civic and political freedoms. The reaction to secular leaders' abandonment of the agreement came 4 decades later, in the early 1960s. A group of Shia legal scholars, led by Ayatollah Khomeini, abandoned the agreement themselves, with the motivation that the Iranian kings had already violated it. A combination of lack of basic human rights and democratic political freedoms under the rule of the despotic secular regime in Iran and the revolutionary winds that blew around the world during the 1960s and 1970s led to the revolution in Iran in 1979. It was not only this group of legal scholars who advocated revolution as the solution to all political, social, economic, and other forms of crisis. Many left-wing groups and other political groups, who either did not believe in reforms and successive changes or had lost their hope in them, after many backlashes both in Iran and elsewhere in the Middle East and Northern Africa, now called for revolution. General dissatisfaction with and distrust of peaceful democratic methods for fighting against the authoritarian regime in Iran made the revolution in 1979 possible. The strongest characteristic of this revolution was that many of the participants knew what they did not want, but there was no consensus on what they wanted and which political alternative should replace the former repressive regime. The radical revolutionary spirit was an important element for a bloody power struggle between different revolutionary groups, and one particular group that had the advantage of having a charismatic leader was best organized, and had the strongest popular support among the people won the battle. It has now been 40 years since the revolution, and criticism of the prevailing political religious doctrine is widespread. The criticisms from the perspective of legal Shi'i scholars have various motives. Some critics, particularly the Quietists, focus on whether this political doctrine is compatible with Islam and Shi'i theology and jurisprudence. Other religious groups agree with this criticism, but they go further. They have been influenced by the new criteria of popular support, respect for human rights, political reforms, and democratic legitimacy. In both cases, critics seem to want to avoid a new bloody revolution with unforeseeable consequences. The difference is that while the critique from one group is based on judicial arguments and legal discussions, the other groups seem to want to add other grounds for their critique and opposition. Common to both religious groups is that they have lost their hope in the idea of revolution as a holistic solution to political, social, and economic problems. The idea of revolution as a way of bringing about rapid and total changes has lost its credibility. It is considered as being utopian rather than a constructive project. Reforms and pragmatism are once again topical alternatives, not least in the context of the development within Shi'i theological and judicial traditions and political thinking, which have undergone major changes, and has been modified, designed, and influenced by social, political, and historical circumstances.